as an iron wind. And I am him. If you get knocked down, get up. Yeah, I know that's right. If you get knocked down, get up. Get up. Get up.
Time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a rap. They cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put their record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They got to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a... We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on the vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. Two play, it'll be played. Get up out my face, we are not the same. Get down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no playing it safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, pick a side. Okay, is you on for the ride? Okay, new kid on the block, next up, blessed up on the rise. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. I'm the one they talk about up in the streets. I'm the big bad one, don't approach me. Real cute and I'm crazy, wanna see. Kiss you with my tits, you won't be sleeping for a week. Don't fuck, don't touch, yeah, I bite back. I'm sick in the head, but you like that. My body's the epic, you'll never be me. Supersonic cycle got you down on your knees. And then I'm like, oh, I got you with the how I told you when the reach my up. It's getting down to the wire. She's just like a good fight. I'm so hot, you're on fire tonight. Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright.
Let's get it, no limit. I get her, way clean. I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Go down. I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the R, the A, the T. it's rebels on your scene. It's the season with the time light. Somebody tell them get their mind right. Catch me speeding through the traffic with the limelights. Headed to my future, that's the limelight. G-O-A-T-Z-O, that's pay me. We woke, they sleep, we cold, and they weak. No need to ask the question, cause we showing up. Cause when it's going down, bet we going up. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. Let's get it, no limit, I get it, way clean, I whip it. The biggest, a boss, the dream. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the R, the A, the T. Yeah. Now it's rebel everything. Now it's rebels on your scene. Go. Yeah. Drop down to get at 'em. Lock down like it's practice. Pop out to get active. They ask who was the ruler. Right now I'm the captain. They love cause we the shooters. We team up and go tag 'em. Yeah. Found. I had to level up the team. Loud. Now it's rebel everything. Let's get it. No limit. I get it. Way clean. I whip it. The biggest. A boss. The dream. Found. I had to level up the team. Loud. Now it's rebel everything. The E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T.
Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all. Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Never risk it all. Talking forth and down. Putting up them shots and ain't nobody make a sound. Head down, focus, ain't got time to look around. Life has a way of keeping feet on solid ground. Now how you about to handle it? Trophies all on the mantle. Working when you tired to make you the perfect candidate. And when the crowd screams high, you gon' keep the candle lit. Some rooting for you while others try and dismantle it. Still keep it authentic. It ain't all about winning. Time in versus time out. It's about how you spend it. Why being committed? Ride it down and go get it. Ride around on that side of town. Tell yourself you done did it. Horses in the chariot, only way you should carry it. Heart pure gold, they tried to label nefarious. No validation, that's the type of thing we stand for. Heavy is the head that wear the crown, that's what we plan for. Yeah, say you want it all. Heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, say you want it all. Heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, greatness I animated and illustrated. Grinded it on the daily, I couldn't take it. Born rage like Olympics, I'm getting tempted. Pull up with the windows tinted, are you offended? Focused on who I wanna be, not the wannabes. Long live the great, that's the summary. Busy as a bumblebee, the weight of the world will crumble under me. That'll get you anything you wanna be, huh? Just hit the point of no return, everything was earned, lights bright. Jitters with the nerves, make your stomach turn. Fight night, but it's with yourself, summer never learn. Trying to calculate the purse, that is none of your concern. Yeah, they know that I'm about it, can't believe that they got it. Rose up for that concrete, they can't believe that I sprouted. Welcome to my rodeo, they clearly see that I'm wildin'. Don't matter what happened here, I'm still leaving here smiling. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are.
about valleys and peaks, and I know that I'm at my peak. I'm knowing that I got that reach to make them all fall at my feet. I'm standing tall like I'm a mountain. I double up and I keep counting. I switch it up then I keep bouncing. They wanna know how I stay valid. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You heard about me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You better recognize I'm on it. I've been triumphant, I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm the champ, I've been 100. I've been none and I keep running. Yeah. Crimson like Crim. I win and I win, I win and I win. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. Crimson like Crim. Again and again, again and again. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I am not them. I make it go pop. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. Let me make it clear. I'm top tier, I'm the man of the year. Switch them gears, now they all got fear. I ain't gotta lie, I'm the real one here, yeah. I'm pushing the culture, about to take over, hoping they notice. New heights, they can't see me. Take flight, moving up easy. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, and I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You ain't heard about me. You better recognize I'm one and I've been triumphant, I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm a champ, I've been 100. I've been done and I keep it running. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I am not them. I make it pop. I'm at the top. Like it or not, crimson like Crim. I win and I win, I win and I win. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. Crimson like Crim. Again and again, again and again. Crimson like Crim. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I am not them. I make it go pop. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped.
Yeah, I came to do my thing. 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 Do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. 10 toes in the rain. It's a calm breeze. This is all season. I've been rolling through the town just to cop these. Real hot, blowing up with a bounce beat. You know, gotta own it all. This is not lease. Leader of the pack like bang. Now I gotta do my thing. Making that swing. Do it till it hurt like pain. Gotta go and do my thing. Dunk on y'all like a candy jam it. Nowadays I demand it, hand it. Photo finish, I get so candid. They just can't understand it. I do this for the feeling. Stack it to the ceiling. You gon' make us a billion. Trust. Came here just to run it. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Do my thing. Do my thing.
it's been a minute. Call, shining, hard, gotta ball on them, put in work till I'm tired, bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right till the day I expire. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished, and now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chilling, No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, see the snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attach to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest. Forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it. I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off. I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get that nail. 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 I get that I get that Don't be a fool. You know how I do. I be so cool. That's what I do. They be like, yeah, insane. I must be out my mind. I'll be on my grind, working all overtime, bringing that fresh new, that brand new, that's like fine wine. Hard like bamboo, I'm taboo, I'm at my prime. Can you handle it? Can you handle it? This ain't no accident. Can you handle it? I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I do it on my way. I'ma be here to stay. You know that I'm gon' slay. Bringing that sweat. I get that brand new. First thing the morning dew. Stepping out on the scene. Yeah, got all you need. I get that nail. I get that nail. Coming from Los Angeles, you know I keep it fabulous. But you come at me wrong, then I put you in an ambulance. Don't mean to be real scandalous, but you better respect me. I know that you can't handle it, so you will never check me. Y'all know, I've been dope on the low. I'm out here trying to get it, now I get it and they know. I know, I'm out here being dope. If this is the beginning, now they feel it, now they know. Can you handle it? This ain't no accident. Can you handle it? I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I get that new.
cause we don't wait no white flags. We just want all the smoke, so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they never fade this dog like some skyscrapers. Steady stepping on the scene like some fly papers. And even aliens be contemplating why take us. What your name is really? Now once upon a time, listen, that's a different story. About to take it to the top, but it's for the glory. All these people bore me, but they all adore me. What your name is really? Just take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, baby. It's funny money, listen, never lose the show masses. 20/20 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What your name is really? Yo, patience is a virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is the new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up.
Represent for Atman. We bring the fire. Burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang. Jump them loud. Girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho pero en acá faltan mucho de su chen. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. A mí. Ven y pégate a mí. Pégate.
this so easy. Trabalhar, trabalhar. You tell me that you want me, get ready to keep climbing. Can't conquer this so easy. Trabalhar, trabalhar. Come and get it, watch and love it. Come and get it, watch and love it. Come and get it, watch and love it. Eu quero agora, eu quero agora, eu quero agora. Coração, toma meu coração. Things are always changing, can't blame me for the saying. So take advantage, baby. Agora, agora. Things are always changing, can't blame me for the saying. So take advantage, baby. Agora, agora. Oh, meu corpo apela pra você. Oh, meu corpo apela pra você. Apela pra você. You tell me that you want me, get ready to keep climbing. Can't conquer this so easy. Trabalhar, trabalhar. You tell me that you want me, get ready to keep climbing. Can't conquer this so easy. Trabalhar, trabalhar. Eu quero agora, eu quero agora, eu quero agora. Coração, toma meu coração. Eu quero agora, eu quero agora, eu quero agora. Coração, toma meu coração. Come and get it.
Hey, what do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No question in your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want the fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, then combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. See, I'm one and I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe, I believe, I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, 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 yeah. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. Bro, I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe, I believe, I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, 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 yeah. I believe, 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 yeah.
Este puro tiempo es verano. Todas las guiales con sus tanguitas, todas las guiales con su bikini. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. gusta mi estilo que la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, no busquen más. Los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura que le sexy en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo un after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Hay un after party en la piscina, llegó la policía. Dice que la bocina se escucha hasta la otra esquina. Oficial, usted tranquila, tomo mucho de tequila. Y si quiere comida, venga y pase a la cocina. No sé sinceramente qué le pasa a la vecina. Si yo solamente invité un par de amigas, Pamela, Carolina, la Daniela y a su prima, Susana, Catalina, Mia Califa y a Cristina. En hilos de estar bailando en agua en cristalina. Pura guiale dura, nada de que latina. Europea, china, morena, la latina. Racataca, oye, ya no importa, voy pa' encima. Están haciendo fila desde la marquesina. Y mi vecina, Galao, asoma por la cortina. Artistas que en tarima llegaron en limusina. El esquí con los racas que tú comes que adivina.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura guiale sexy en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo una after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, no busquen más. Los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. En su hilo dental, en el hilo dental, en su hilo dental, se ve bien criminal.
Los racas.
I'm a boss. I'm a boss. Bitch. I ain't with the talking, I just wanna reach the top. It's all about the money, out here looking for the crop. Y'all be acting funny when you see just what I got. I'm out here trying to get it, I'ma get it when you not. Been a boss on my life, I'ma go take that flight. Party on all damn night, I'ma be dope damn right. You ain't even know I'm cold, I'm taking over, yeah, I've been that. Money in the vault, I don't care about the internet. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought, I'm a boss. Yeah, I handled my business, did it all independent. Better check out the digits and get the money and spend it. Y'all be looking and looking, y'all need to mind your own business. Cause I be cooking and cooking, I be all up in the kitchen and I'm controlling it all. Got it locked overall. When you see me, then respect me, that's the one protocol. I'm the one that they call, I'm the real, not a fraud. People claiming they the boss when they know it ain't all. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought, you ain't heard about me. I be lit,
might attract your friends while you press record. If you really bout to strike, then you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty, Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal, got you fighting lords. Gotta cut the cord to your fit, ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, like at a bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest, legacy before lambs. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane.
Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Play the game and get school. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mode, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left. Catch your breath, got it done their hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's so hot when I run it back. Modi keep a stack, that's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, soul. Go where you got the real.
No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Trenches with dogs, the type who stayed the course. This the season of winning, no need to reinforce. A big deal like we got endorsed. Crowd screaming as we walk through the tunnel, we bout to rumble. We the type to step on the field and force a fumble. Blaze of grass turn to a flame with every step. And I'ma get this game my last with every breath, Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up, This ain't no competition, I'm here to defy the odds. Here to complete a mission, I'm out with 100 squad. Might shoot it from the half or run it 100 yards. This is the game that separates real from the facade. I'm running up, time to turn the stunning up. Points on the board, putting numbers up. Tails tucked, yeah, they might have seen me coming up. Just because you in the game, that don't make you one of us. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Throw your flags in the air, and then put your hands up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Gotta lose. You can put it on breaking news. I ain't never ever been a loser. Gotta put the work in till they can't outwork in. And when they interview you, lights out, carrying the flash, ain't fast. Gotta use that to fuel you. All gas, no brakes, spectators. Wanna figure out how you do it. Oh, you can tell the truth. Put your hands in the air and then bust a move. When you know you the one, never play the two. Tell them we gon' turn it up. This is how we do. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up.
game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Hola, bom dia, and welcome to day 3 of First Stand here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. Today we're starting with Elimination Day, as the second series will send one of our teams home, and the first series, as we see BLG signing the wall right now, followed by G2, will send one of those two teams in semi-finals. You cannot see my colleagues right now, but they're actively fighting on set. The
I may have actually stabbed her.
Fighting later today on the rift.
Stabbed me.
Guys, I'm actually really happy.
Watch out for
It's
this
like,
man.
this is the short people desk today.
It is.
Munchkin.
Munchkin!
Normal size, normal size. This
The
is
shorter
normal
of them
size.
all. How you
6
doing,
feet.
guys? We
Good.
vibing?
We're
Yeah, we're
vibing.
vibing. We're really vibing.
Today should be fun.
Yeah. We've seen all teams. We've seen pretty much all the shades of what the new patch has to offer. So before we kick things off, I actually want to do kind of a recap with you. LoL Esports on X has asked our fans their hot takes after these 2 days of competitions. So I'm going to ask you guys to go in the center.
Oh no. Okay, all right.
We're gonna play a little. Oh, okay. We're gonna try not to
Don't
fall.
slip now, don't
We're gonna
slip.
play a little game. Behind us, we're gonna see hot takes. Yes on one side, no on the other side, and we're gonna have to pick a side. See, you see it? Okay, Sim. No, sorry.
This is
Sim
no, yeah.
And no. Okay.
Sounds good.
You got it at home if you want to play too. So hot takes, we're gonna debate whether they're hot or not. First one is. Oh, I can't see it, Raz. You have to tell
Oh, I have to
me.
look back? JDG will bounce back. Trust.
JDG will bounce
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I believe in that.
This
I mean, it's not fair.
Going all the way this side.
It's not fair when the first game you have
You're
to
like
play in the
super yes.
Oh, you believe in it so much? Okay,
So
okay.
much.
So when the first team you have to play is actually Genji, I think it's not fair,
Yeah.
Yeah.
honestly.
Completely.
Yeah.
A lot of people are taking it. Vedia specifically was like, oh, like 20-minute games, 20-minute games. They were going up against Genji. That happens.
Yeah.
That happens.
It was a warm-up series for them. All right, the second one we're gonna have.
Okay, let's see. I'm looking back
I'm
again.
not gonna
This time
stand in
I'm
the
looking.
middle too much because I want to see them.
Hot take line will take a game off Genji. All right, guys, let's. Well, it is hot. It is a hot take.
That is, I mean, it's the hottest take. I just don't believe in it.
Yeah, but the
honestly.
issue is that if you don't even believe in your teams, who's gonna?
Yeah, what the hell, Emily? Get over here. What?
I'm just being honest. Oh my gosh.
Okay, fine.
You know,
Fine.
interesting things. I saw Inspired yesterday. I had an interview with him and I was like, so, Genji, how do we feel about this? And he was like, wish us luck. We're gonna need it. So
I'm
they
saying-
know what they're in for.
All I'm
feel.
saying is Inspired has taken away some games from Genji in the past. All right,
Well, I
have
mean,
some faith.
Douglas was on today, and he's like, okay, if I manage to kill Keen,
Next
I'll
one
be
we
good.
have is
Rise is balanced
Rise-
and doesn't need a nerf because Sante needs buffs.
What?
You just,
You, you lost me at this part.
but I know Black Ace cosplay. This
Guys-
guy is the best Cassante cosplayer. He literally is biased. So I love a brother.
I appreciate his bias, but absolutely not. Absolutely not.
we're talking about a champion that has been meta since its release.
Yeah, no.
Regardless
He
of the nerfs.
does not need any help.
And I've been
Still
reading.
too strong.
I
I've
just
been
have to
reading
support a
Reddit
friend.
enough to know that people don't like Rise right now.
I don't want to
either.
see how many replies he's had underneath that post or we'll have afterwards. So
All right, next one we have.
Okay, let's see what we got. I'm looking back. Elk is greater than Viper. That's crazy.
What?
Oh.
That's crazy. You have to make the case for Elk because you
And
love Elk.
you know what?
I do love Elk.
I'm not
This
gonna
is
decide.
tough.
I want to say no.
I'm gonna say no, but I think like in terms of maybe being a fit for BLG,
Yeah.
we still don't know yet.
Yeah.
Elk brought
Okay.
a ton of stuff that is kind of undefinable in terms of
Okay.
his leadership. Also, if you've been watching Elk, he's having a sick split, guys.
He is,
Alright?
and he's a great
He's
spokesperson.
been insane.
When that
Next
team's
one.
on the ruts, he's the one that's willing to talk
Yeah.
for them and speak for them.
Next
All right,
one,
but
next
Gromp
one.
Rider,
What do
his
we
name
have?
is Gromp Rider? I'm ready for it.
Rider.
G2 win versus BLG tomorrow. Well, I guess that's today.
That's today. But
His
yes,
name is-
Yeah.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
I
Honestly,
feel like this is gonna spoil our prediction.
you know what's... What? Guys,
I'm gonna say no.
come on.
Whoa, Raz! Raz is going extreme.
That high?
Yeah. I mean, the guy's name is LEC Addict. He is the most biased you possibly can
And
get.
his handle is
And he has Hot Sama as a profile.
He does.
Okay,
Misfits
okay, I'll call him
Hot
biased. Honestly, I was really surprised by the amount of people who were believing in EG2. Like, that's
Why?
one of the... well, shut up. We'll talk about this later. Next one and last one we have here. Sixth hot take. Genji won't lose a single game. Yeah,
Okay.
you know what?
I think this is so
I'm
hard
buying
to
it.
do, actually.
I'm buying it.
They've only lost 2 games domestically. I feel like they have. I don't know. Wait, I just believe my one take was Lion would win.
Yeah.
It's fearless. Anything can. So wait, how does it work? Because you think Lion is gonna win again off
I
of
have to change.
Genji, but then you think Genji is not gonna lose a single game. Raz, the math is not mathing here.
Or maybe
No,
Lion doesn't make it
say
far, so they
if
never get a chance.
Genji won't lose a single game. I'm saying no, they will lose a game. It's
Yeah.
just really hard.
They won't
Yeah.
lose a single game.
It's just
They
really
won't lose
hard.
a single game. They
It's
look
fine.
really, really good right
It's
now.
fine.
All right, that was messy, but that was fun. Let's focus on the bracket that we're gonna have today.
Why not?
We're back to the first side of the bracket. As we said, today we're sending one team home, and one team is gonna advance to semi-finals. I feel like things have played out the expected way so far. What is the expectation coming into today?
I mean, yeah, the results were expected. I think people who either might not have watched BLG or BFX might be a little surprised at that outcome. The way that BLG lost those games was not surprising to me.
Yeah.
To me, I did expect them to go 3-1, though. I wasn't on that day, but I will say, like, I did expect them to have a little bit of an easier time there. But, like, as for results, I don't think anything has been super unexpected on this side.
Completely agree. And for the LCP fans, if there's an LCP addict, they definitely do not want to see Team Secret Wells losing in the fashion that they are. Because then they would have they would have longer travel time than the games themselves.
Oh no!
Which you just can't have happen.
Dude, that's wild.
Yes.
That's wild. First series we're gonna have today, G2 BLG, and if you've been following LoL Esports for the past decade, it is the series, the game that you expect at every international tournament, guys.
Yeah, I feel like the two of them saw this and they're just like, you again?
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Especially for G2, who I think have been, as we're about to pull up in a minute, the kind of list of times they faced each other, specifically in elimination matches at international events. BLG has kind of stood in the way of G2 so many times, Raz.
It's always so fun watching LEC fans look at the draw
No, it's not!
and just
No,
see
it's not.
BLG versus G2 again and again. At least the last time they faced off against each other, it was a situation where BLG were having the worst times of their lives during Worlds. And like we're having a really poor run. And then like, even though in the early game, it looked great. This was the game we were talking about where like Rise has multiple kills. You wouldn't want to have it on Knight because he's the best player on the, oh, actually they got outscaled. Anivia is able to get, like this is classic Caps and classic Europe. When I imagine when Europe has had the most amount of success historically, you're thinking like, oh, it's like CLG EU days of having the better scaling compositions. So just look at all the times they have met.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, but I hate it. It's not an elimination game today.
It's
though,
trending in your
so-
favor. Yeah, it's the last time you won. But this is the big thing to me, right? Is just how many times it's been BLG standing in the way of G2 qualifying for the next stage. Obviously, today's not an elimination match, right? So whoever does lose today will have another chance to qualify, but it is kind of interesting how many times it's been BLG over there.
And what I really like is the fact that when I look at G2 and how they made things happen, especially in LEC Winter Finals, versus Finals, I'm sorry, the name was different, is the creativity around which they played in Fearless Draft. And that's actually how they won the game against BLG last time around as well. We saw it a couple minutes ago, but the Anivia with the Poppy, with Caps scaling into that game, that is the kind of magic that I'm expecting to see against G2 today. Are they going to be able to do it for 5 games in a row potentially? I don't know, but that's what I'm looking at. That's what they've been working with them so far this year and last time they faced.
Yeah, the one thing that's consistent, Emily knows this about BLG, is that they're not a clean team. No matter how large of an early game lead that they can find themselves in, we just found that 5-game series a fun one versus like PRX. It's like, so having some scaling elements, having a little creativity to like find and catch them off guard definitely works in their favor.
And I have a hot take about BLG. So we're going to bring up some drafts from the series they did face off against in BFX. And these are their game winning drafts. And I did want to point out in a lot of them, because my hot take about BLG this year, thus far, I actually don't feel like they're as good of a 5v5 team as we kind of think of BLG in our minds in previous splits, especially with kind of their quintessential core roster that they ran for about 2 years. And so while I think this BLG team has a much higher ceiling than what we've seen from them, I see a lot of times where it's when they're actually able to get a lot more side lane pressure and setup that they have succeeded. So I think their 5v5 has taken a slight dip, but when they are able to kind of draft these compositions that allows them to move more freely around the map or set up Bin and Knight in side lanes, I think they're even more dependent on those two solo laners, especially with the way they like to play, like you pointed out, Raz, where the quintessential BLG is we are going to smash you as hard as possible early and then try to win off that.
And for how well their early lanes have kind of gone in both mid and top lane, their solo laners have been incredible. Imagine them being like, okay, we're now going to isolate you on side lanes with better matchups. And that's what I think has been really good about BLG's drafting, at least on my perspective. And so
when they've won.
When they've won.
I'm not always going to agree with BLG drafts, by the way. In fact, I will disagree more than I will agree with some BLG drafts.
Fair enough, but at least we saw some positives here.
Exactly.
Which I think will make the next matchup all the more important, which is going to be like Caps versus Knight.
Yep. Always. And Caps versus Knight, not only because with Shun being back as well, and Skumon finally reaching the ceiling that we expected from him and what he can do as a jungler, I'm looking at that jungle mid, specifically, on the side of both teams.
Yeah, and I think it's because, like, if I look at Skumon, he's having an incredible career, Laura. You've definitely followed it, specifically this split. This split has been really magical for him, and even just, like, when they went up against Team Secret Whales, he was the most consistent one on the map. He needs to be that player because Shun has been able to, like, help mid. I remember that Maokai game where he was like, all right, gank mid, bit of a travel top, and then dive top. Like, he is somebody that is so much, like, super influential in his lanes that I think he needs to be able to do that, especially if you have Knight and Bin on your team.
And one cool thing about them facing off against each other so many times at these international tournaments is we do have a specific head-to-head matchup for them, right? And I think this is always such a fun matchup to watch, to really like staples of their regions such a long time. Look, that one goal is important.
Right? 7 games and that's the difference.
I know. It's pretty crazy, right?
It's
like
actually
that's
pretty close.
The K plus A at 14 is pretty close too, right? So I think a lot of it has just been that obviously a lot of these times Knight has just been on the winning team in some of these matchups.
Yeah, and people oftentimes will think about, well, cap scaling with picks like Anivia and all that, but also I remember like it was MSI, what was it, 2024? Where he was just getting solo kills after solo kills. Like he was playing incredibly well within the lane. So I really want to see what level we're going to be seeing from Caps because I was surprised seeing them go up against Team Secret Whales, one of the bloodiest teams in the world, and matching fight for fight, skirmish for skirmish.
It was messy. Both series were messy that day, honestly.
Yeah.
So first day, stage jitters, or is it actually what it's going to be about for both teams today? I want to know what the fans think at home in the MasterCard fan prediction.
Okay.
Because fans do not disappoint.
Can we tabulate Weibo as well?
Yes.
I am very surprised, actually.
We'll take it.
I thought it was going to be way more G2 favored.
Why, he's real!
Whoa!
Okay, interesting. Never gonna trust that in my life.
I'll take 57% against BLG, honestly. What do you guys think? About this one?
I'll say this actually pretty accurately describes my prediction, right?
Okay.
Like, do I see a
So you voted for G2, right?
No.
Right?
But in terms of the closeness, I said 3-2 BLG. Because I think, given the edge that BLG solo laners have, I do think that is what can set them over the edge, despite the fact that sometimes they do get these leads and then they throw them or they lose out to scaling. However, yeah, I just think it might be closer than people might think regarding BLG, but I'm still going BLG.
And I have a little bit more confidence in them, but I need to hear from you with pressure on the line. You know what? I'll give this to you. I'll give this to you. Make your case out there.
Listen. G2 started looking better at Worlds last year. They've been looking fantastic, undefeated in the LEC playoffs until they make it to final. It's creativity that made this team strong. They did it in the past. They can do it again. BLG, they know them. They faced them before time and time again. Let's see if they come out on top.
일단 작년에는 좀 서로 잘 안 맞는 부분도 있었고 잘 안 맞는 부분이 있었는데 그걸 해결하지 못하다 보니까 그래서 이번 연도에는 감독 코치도 바뀌고 이제 선수들도 이제 작년처럼 하면 이제 절대 안 된다 해가지고 조금씩 이제 안 맞는 부분을 서로 이제 맞춰주려고 해가지고 하다 보니까 이제 좀 더 성장하게 된 것 같아요.
Em nghĩ là BFX là một đội tuyển rất là mạnh và ở khu vực của họ thì FCK thì em và các đội đánh giá đội tuyển của họ rất là mạnh nên là tụi em sẽ chuẩn bị thật tốt để đối đầu với bọn họ. Trận đấu Billy và BFX thì tụi em cũng có coi rất là nhiều và tụi em học được cách control được ban đấu và không dễ mắc sai lầm.
BFX 정말 뭐 이기려면 바텀 서로를 막으려면 이제 저보다 잘해야 하지 않을까.
Trận đấu có tiếp cùng mình gặp BFX thì trận đấu đó sẽ là một trận sinh tử. Tụi em nghĩ là tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức và chuẩn bị thật kỹ để đối đầu với BFX.
我觉得来到 BLG 就是为了这种国际赛事的冠军吧，就肯定是要拿的，就争取每个赛事都要往冠军就努力吧。觉得我们调整失误的话是完全有夺冠的机会的。
But I think JC did super well in the first stand last year. I would like to do much better than them and winning the trophy. I think we all think the same at G2. Just gonna look forward playing as BLGs. Every time we play against each other, it's like a banger game. They're very aggressive. I would be there going with confidence, me and the team.
G2 的话，25年是交手非常多次。 所以我个人更想面对 G2 就复仇他们，因为25年就输他们太多了。
For sure, I know that the support can play stuff like Elise, Camille, this very cheesy stuff, especially in the later games. I think we have like a lot of champs that we didn't show yet, so like we have counters too.
想对 G2 说的话，就今年的 BLG 是和25年的 BLG 完全不一样的水平的，就你们要小心点。
Game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026. It is time to find our first teams that will qualify through this group stage. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe, and our first two competitors looking to go 2-0 and make it to the top 4. We got G2 going up against BLG.
So excited for this one, Flowers. Should be a banger. The international history here, the rivalry between these teams is mostly won and dominated by BLG, Flowers.
Oh, yeah.
At international tournaments, BLG, at Riot Internationals, they always win the series. G2, they have taken games, though.
Yeah.
So there is hope. And where there is delusion, there is hope.
All right, we'll see if G2's...
Broken Blade said.
If G2's hope can stand tall against BLG here today. Both these teams already played one best of 5 so far. Obviously, they won those best of 5s to get here to this position. Now, for G2, it was a 3-0, but 2 out of 3 of those games were really scrappy and really crazy. For BLG, they were put to the test against BNK Fearex, going all the way to 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, it should be action-packed. Both these teams also, you know, super high combined kills per minute. So very excited for this one. They talked a little bit about the drafts too. You know, Han is like, oh, we got some sneaky picks here that we've been practicing as well. So I'm very excited and hope that we do go really deep into Fearless for this series. Obviously, On has played a bunch of really fun support picks.
Yeah.
The Camille support, I love it. I've always been a fan of Camille, either support or jungle, roaming around all over the place, killing stuff. You know, but it's an Anivia game. You know, Shen support, all that type of stuff could be really fun. And honestly, it's just nice to see Shen back on this BLG team. It seems so much more at home. And I feel like both the junglers in their previous series did so much for all of their laners. I thought both Skumon and Shen performed extremely well in their series. you know, and did so much for their team. So should be a good matchup.
All right, let's get right on into it then. For our first champion select, powered by HyperX, we've got G2 selecting first pick, and BLG in return responding by choosing the blue side. BLG going to ban out Orianna and Rumble, focusing on those solo lanes. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Varus, Karma, and Jarvan banned away by G2.
Yeah, as for the first game of Fearless, we stay pretty standard here. I will say Yunara is always pretty high priority, but at the beginning, there are lots of answers into Yunara. I do like the Karma ban here as well, though, because Karma Ezreal, the heavy poke lanes, can be super, super abusive. Viper and On have certainly used those to success. So let's see, they go with the Rise option here, targeting the mid lane, and mid lane champion pool is one that got affected by the patch pretty significantly, so let's see about this. On the first pick, they go Vi, so you're immediately thinking like Taliyah options and stuff that
Ahri.
Yeah, Ahri and Taliyah, those types of things that combo with Vi for heavy single target kill pressure.
All right, BLG, how do you want to respond to that single target kill pressure, to the power of diving a carry that Vi provides? I want to see if they also want to place some priority on the jungle, because once Vi's locked in, you don't really have to focus jungle as your first pick. You know Vi's not going to go anywhere else.
And
so
what you can do when you see Vi, though, because Vi is not very strong early in 1v1 scenarios, for junglers, we're usually thinking, hell yeah, what can I pick to like invade or force fights early at the very least against the Vi, you know, pre-6. You can have a really good time. And so Xin is definitely a premier one of those duelists.
Yeah, and over on the G2 side, as soon as they see that Ashe and Xin locked in, it was a fast lock on the Senna Nautilus for the bottom lane.
Yeah, they've got the CC ready. So if you decided to go for a Seraphine Ashe lane, you know, they've got Senna scaling, picking up souls, and Nautilus to force fights here. But BLG, they can force fights of their own. Ashe Arrow combined with whatever. Okay, so they were just hovering some supports there. In the end, the Mbessa's still up. And that feels like a lock for Bin.
Yup, and not only is it a lock for Bin, remember Mbessa can still be flexed into the jungle. We could see it potentially go either
If you want to put the Xin where? Xin top?
Okay, that would make it a little bit tougher.
You could do that, though.
I always add these little asterisks, even on a 1% chance, because the 1% of the time that it works, I'm going to look like a genius.
Yeah, okay, well, you should also mention could go mid lane, too, then, because you could flex Mbessa in mid lane if you want.
Okay,
you want to get your 1%ers there?
All right, let's go down to the 0.5%. Mbessa mid lane.
You're the type to like bet on almost every number except like 0-0s on roulette, right?
We got
Flower's like, I'm gonna cover everything here.
It's a 50-50. You hit it or you don't.
Okay.
That's the way it works, all right? But let's get into our second half of the bans here. With that Mbessa most likely going top, they are going to ban out the Renekton, which traditionally is one of those champions that, you know, it can do decent into the Mbessa. It'll have just fine of a lane. It'll get by all kinds of easy. And Seraphine banned out by G2. You're already talking about how Senna and Nautilus are going to be able to dive into that Ashe Seraphine combo and put some pressure onto it, but they'd still rather not deal with that dynamic duo, as Jax will also be banned out. So 2 protection bans there for the Mbessa.
And Flowers. You know, you mentioned the Renekton and the Jax. Those are 2 very, very common, you know, picks into the Mbessa. But Broken Blade is a chef. Broken Blade, he's like a 4-star chef, okay? He can cook, and stuff like, Volley Bear or something as a, like, really good lane counter to Mbessa are up. So you never know with Broken Blade how hard he wants to cook very early into a series. But Broken Blade having counter pick could make that a little bit more spicy. We'll see if they actually do it. Of course, they do have a pretty big like enabling team on G2 at the moment.
Yeah.
Senna takes a while to scale up and really do damage, but they have all their engaged covered. So you're just looking at solo lane carries for the G2 side. Meanwhile, we did mention Shen supports from On, and he definitely likes it, and that would be my assumption here, although your flexible opportunities, Flowers.
I don't know how Xinjiao or Mbessa would do at support, so I think I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to take the bet that it's probably Shen down there. But hey, we heard from Hans in the preview at the top of the day. He knows that On is going to play some wacky supports, and Shen fits right into that slot. So it's going to be Ashe Shen versus Senna Nautilus in the bottom lane. They're going to lock the Poppy on the G2 side because there is a lot of mobility with Zen, Shen, and Mbessa for Poppy to deny with Steadfast Presence. Final pick of the draft for G2 will be Annie for Caps.
Yeah, and we talked about, Broken Blades counters, and he's going for a more like nullifying style counter in this one. So, wow, G2, I mean, they're tanky, Flowers.
Oh, yeah.
G2's got a pretty beefy, tanky team here, and it does have burst potential. So we'll see if they can get through it. But BLG, they've got some anti-burst. They added a Galio on top of the Shen. So both Galio and Shen kind of anti-burst opportunities here for the Vi and like Annie targets. Some pretty good answers on the BLG side as well.
I like how you say Vi and Annie targets, plural, when you've got like 4 tanky units and then you have Ashe. This is a protect the president comp. Galio, Shen, Xin Zhao can knock everybody away with the ultimate. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Viper. You know that Skumon and Caps and even the support, right? You're going to have Lebrov also trying to drop those depth charges on Viper constantly. So much focus, I feel like, on G2 will be focused towards Viper, and BLG's got to be ready to protect him.
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up, Flowers, because honestly, Viper has not looked, at his best. He has shown some mistakes in the previous series, especially. I thought in the early part of that series, his Ezreal game, he had this really aggressive arcane shift in that got both him and On killed.
Yeah.
Just 2v2 in lane. And then he also rushed some ganks where Shun was in really good position to gank bottom lane, and he just like positioned too far up too early and, gave up some kills there. So yeah, I think it is good to have a magnifying glass on Viper, actually.
All right, loading onto the Rift for game number 1 here. BLG versus G2. Reminder, first stand is a very fast, very explosive tournament. In this group stage, it's 2 wins, you're through, 2 losses, you are out. So whichever team wins this best of 5 will be in the top 4. They will make it into our very compressed bracket stage, and you would love to just be cruising into that part of the tournament with a 2-0, with an undefeated streak here in terms of series, at least. So let's see how it goes down here with the Senna Nautilus versus the Ashe Shen. I'm not going to lie to you, Kobe, I don't really know a lot about Shen supports matchups.
Shen, honestly, is pretty good at scrapping, so let's see how aggressively On wants to play it, and he goes for the early taunt to get the cleanse.
Immediately finds that summoner spell there from Hans Sama, so could provide the opportunity potentially for an early gank, especially considering Shun is starting top to bottom.
Exactly, Flowers. On always trying to set up stuff for Shun to be able to have opportunities, and since Shun is on the Xin matchup into a Vi, you're not even too scared if it was matched, and since it is not matched and junglers are pathing opposite directions, they will have a clear path. Of course, you see that kind of defensive ward down there in the river. They're trying to look out for any extra aggressive moves from the Xin. But here is the overall record of these two teams, as bottom lane is scrapping pretty heavily, Flowers, but we can safely go over.
Oh, maybe we can. On is not very safe anymore. Hansama tries to flash follow, and Viper wants to slow him down, but his first blood over to G2. And the root hits Viper. They're going to claim the cleanse from the Ashe as well. G2 responds to the aggro of BLG, and they will find first blood.
Okay, as the graphic is playing the overall record between these two teams at Riot International tournaments, Lebrov and Hansama say, yeah, I don't care if we haven't had a series yet. Shun is down here, though. He might be able to answer.
All right, Shun looking for it. He knows there's no flash on Hansama. Lebrov going to be your first target here, but the wind becomes lightning, does connect onto the Senna. He doesn't get the third of the Talon strikes. As Lebrov tries to get away, the flash is down. G2, however, does not lose a man, and they'll be happy with this.
When your Senna lane is doing this well early, well, Flowers, we've got more action.
Okay, Bin's now the one who could be in some danger. Skumon over the wall there with a Vault Breaker, but he does not collide with the Mbessa. Beautiful job escaping there by Bin. Doesn't lose a ton of health, but he does have to spend his flash.
Whew. Honestly, not disappointing already. Our,
fun.
The combined kills per minute from these two teams, the action here starting very early. Bottom lane, okay, yeah, On did go in and die at first blood, but remember, he also died first blood when he was playing the Camille support. And then, he started roaming around and making a bunch of plays with Shun, linking up with the junglers. So, yeah, we'll see. we'll see here if the Shen is able to bounce back. But this is so good for G2. Having the bottom lane here return, and it is just on, again, these aggressive taunts from him, but he gets locked up with the center route, and then they go for the chase. Another hook here from Lebrov lands, and with that flash, even with the slow, Viper trying to peel him, Hans is able to grab it.
And that attempt at appeal ends up also costing Viper the cleanse, like we mentioned in the moment. That Summoner spell still has about half the cooldown remaining, so the bottom lane of BLG is going to have to play cautiously.
All right, Boots of Swiftness, just one shot that purchase for Hans too. It's so hard to punish the Senate.
Whoa, Knight underneath the turret. Caps uses the flash to block the Justice Punch to guarantee that his opponent is going to take the turret aggro. Nice move there, as now bottom lane is once again a 2v2 battle. Viper finds a little bit of damage. BLG has the health bar advantage, but I really like that cheeky play from Caps over in mid.
Yeah, I definitely do too, and they trade flashes, so now mid lane is a good gank opportunity. Obviously, bottom lane is a good gank opportunity, Flowers, and so is top lane, because Skumond already ganked top and they got the flash out of Bin. So this is a jungler's paradise, Flowers. This is what really put junglers to the test, is when you have to balance so many like volatile lanes that have opportunities, but also you have to farm, you have to keep your farm up, get to your level 6, and get to your Scuttle Crab fights. First of all, we're not even going to have the Scuttle Crab spawn before Dragon, because Shun is going to take this one while Skumond is on top side, so he's going to get the extra little experience boost from this Dragon off their pushing bottom lane. And that is gonna do some nice things for him, but there are so many opportunities to find kills in this game with so many laners' flashes being down.
Well, you've pointed out, hey, this is a test of your ability to make sound judgments as a jungler, and I feel like if you're Shun, you're happy stealing away that first Drake 5.5 minutes into the game, guaranteeing that G2 can't contest because of the state of bot lane like you were talking about.
Yeah, you want to try and take advantage before the Senna has souls, right? That's why they keep on scrapping, keep on looking for these fights, because before the Senna has souls, you should be able to get advantages. It's just that G2 outplayed them and got their early kill on the Hans Sama, which we said he invested in movement speed. The Boots of Swiftness allow Senna to dodge out so many ganks. She's already hard to catch and pretty slippery with the Shroud, but with that extra move speed, it goes such a long way. And then, of course, reduces the effectiveness of that Ashe attempted peel that we were talking about with those slows.
Top lane is not looking so fun for Broken Blade right now. Bin does have total control over this 1v1. Up about 2 waves of CS right now, and you can see Broken Blade taking a recall. He does not have his teleport cooldown back yet, so this is going to be some minions lost. Luckily, it is a cannon wave, so that should absorb most of this for him, but Bin will be happy with the lead that he's built for himself.
And again, don't go flaming Broken Blade for like, failed counter pick or whatever. It's like an attempted nullifying pick, and trying to use it to shut down mobility like you were talking about, but Bin is doing a really good job taking advantage of it and punishing him for that. Even with the G2 jungle pressure up there, Bin is making a very, very sound investment here, grabbing turret plates as well as such a big farm lead.
Yeah, the way that I'm going to judge Broken Blade's efficacy on this pick is what he stops with the steadfast presence in the team fights, because there's so much stuff that's pretty easily telegraphed, right? And Bessa, if she's anywhere, she's dashing. That's just what the character does. Justice Punch on Galio is very easy to react with the steadfast presence to. And then Shun and On also having those big dashes. So Broken Blade, yeah, the lane's going to suck, but you're going to have a lot of opportunities to make the team fights really shine.
And Bin, deserves credit. He's making it suck for Broken Blade more than it's supposed to suck.
Okay. He's leveling it up.
Yeah, he's doing quite a good job.
Ooh, Cap's in some danger now, though. Here comes the taunt into the 3 Talon strike. Shun providing some help there tonight. And the winds of war will blow down Caps. BLG are on the board.
Nice punishment here. We talked about all the flashes being down, Flowers. They go mid. Shun is able to find efficacy there as well. Turret plate after the kill. It is a cannon wave as well, so the cannon is going to die there. Caps does not have teleport to get back. Skumond will take the opportunity to sneak into the Grub's pit, though, and at least get some objectives here for G2, given the fact that BLG already got the early dragon. He wants to slip in here and get something back.
Yep, and he's got Broken Blade up there as well. The state of the top lane perfectly favors G2 being able to secure all 3 of the grubs. So Skumond will complete that. Broken Blade hanging around just to make sure nobody is in the area to try to mess with him. Important to note right now, On is about 90% of the way to level 6, so keep your eyes on the Stand United. This is one of the longest cooldown ultimates in the game. It's like 3 minutes or something, if I'm recalling correctly. So when On uses this early on in the game, we really need to see it result in either preventing a kill or making a kill happen. If you use the Shen ult and it gets wasted, it feels so bad.
Yeah, certainly does. On though, River Shen activated.
All right.
Roaming around, and he's actually accomplished so much when he links up with Shun. We talked about it last time, but Cap's nice little speed boost right here, just with the shield. Able to evade the Galio setup, and they have plenty of wards there to see some of the travelers through this river and through this attempt at Caps' life, so Caps avoids it nicely.
All right, we've got 1 minute on the clock until our next Drake spawns. It's going to be a very early second Drake because the first Drake only got to be alive for about 30 seconds before Shun secured it for BLG. Considering this second Drake might result in a fight, I want to check in on where all the gold is at right now, where G2 has the advantage in the bottom lane support and AD carry, both with individual leads, but it is the solo laners for BLG, and we heard the analyst desk talk about that at the top of the day. Emily, I believe, was the one who mentioned that the power of the solo lanes, the skill of Knight and Bin, is going to be something that G2 needs to prove they can stand toe-to-toe with if they want to be able to win this best of 5.
Yeah, something everybody who plays against them is going to have to deal with, and one of the greatest strengths. BLG, it's always so fun to watch their skirmishes. These early stages just are so exciting where they can get skirmishes throughout the river, and
Oh, the force of the flash on Caps there with the arrow. If that collides, Caps is 100% dead, but having to use the flash also feels so bad. Anti-Flash Tibbers is the character. It's why you draft this champion, and now Caps won't have that opportunity for the next 5 minutes. Taunt Flash coming in from On. Here's your heroic entrance, but Knight is just a little bit too late there. Their opponents were able to get away in time, but Broken Blade with the solo kill in top lane. I got to see the replay of how that one happened. BB with the beautiful solo onto Bin's Ambessa.
There it is, Ambessa nullified. Nice job, Broken Blade. The solo bolo, and Lebrov had avoided the Galio ult on bottom side. G2 winning everywhere. Even though Caps does take a large chunk of HP, they're still on the dragon.
Okay, but On and Viper are nearby. So is Knight. Dredge line onto On as the Ocean Drake is already secured. Now BLG's got to try to get away. Defensive taunt from On, but Viper is in the wrong side of the map. Shun with the wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge. Looking to put some damage onto Hansama. On still staying alive with about 200 HP. Lebrov is low, but G2 is fine. Dawning Shadow fired into the BLG health bars. BLG wants something, but they can't get anything back. G2 find another kill and the dragon.
All right, they're just on fire right now, Flowers. Wait a second, Caps though, he does not have flash, so Knight wants to mess around.
Knight lands the taunt there onto Skumond as he goes in. Shun still following behind his mid laner as On arrives here with the Stand United. That's what I said earlier, Kobe. That Shen ulti has to result in something, and so far it results in a kill. Viper's still hanging around here too. 3 G2 players underneath the tier 1 turret. Compromised health bars, but BLG doesn't have the resources to try to dive them.
Yeah, I mean, they got to calm down now. The pace,
pump the brakes.
The pace was really, really accelerated there for a while. With a big investment. They invested the flash from Shen and the Galio ult to start that play on Lebrov way back when, Flowers, before Broken Blade had solo killed Ben as well. And that was a big investment at the an attempt on the Nautilus's life, and Lebrov just flashed out of the range. So really good sequence from G2 afterwards. Skumond stays on the dragon. He finishes the objective. Then they go for the turn, and they know that Shen has no flash from last time. He tried to use it on Lebrov, and then they focus him down, so Hans is able to flash to safety, and Skumond just stays on that Shen. They get their kill. But remember, Flowers, this fight goes so long, that Shen that just died is going to get back up and ult back, and ult back into the fight here, right on top of Knight, on his back. His action score is staying very, very high in this game. Right after he dies, gets back up, and ults back into the action.
That G2 fan jumped up out of his seat. He was excited. bonk. I love the crowd here in Brazil, man. As Bin scrapping with Broken Blade yet again. Keeper's verdict. Only the point-blank range, but he sidestepped away from the ultimate. Public execution doesn't hit, but it doesn't matter. Broken Blade's already dead as Shun wants to make it a second one on to Skewmon, but nice patience there from Skew. Getting away with the Vault Breaker, providing enough distance from Shun to guarantee that he survives, except maybe not, because here comes River Shen. He wants to get that last little bit of damage, but he just doesn't have it. Skewmon stays alive, but the pressure is there for BLG in the top side of the map.
Locket of the Iron Stellaris Shen, not enough damage to finish off.
Locket doesn't do enough first.
Skewmon. But they did have a really good play, and credit to Viper. The Ash Arrow is what started that all off. Ash Arrow from downtown. Meanwhile, Knight, fairly tanky.
Yeah, he takes a bit of a beating, loses about half his health bar, but again, we're still pretty early on in the game. Hans is not a powerhouse yet on the Senna. He has the static shift to provide the extra wave clear. Yeah. There's your Coinbase gold grind kind of showing where our AD carries are at so far in this game. Overall, it's a 1,000 gold lead for BLG, so still very close over the first 14 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and they also got to add the soul grind flowers for Hans Sama here.
That rhymes.
Because, that is also a critical part to the scaling of this champion, of course. Looks like he is going for the Black Cleaver style build here on Senna afterwards as well. So gonna have that extra shred between him and Vi. Oh, really nice replay from the observers. That Ash Arrow that we were talking about got a shot here from Viper from downtown, and it went through the terrain, so BB didn't have opportunity to dodge that at all. Just unfortunate for him. He got sniped by Viper, and Bin gets to get the kill.
Good shot from Viper, and now BLG are deciding they are going to go for the Rift Herald. It is desynced from the Dragon timer. You still see about 60 seconds on the clock until that third Drake of the game spawns. Bin has control. He has priority and push in the top lane, so that means it's difficult for Broken Blade to try to rotate and respond to this. It's a free Herald for Shun and BLG.
Okay. See if they actually want to use that mid at some point so they can actually open up the map here. Because if you've got Galio and Shen on your team, if you can take that mid lane and then start to move your vision in through both sides of the jungle, you put so much pressure on them when they're rotating between objectives, especially with how they've been playing and the heavy engages that have gone off.
Those trades are so nasty from Knight onto Caps. With the Hallowed Radiance completed, with the Quest Evolved boots, this Galio is scary for the Annie to deal with.
Yeah, Annie, this whole game has really been taking a beating with the pace of the game. We'll see if he does end up getting to make a big Tibbers play or something, but as you said, it's a full completed item on the Galio, and Annie, wait.
Ooh, nice arrow from Viper, but a nice buffer through it with the dredge line. Comes out from Lebrov, staying safe for now. Knight arrives with the taunt, but another good buffer from Lebrov. He gets hit by two powerful CCs, and he gets away from both of them by Spider-Manning back to the terrain. However, now there's no arrow on the Ash. Now the Dragon is already alive. Cap's coming around. He has the flash available here for the Tibbers if G2 wants to try to fight, but no, it's on driving the Herald, a combat Rift Herald, going in to knock down the tier 1 turret, and now he goes in for the taunt right after. Skewmon's the only one who gets caught, but the heroic entrance is ready to follow up. Shun wants a little more, but G2 disengages in time. Tibbers dies. BLG will take the Dragon. They'll take the turret right after, and Mr. Kobe, they've taken a nearly 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Bin took Broken Blade's life while they were taking the Dragon, and he's going to take the tower on top side afterwards too. So, yeah, BLG accelerating pretty quickly here.
First we got Shen's revenge, now it's Bin's revenge.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you want to hear what the comms were like too of the Dragon fight, because both of them on top side can interrupt each other's teleports, and so they were both like keeping range on each other, and then it ends up with Bin having the open terrain fight here, opportunity to take down Broken Blade. So nice stuff there from Bin. Broken Blade gonna work on his Fimbulwinter and get extra tanky next, so he can provide some value in the team fights. You know, he wants to be tanky for the team fights, wants to be in there with a steadfast presence with the rest of the team, so he can block these dashes on the side of BLG, but I don't know if they're going to get the chance here. BLG doing a very good job accelerating, so the next Dragon, they're going to have a really good setup, and you can see they're already taking the opportunity, trying to get really deep vision in the jungle. the earlier you get your vision down leading up to important dragon fights, the easier it is to track enemies' vision and set up the next set of wards for yourself. So this, although it is very long until the next dragon, it already bodes quite well for BLG's setup.
So when I checked in earlier, it was BLG solo lanes with the lead, but the bottom lane of G2 pulling ahead over their counterparts. Now when you look at the scoreboard, everyone except for the jungle is pretty significantly ahead on the BLG side. If you're G2, how do you stabilize this? How do you make it so, okay, let's just keep scaling, keep farming souls for Hans without BLG just snowballing even further?
I mean, it's pretty hard, but they are going to have to choose their moment and, you know, look for the big Tibbers play from Caps. I mean, you know, you can actually start it off multiple ways. Obviously, they have Vi and they have Nautilus too, but they have to get their big surprise play here. Okay. Maybe carve out some vision for themselves like they've just done. We were mentioning all the setup, and look at that. It's all turned red now, all the wards. So Lebrov and Skumond able to clear out a lot of these wards and get themselves a pathway here to set up that big play. We'll say, of course, Hans always scaling here, always stacking up the souls. His Black Cleaver we were talking about is also completed. So they can shred. They can really shred through front line. Vi denting blows, Black Cleaver on the Senna. We'll see what they decide to go with here. Until the big moment, though, they're just trying to safely tend to their side lanes. It's a little bit difficult because of the Shen and the Galio that we mentioned, but they're doing it fairly nicely right now. You just had that reset. Caps goes back out. He can just catch top side. He has his teleport ready, no problem.
And you're talking about the second item being done on the Senna. There's second items coming out in a couple of different places here as well. Viper with the Phantom Dancer completed for Ashe. Spear of Shojin done for Bin makes Ambessa so much more obnoxious to deal with in the fights with the extra cooldowns, the extra power there. As Lebrov gets tagged by a volley, but not a whole lot more. Dredge line from Lebrov, not going to hit a target there, as G2 does have 4 men here in the mid lane, while Knight pushes bottom, and you can see Bin pushing top, while On and Viper just defend, hold the line here in mid. Shun continues clearing his camps. He's now caught back up to Skumond in terms of individual gold. 60 seconds, a little bit more, remains before our next dragon is going to spawn. I'm curious if G2 will want to fight for this. It's still only 2 Drakes for BLG, so they won't get the soul just yet, and taking a fight in open ground with a 3K gold deficit at 20 minutes can be pretty scary.
Yeah, definitely can. They could opt for maybe top side play. They could cross map, maybe finish off the rest of that turret or something, and exchange some gold for it and just keep Hansama stacking souls. Or they have the flashes ready, so okay, it'll be interesting to see the decision. BLG here, of course, trying to keep track of both, and Bin is able to push out the top side first, so Bin should always be able to get first move. He's 2-item Ambessa, very threatening with his Spear of Sojin done.
Okay, so looking at the scoreboard, every summoner spell for both teams is available except for the cleanse from Hans. Skumon gets stunned up by the arrow. Knight wants to follow in for the taunt, but a nice interrupt from Lebrov means that BLG will not be able to chain CC the enemy jungler. However, Skumon has lost about 40% of his HP with 10 seconds left until the objective is on the map. G2, however, have first walk into the river. Shun with the rest of BLG here in the mid lane. As you're going to see a TP coming in from Bin off to the side. He wants the pincer attack on the Ambessa. There's no wards to see where he is from the G2 squad. As BLG waiting for now. G2 starting up the Drake. On goes in for the taunt, but Broken Blade Steadfast Presence is going to block it. A little bit of damage comes out from Viper. Capped with the defensive Tibbers. G2 scrambling to try to defend themselves as Shun jumps into the middle, and now Bin has joined the battle, and Skumond is already down. They continue charging forward, and BLG wants more blood. Shun chasing after Cap. Viper flashes away to stay alive, and Lebrov is going to be the sacrifice. Shun dies to Broken Blade. As it's 1-for-1, and it's both the junglers, Kobe. The dragon's still on the map, and there's nobody with Smite still standing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they got so split in that fight. It does end up being 1-for-1, so G2 gets some gold back, but it's still going to be Dragon number 3 and setting up BLG for Soul. Coming in 5 minutes. Let's see. So, Bin, you mentioned the teleport really early on. He comes in, he gets his big shield for his top lane quest, and they choose their moment once they see the split and all the initiation going the other way. Broken Blade did get the Poppy ultimate, but Shen and Galio both just ult in anyway. Shen tries to go over the wall and they're chased on Caps, and that's where Broken Blade is able to peel for Caps, though, and answer the kills and take out enemy jungle. Despite that, kind of defensive 1 kill going back the way of G2 though. BLG still accomplished their goal, get their 3rd dragon, and we're looking towards the Infernal Soul here to add that extra damage.
Yeah, Infernal Soul, sometimes different souls can feel like they're better or worse in different games. I feel like Infernal Soul always feels good, just having that extra burst potential there, as the gold lead has shrank back down below 3,000, so G2 will feel good about that, and it looks like they might be looking to make a move towards Knight here, as Broken Blade tackles him into the wall. Caps and Skewmond both coming in to follow up. Knight tries to get away, but nice stun from Caps locks him up before he makes it over to the Blast Cone. Yeah, he gets away from Skewmond, but he walks right back in towards the other 2, and Skewmond takes the kill anyway. G2 get their 5th one.
Yeah, great movement here from Broken Blade. You know, as soon as he's like, oh, Knight is going to trade on me, he starts walking for a good angle on his charge and ensures that the extra members of G2 can get that kill.
Ooh, On finding himself taking a little bit of unnecessary damage here. He flashes away from Skewmond. The depth charge is on the BLG support. However, he flashes underneath the turret, and that makes it too dangerous for G2 to follow up.
And you're still going to have to worry about Bin. This Mbessa is going to get really, really scary here. Honestly, already is. Bin, during the bottom side play, where G2 sent 3 people across the minimap there, was able to get that secondary turret on the top side. So Bin working out on the split push up there, and we'll keep track, because level 16 here for him, definitely very threatening.
Steel Sigil in the inventory means that we're going to get something like a Guardian Angel or Death Stance, something that's going to be that much more obnoxious on this champion that already creates so much pressure. The tier 1 turret down here in the bottom lane for BLG is just barely standing. A single auto attack from any champion is going to knock that over. Caps drops Tibbers, trying to hit Viper with it, but really doesn't get a whole lot of value out of that ultimate. It's totally fine, though. There's nothing really big to fight for unless for some reason somebody starts a YOLO Baron. 2.5 minutes on the clock still until what will be the Infernal Soul for BLG spawns, and G2 will have to be ready for that. The good news for them is the gold lead continues to shrink. We went from about 3,500 down to about 2,500. Now we're below 2K, the lead for BLG, and that's 5 minutes later on in the game than when we had the 3,500 lead. So honestly, G2 is probably feeling a lot better about taking this fair fight in the river against BLG to stop the Soul.
Yeah, the thing I'm going to keep my eyes on is how much damage they're able to actually output. Hex optics here, though, for Hansama are completed, so Senna does get the 3rd item in time, and they definitely do need that. Every little bit of damage on this comp really is going to be meaningful. So you're going to have to keep track of BLG, how they use their shields, the Galio shield and the Shen shield. Those will be critical as well in setting up for this one. G2 trying to get some early positioning, but Bin's split push on top side always means BLG going to have the early push and early move.
And I like the going for Executioners here, going for Mortal Reminder for Viper as the 3rd item. Not only are you going to cut the Senna healing, but you're going to really reduce the effectiveness of that Protoplasm Harness on Lebrov's Nautilus. As now Broken Blade throws out the Keeper's Verdict. They want to try to burst On down. However, here comes the hero's entrance to reinforce. On just barely lives with about 50 HP. He had to make sure he stayed away from the dredge line. There's Shun with the defensive ulti here too. BLG forced away by G2. Unfortunately for the European team, there's still about 60 seconds left until that dragon spawns, so it's not going to guarantee that they can stop the Soul, but they definitely went out in health bars. They're going to force BLG to back off.
Interesting, because Broken Blade, no flash now, and he used his heal, but didn't die, as you say, and is just going to be able to reset here. So BLG still in a good position mid.
Yep, and there's your flash away from Skewmond. So now this sequence, in the past 30 seconds, Broken Blade, Skewmond, and Lebrov have all used flashes on the G2 side.
Exactly, and that's what you're looking for leading up to the Dragon. Now 30 seconds, though, on the Dragon. What those flashes did get G2 is position. Position with control wards in the river. Let's see if that actually matters.
And BLG still trying to take out this mid lane tier 1 turret of G2 that has refused to fall for the entire game thus far. TP coming in as Broken Blade joins up with the rest of G2. On looking to be the first one into the scrap here. Steadfast Presence isn't going to block anything immediately. On tackle back into the wall. Lebrov taking a ton of damage. Wind becomes lightning. Shun's creating space here with the ulti, but Lebrov is still alive. The Winds of War claim his life as Knight's going to be taken low and he's taken out. Tibbers is making a little bit of space, but in goes Bin. Down goes Broken Blade. Caps is the one who gets the kill credit on Knight, but the Wind becomes lightning, finds the Annie. Bin's got to be careful here. Hansama still has a lot of left, but there's your public execution. Bin's going into the middle of everybody. Mbessa tears G2 apart.
dumpster, Flowers. What a turn from Biz Ambessa.
He put him in the dumpster. He took him out to the curb. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. He called the garbage collection company early because Ben is having no more of it. BLG with a crazy play from their top laner, and G2 definitely want that one back.
We warned you, you're gonna have to worry about Bin. The Ambessa is getting so scary, but the double ult from Broken Blade at the beginning is really big. Turns it into a 3v5, but look, Viper, he's trying to pepper from the side here. Knight survives for a fairly long time, as does Bin, and Bin is the one doing all this work. Then you start to be like, oh, do we have to really respect this Senna? It's so annoying already with 3 items, the range, it's starting to get bad, but Bin says, no, I don't care. And the best part about this replay, his whole team, look at the minimap, they were leaving.
Yeah.
The rest of BLG were leaving, going to Dragon. They were going to do the objective. And Bin said, I don't care. I see the angle. They're all grouped up. I'm going in with the ult. I get the triple effectiveness there. He hit everybody. Man, insane.
Ben, when he's in form, is just such a monster. This Ambessa, 7-1-1. He is 7 out of 10 of the kills on his team. He just got as many kills in the cleanup of that fight as the rest of the team has put together, and also all of those are on Knight.
Ben is for sure G2 father, showing it. He's got a QSS, Flowers.
Oh my goodness, he is just, he's out of control. All right, it's a 7,000 gold lead, plus an Infernal Soul, plus Baron for BLG. G2 have got to make a miraculous defense here at this point. All 5 grouped up, Dredgeline hits Shun, immediate defensive Zen ulti in response. Gonna stop G2 from going any further forward right now. Shun's gonna pop the blast cone just so it can't interfere if any fights do break out. Hans, Broken Blade, and Lebrov trying to defend this. Caps answering Knight over in the mid lane here at the same time. Baron empowered cannon minions, 2 of them continuing to chip away at this turret HP. BLG on the push. Another volley hits, and the volley is so nasty with the Infernal Soul, Kobe. It feels like it doubles the damage of the thing, as there goes the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. Pressure continues over in mid. Lebron's just gonna die. Bin, legendary, 8 kills here on the Ambessa. Tibbers was used. There's no way now for them to have that big initiation. Broken Blade and the rest of G2 trying to defend, but they have to do it 4v5 for the next 30 seconds. I don't even know if BLG is going to give them the chance. Those 2 cannon minions, still the artillery power of BLG, putting the pressure onto the turrets. Broken Blade stepping forward, trying to create some space, buy a little bit of time, but he's down below half HP. It's very, very dangerous, even for the tanky Poppy. The cannon minions will take out that first Nexus turret, and BLG have now claimed 2 inhibitors, 1 Nexus turret, and the back of G2 is broken.
And it was broken by Ben. I mean, honestly, no matter what side you are on, even European fans, you have to marvel at Ben at the international stage when he is at his best, when he is just performing. It is so fun to watch. And this is Aftermath, of course, the previous play is where Ben did all the work. He's gonna do a little more work here. He's like, all right, you know, I'm gonna dash in and snipe Lebrov, 1 more kill. But the reason BLG are wearing Infernal Soul and Baron right now also are because of him.
Bin it to win it. This dude is putting in so much heavy lifting in game number 1. Viper with a nice arrow onto Caps. There's your taunt flash from On to follow it up. Defensive Tibbers isn't going to matter. The Bear's going to get removed from the Rift immediately. And now with the mid laner dead for 45 seconds, you have to think this is the game-ending push here for BLG. Viper might be below half HP, but he's already got a Guardian Angel. BLG looking to take the fight now. Skewmon into the back line with the Dawning Shadow over the top. Viper is dropping low, but the GA is still there. Shun retreating back to stop the divers from G2. On dies to Hans Sama. Shun is still low. Resurrection's going to come out onto Skewmon through his own Guardian Angel. Broken Blade escapes off to the side, but Skewmon is down. They continue going forward, and Hans Sama is caught. G2, this is their last gasp in game 1. Knight takes the kill on the Brav. BLG has a 5v1. There's nothing Broken Blade can do to defend it. That Nexus is not long for this world. Can they get the ace at the very end, right on the steps of the fountain? I believe they can. Ace for Ben and BLG. Game 1 goes their way.
Huh. Flowers, I wonder who people will vote for player of the game.
I do not know, Kobe. I am truly perplexed.
I truly am confused and wonder, analyst-esque, what do you think?
Huh.
Don't care. Didn't ask. Guys, I'm tired of
She's
this
mad.
Bin guy over and over again. Every international event, he's adding I'm starting on Europe, play to his book collection. Like, guys, can we, Bin, can you stop? Can you chill? You're good.
Maybe a little bit.
We get it. You're really good. You don't have to style on us every time.
So Emily, on
has no
Pog, right?
chill.
On Pog?
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean,
It's fine. It's game one.
yeah.
What was it
Bin-
about, though?
It was, I mean, it was about
Besides
getting
Bin.
ahead. And I will say this. When we were looking at draft,
Yeah.
Raz and I were like, where's the damage coming
Yeah, I
from?
don't see it.
And we have this fight where we're going to be able to see kind of, this is Bin preparing for a really great flank onto Skewmon.
Yeah, and the one thing I wanted to point out here before we actually started out was basically Poppy doesn't have any real targets to ult. If she ults out the Galio, a Galio is going to be able to re-enter the fight with ulti, right? If you ult out the Shen and if you play the rest of the game out because they're protecting their backline, yes, you ult out on, guess what? Shen ultis right back into the fight and they get their engage. So it's really difficult from Poppy's perspective, even with the solo kill that happened top lane. It's like, well, how are you going to actually start the fights out?
But after all of this, actually, it was still only 1-for-1 trade in this fight, right? And so the big thing is when we were looking at these comps, we were like, okay, if G2 is able to really play front to back with the Senna, then they can get some damage done. But this game was so much slower,
right,
than what I ever
Yeah.
expect out of BLG.
Yeah.
So with this composition, they got so tanky. This was their
Oh, wow.
combined kills per minute from day one.
Yes.
And now we're gonna swap to
What happened today?
Today, which is just before in the first part of the game. I believe, yeah, day one, they were 5.8 and 6 kills at 14. This game was 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Much slower game. But guess who got ahead?
Who?
Bin.
Yes, he did.
And so now we have to show that. I'm sorry, Laura. We have to show
It's fine, I'm used to it.
Do we have like a
Ambessa-
seat out here for her? Can we like,
Yeah,
so we can
I'm gonna
just
sit
like, just so you can chill out for a little bit as we show the crowd?
absolutely have to show, this is going to be a pretty long and extended team fight. It initially looks not so bad for G2, right? Like Hans is here, he's kind of free hitting, they try to get onto him, but then, you know, Knight comes in, we still have Hans, he's still firing, it's like, okay,
Here comes
okay,
Ben.
we're good, but no, Bin just decides he's gonna be able to go in, he's already so far
Well, that's the
ahead.
end of the fight, right?
No one, no.
Are you
Because
sure?
here comes Bin. He's gonna go back in. Bam! Public execution, gets right onto Hansama, caps, immediate triple kill.
You know what? Let's
Poor
replay
Lore.
that fight one more time. Can we replay that fight one more
No,
time?
it's fine. We get it.
Okay.
No, but honestly, really good, really clean on this side of BLG. Guys, I've said it about G2.
Nice
I want
cinematic.
them to think. Are we doing that again? No, come on, guys, come on. Like, honestly, I'm gonna
Where's the
find
seat?
you.
Sit down.
Do you have anything else you
Watch
want
the
to find out?
show.
We'll just leave it playing in the back. It should come as no surprise to you. Our player of the game.
Oh yeah, player of the
Ben.
game. Player of the game. Ben.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Well done.
Graham, I'm gonna. I'm coming to the MCR after this one.
He's reveling in this one as well.
That was super clean. Good thing Ambessa is gonna go on the ban list for the next one, guys. What do we want to see for the next game here? Because I said about G2, I want them to think outside the box. Now I want them to go back in the box a bit.
Well, to be fair,
you don't
I
have
think
to make it overly complicated for
Look,
yourself.
it's a democracy. I want to see what the fans out there chose because we are all aligned on Bin. That makes
yeah,
sense.
that's pretty.
That makes sense.
I like the shoutouts for On though.
Yeah, a little bit. But yes, in terms of what do we go for next, I think you go for the same kind of strategy because at least for BLG, even though you don't have access to the Ambessa, you still have like a great Yorick player, a great Jax player, anything that can play heavily through sides. I still like the idea from G2. Initially, like the moment I saw the Senna pick, I'm like, okay, Senna, Vi, Annie, you want to be able to make a play through mid lane, you can do that. If you want to be able to make a play through top side and trying to find a pick, I like the idea. The damage was pretty minimum, which I didn't like too much. But yes, it didn't really pan out, did it?
Listen, it doesn't start with success. It starts with delusion. And as long as there's delusion, there's hope. And as long as we can play Ambessa again, maybe that's going to help us. BLG, super strong start here in game one. Let's see if G2 can come back next one.
We can safely go over. Oh, maybe we can. On is not very safe anymore. Hansama tries to flash, following Viper, wants to slow him down, but his first blood over to G2. Bin's got to be careful here. Hansama still has a little bit left, but there's your public execution. Bin's going into the middle of everybody. Ampesa tears G2 apart. Skumon is down. They continue going forward, and Hansama is caught. G2, this is their last gasp in game one. Ace for Bin and BLG, game one goes their way.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
How many kick-ups can you do? Go.
Oh, car. 是这样。你3个，不行，我来。
Okay. Jun, can you beat 4?
我操！我知道了。还行 ，OK。过了。赢了吗？
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, Owen by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. See, I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. what do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Where I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown.
嗯，其实今天和 BFX 的交手的话，也没有想过打满5局吧，就可能更多的是因为我们第2把就被大翻盘，所以才打满了。我觉得1比2的时候，我们沟通的话就还是打得慢一点吧，就我们不管优势还是劣势都打得非常急。就我觉得他们打得好的地方，就他们围绕 AD 做进攻就做得非常好。今天第一场比赛就虽然我们赢了嘛，但可能就失误还是比较多吧，就感受其实还是没特别的好吧，这周还是要好好调整。不管是每次上场的时候还是下场的时候，就欢呼声非常大，所以就非常激情。就大家打比赛感受也是非常好的。对粉丝说的话，就虽然今天赢下来，但还是挺多地方就做不好吧。就下次打比赛会让你们更放心的去看的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026 and our first qualifier best of 5 out of the group stage. Whoever wins this series is going to the next phase. It's G2 versus BLG, and game number 1, Kobe, was really close for a very long time, and then Bin happened.
Yeah, our question for game number 2 is going to be, how do you actually nullify Bin?
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Because yeah, that's the number one thing. You know, the solo laners of BLG, they are fearsome to say the least, and we'll see what G2 can cook up this time around. Of course, getting deeper and deeper into Fearless, so maybe we get a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, when BLG had 10 kills last game, 7 were Bin and 3 were Knight, and the other 3 guys were along for the ride, just having a good time on the road trip. So these solo
On was having a good time. He was action-packed, constantly going in.
Man, the support Shen made it happen. The only time Bin died the whole game was the solo death to Broken Blade up there in the top lane. So even though BB did slow down that Mbessa early on with the solo kill, with the outplay, it wasn't enough to stop him from running wild, as now G2 is going to focus the support role here again. It's Karma, Bard, and Jarvan banned out by G2. 2 out of 3 of those are the same as game number 1. It's just they replaced the Varus with the Bard. Over on the other side, BLG taking out Orianna, Rise, and Rumble yet again. G2 selected first pick. BLG picked blue side.
So I have pretty big, priority on Pantheon. I know I'm really focused on jungle usually, but Pantheon looks really, really powerful here with Xin and Vigon already early, Jarvan out as well. It just provides so many things. You can build a lot of comps around point-and-click CC as well as the semi-global. There's your Varus Flowers. You know, it gets
Explains
dropped.
why they didn't ban it.
Yeah, it gets dropped, and so you immediately are going to get the pickup. G2 opt to ban the Rise again instead. The Orianna and Rise will stay banned. And this time around, gonna get the common Sivir here picked up. So
your average everyday Sivir.
Nothing too crazy yet. Yeah, pretty common answer here. Focus on the minion wave. You have your spell shield to keep you safe. And Alistar, another initiation champion here for On to get the action started, as well as get the peel. I mean, with spell shield and an Alistar bodyguard, already showing some pretty good protection here for Viper for BLG.
Yep, and we'll see how the laning phase goes for them. You can see this Nico
It's about
hover.
to get worse.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Nico hover right now, Varus is already obviously a very powerful laner. Nico is a very powerful laner too. Alistar is also a champion in the game.
Yeah,
so
Sivir
it's not going to be fun.
on the minion wave, you know?
Yep.
We focus on the minion wave
about
here.
it.
We clear the minions out. It's the farming. But yeah, Varus Nico, one of the most fearsome bottom lanes. So G2 have decided, hey, let's go bot prio. Try this.
Ooh, the
yes.
Skewmon special. Dr. Mundo locked in.
Skewmdo?
Skewmdo?
Skundo?
Dr. Skewmdo locked in for the European representatives.
The Skewmondo. Ah, that's kind of cooler.
There we go. All right, the Skewmondo.
Skewmondo attack. All right. It's a special, as he said, for him. Adopted it really, really early on, and we'll see about that scaling. Ooh, shouldn't some carry jungle action here with the Nefiri would be fun, but not quite yet. And the Pantheon that I was looking at so heavily just goes all the way through. Plenty of other options here, and they decide to go with the Gnar. Gnar, very versatile top lane, so feels very, very safe picking it here. But I'll say, versus Broken Blade, he cooks, man. You could get a Yasuo up there. You could get some counter picks that really focus on trying to kill Gnar when he's mini form.
Well, remember in game number 1, the second half of the draft for BLG was banning out responses to the Ambessa that they pick on what I believe was, again, their 3rd pick. And we're seeing what could be a similar story here. However, they do have to pivot a little bit. When you draft Alistar and Sylas isn't banned, Sylas loves stealing Unbreakable Will, so they're immediately going to ban that Sylas away, make sure he can't be the raid boss that they cannot actually have the gear for. So that's banned out by the BLG side as Ahri is removed by G2.
And you can play Sylas into Gnar as well, so some double effectiveness there. Depending on what G2, how deep do they want to go into the dark magic picks? Let's see. Keeping away Knight's Ahri. Yes.
Never a bad idea.
Never a bad idea. Thing is, with Knight, it's like, he literally...
He's got a lot of good stuff.
You can't really ban him out, and Azir's not even very good anymore. So, they did snipe it. They also mentioned.
They're banning out the pocket pick, the respect given to Broken Blade. It's one of those classic solo queue counters that you almost never see in pro play, but Broken Blade is one of the rare players that is willing to just say, no, I will slam it down. If I can beat you on ladder, I can beat you on land. And he's not going to get the opportunity here. So let's see. Does G2 want to try to double ban against Knight here in the mid lane, or do they have other ideas? It will be another target on Knight's back. The LeBlanc banned away.
Okay, whittle down a little bit more on the effective champ pool. As we said, though, and Knight's pool goes about as deep as it can go.
Okay,
so
what do we got?
Beat around it. Honestly, they're already like their first 3 are really versatile, so they're not kind of like pinned down in any one direction.
Well, this
I did like this, though.
This would be what you were talking about earlier, right? How this is one of the premier jungle champions right now, especially when you're up against an immobile 80 carry like Varus. If you ever find the opportunity to make a play, even early on in the lanes, or even once people start grouping, if you can get a good angle on the back line onto the Varus, it's so hard for him to deal with Pantheon just crashing down on top of his head. And okay, this is a front line for the G2 composition. Mundo and Sion probably, I would have to say, like the 2 tankiest champions in the game. Like, I would probably put them at number 1 and 2. I don't know which one's which.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
they're...
You could, like, people can make arguments, but you've got a good, that's a good couple picks there, Flowers.
I would feel pretty strong supporting this, right? So yeah, it's a massive, massive wall.
Yeah.
And you were talking about Knight's deep pool of champions. Knight Syndra, one of his most well-known, well-respected, and damn well-feared picks in the Syndra.
And Flowers, it's with the Pantheon, point and click stun.
Oh no.
Knight's already good at hitting his Syndra stuns, but you can make it extra good here. He's also really good at like hiding his Syndra orbs in terrain and stuff like that, and is playing a lot of mind games and getting like multi-angle double stuns off and stuff. So it should be fun watching this one. There is a possibility always, though, when you see this champion, Syndra, why it's not more prevalent is it doesn't have mobility, of course. And so you can try and put pressure on Syndra and attack it. Mundo, obviously, when your passive is up, you can try and just run straight through and land some slows on her. And if you've got an Aurora, too, that's some good burst damage. So you can try and attack it, try and attack Knight, and see what happens.
We'll see how well it works because BLG's plan for a lot of the early game last game, they put so much pressure onto Caps. It felt like we never really got to see the big Flash Tibbers moment from Caps' Annie. His Flash was always under pressure from all the arrows from Viper. There was a lot of attention paid towards him. Once Knight got the lead, it was impossible for the Annie to really deal with the Galio in any sort of a situation. So maybe if G2 can return that favor, that could be the secret sauce to tying up this series. Remember that game number 1 was really close for a really long time. It was about a 1,000 gold lead for a significant part of the game, but then the bin triple kill. That kind of just ripped the game open.
And guess what? Sion's not going to do much to slow down Gnar, bro.
Probably not.
Broken Blade is on. Broken Blade's just on tank duty. It seems like this series. It seems like G2's call is all right. Just be our front line, you know, and we'll try and win some team fights later. Honestly, it's not a bad call versus BLG to just say, hey, we are gonna pick tanky and we're gonna try to outplay you in 5-on-5s because you know that has been a way to attack BLG. BLG are so good in like in skirmishes and you know when you're trying to challenge their solo laners, but. If you try and opt to, okay, we're just going to get some tanks, some front line, and try and 5-on-5 you, then that's a worthy call. But in the current scenario, and after experiencing the previous game, you have to wonder what type of heroics Bin's going to go for this time around.
Well, we're already getting the 2v2 battling at level 1 down here in the bottom lane. As you would pretty much expect this to go, everybody wants to fight for that early priority, that early control, and it is BLG ticking level 2 first. Both of our junglers are starting on the top half of the map. We'll be pathing towards bottom side, so every summoner spell, every low health bar will be that much more juicy if a jungler can get his hands on it.
Yeah, certainly will. And again, we have, well, we have wards, Raptor ward for G2, so they are going to see the timing for Shun on Raptors here. So okay. They'll have basically perfect timing on Shun's clear, even though Shun is pulling the Raptors into the brush there. They'll see that they are dead, and so they can work around this. Mundo, of course, very quick clear and wants to keep up the power farm, wants to scale.
Okay, so Viper and On have the push, have the control here in the bottom lane. And I feel like when you're an Alistar against Varus and Nico, having the push in bottom lane, you're feeling great.
Yeah, Viper's doing a good job here, bouncing damage off the wave onto them. So some really good value there, and they actually forced the recall out of LeBron really early on. They forced the heal, and now they're going to force more.
They go after Hans Sama, the flash away from Hans, but the flash follow from On. It'll be a 1-for-1, but it is first blood over to BLG, and it is the AD carry on G2 that dies. Hans will at least be the one, of course, that gets that kill back. BLG would have preferred to have the first blood onto Viper, but still, they're going to kill Hans off. They're going to get this wave shoved up forward. Scumon's coming around down bottom, though, and if they get this kill onto Viper, that's going to feel really good. Viper is in some danger now, and surely there is no way out for this Sivir. Just going to walk into the turret, and Scumon even flashes to make sure he's the one who gets the kill.
Scumondo is getting paid, Flowers. Okay, so big ups to BLG's bottom lane. They forced out the heal and the back. On says, you know what? Since I'm flashing for this and dying for this, I am going to get the kill. I'm going to punch you for the extra money for first blood. It is a bigger deal when supports steal the first blood kill also.
Right.
Flowers, even more so. Plus, since you always want Sivir scaling as quickly as possible, obviously that would be ideal for him to get it. But, you know, they're under tower aggro, and the tower is already heating up. On, though, might die again.
Yeah, On is in a pretty precarious situation. Has to try to get away from Caps and Lebrov, as the Aurora only needs one more shot to take him out. Scatter the Weak tries to make the distance, but the twofold Hex finds its mark. G2 is up 3-1.
On, you do not get to go wherever you please.
Not as a level 3 Alistar.
I mean, it's especially when you already use your flash aggressively to make a play on bottom side. You have to be a little bit more patient, but his objective is to get this really deep vision. but you know, you oftentimes are going to have to sync up with your jungler, especially if you don't have flash anymore. And enemy has roam timer also, so you've got some something to answer for there, because now Caps did invest his flash, but Aurora with money is also more scary.
Oh yeah, you're happy to use the flash to get that little bit of extra acceleration early on. 700 gold lead for G2, punishing this aggro from BLG, and you can see once again, it's Skumond hanging around down here in the bottom lane, level 5 on the Mundo, about halfway towards level 6. As On and Viper are going to need to be careful. BLG got to make sure they don't get too excited, but the control over this bottom lane for Hans and Labrov means that Skumond can start this Drake up very early. This is a very similar timer to what we saw Shun do in game number 1. However, Shun is also down around this part of the map, level 5 on the Pantheon, but Caps has rotated over to the Drake. Shun might try to steal it away with a Comet Spear, hope that Skumond this time the smite or something, but it doesn't look like this is really a fightable angle for the BLG side, and the Dragon goes the way of G2 here nice and early, just like game number 1, right about 5.5 minutes in.
Yeah, good stuff here, G2 first Drake. I mean, if you're tracking Mundo games, being able to just full clear, grab a kill, and then full clear and grab a Dragon, it's looking pretty good for the efficiency here for the businessman. Yeah. Oh, he's capitalized the M as well. I love this. Skumondo is only one letter away. Wait a second. The Scuttle Crab, though. BLG saying that's not your crab.
Yeah, they're even bringing in a teleport for this. Shun takes away one of the honey fruits.
It is my crab.
It's only On's teleport, but they steal it away. This is the power of Syndra. Every jungler has had to deal with this before from Syndra, where she just yoinks the crab away and hand feeds it to her jungler instead. And that means it's very easy for Shun to be the first one to level 6, but Skumond will immediately hit level 6 right after. So both junglers now, it's a different type of playmaking that these ultis enable. Shun's is obviously the traditional type where you can get active on the map from a long distance away, but Skumond's enables some pretty audacious dives or big risky plays with the tankiness that will provide there for Dr. Mundo. As Knight Syndra does have a small CS lead over Caps' Aurora, but considering Caps has been roaming around towards the Dragon, towards that fight that was down there to catch On earlier and give him that first kill, he's still got the gold lead himself. Only gold lead right now on the map for BLG is the top lane for Bin over Broken Blade with that Gnaw.
Yeah, been doing quite nice. Ooh, gets the wave and some damage.
Feels good about that. And here comes Shun. This is another one of those ultis, just like the Shen ulti in game number 1. Pantheon's Grand Starfall needs to find success on first usage. Otherwise, you're feeling pretty bad. And there they go. Meanwhile, back over in the mid lane, On could be the target here yet again. Hansama and Skumond are not close enough to really do a whole lot here, as On and Knight are going to continue retreating back into their own jungle. You can see Labrov walking up as fake Caps, but I don't think BLG are going to fall for that one after they got their freebie in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, you know Pantheon's on top side, just ulted up there, and he's going to be clearing down, so Skumond is trying to make him pay for that gank. He's trying to make him pay for Broken Blade's life and get this whole red quadrant, so G2 at least can get some value there, but looks like BLG are going to say, fine, that's an easy payment. We'll make that payment, and we will purchase the Void Grubs.
Pay out the card, no interest, not worried about that. Void Grubs are the point of contention here for Shun. So we're actually seeing the exact opposite story of the junglers in terms of objectives from game number 1. One gets the Dragon 5.5 minutes into the game. The other one gets a handful of consolation grubs a couple minutes later.
Plus, bonus, buy 3, get 1 Broken Blade free. Because you have to count.
Ooh, that's a deal.
Yeah, you got to count that kill that they got onto the Scion as part of the payment too. That was part of the investment in the top side of the map. You know my stance since the beginning of the season on the new grubs, though, Flowers. Obviously, they are nerfed and not
good.
They're nerfed. They're not worth much. So pretty sad.
Hey, they're worth money. You can kill them like they're wolves.
Yeah, they're worth less money than they used to. But Dragon, of course, you know, the Master Drake is going to always be really nice for this G2 squad. Wait a second. Is this going to result in anything on I'm looking at the bottom side also.
Okay.
And we just had On recall. So you always want to track your you know, support resets out of. Oh, a nice little ping there from G2 also. They're questioning where On is going to go. They're like, hey, On is kind of crazy with it, so he might not go back bottom lane, and we'll see. There could be a support roam, but now he's going to show bottom lane. They'll know, all right, everywhere is safe. And Labrov does the same thing. You reset out of base, go down mid lane first. You don't do the exact same thing, though, because Labrov turned into a minion. Let's see if he actually takes the minion line down mid lane. Nah, he's not going to do it.
Okay, you can see with Broken Blade arriving back to the top side. Sion ulti so useful for getting back into the lane and clearing out the wave at the same time. Bin uses the Mega Gnar to just slam Broken Blade into the wall, give himself time to jump away as Skumon was showing up here in the top side. But the problem is, Sion and Mundo, they both can kind of just walk at you once Sion's ulti is used. So for someone with the mobility of Gnar, you can get out of that one pretty easily. Shun just about has his ult ready to go. He does have that cooldown ready once more. First Grand Starfall was a success. I'm curious where the second one is going to go. Only 10 seconds on the clock until the Infernal Drake spawns. So I feel like if BLG is interested in that at all, Grand Starfall is probably going to be used to either set up for that or be used directly in a fight for that.
And Bin has his Trinity Force, so Bin does big damage. Trinity Force completed quite early on the Gnar. Doesn't have teleport though, so this dragon is safe from Bin interfering. No teleport, so it should just be a G2 dragon. Oh, wait a second, some pings? Do they actually? There were a lot of blue pings here from BLG. Maybe they were like, hey, if you see an angle on, you can Alistar combo and I'll Pantheon ult, but since there is no real good angle, they decide not to do the play at Dragon yet and just go for a lane hover from Shun. Skumon, of course, though, you got to remain efficient on Mundo. He has done so. Look at his farm. Now he's looking to pass by Knight.
Okay. Knight, however...
Is he just going to cross, though? He's waiting Cap's teleport. He's waiting Cap's teleport.
Down here in the bottom side. It's Labrov just getting bursted down. The patience from BLG's jungler pays off. They get a free kill on the enemy support, and they'll be happy with that one. With him out of the picture, it's easy for Viper to just get this wave shoved down.
Yeah, good use of your dead time while your camps are down. He actually, after going for that play, doesn't go for his Krugs instead. He's dropping his Krugs again to pressure mid.
You got to turn your dead time into their dead time. But a different kind of dead time, my friend.
I like that.
And Shun is good at making that dead time. As Skumon now has to be careful about trying to approach the river. BLG still have control. Labrov is back out onto the map now. Skumon's Mundo does have his Heart Steal completed, so wants to try to get some stacks on that one. On, however, down to about half HP. Immediately going to pop the Unbreakable Will, the burst down onto the Mundo, but it's not what BLG wanted. Skumon is tanking all the way through it with a maximum dosage, but Shun finally secures the kill. Broken Blade arrives to the fight for the Chains and Corruption, won't find a target. Shun does die. Viper looking for the damage here on to Cap. Labrov wants to get away, but Bin picks him up. Broken Blade needs a blast cone to get the hell out of town, and Caps is just barely walking away from Viper. The Sivir has a flash, but he's not going to spend it because Caps has escaped thus far. On doesn't have a flash to try to go for the headbutt Pulve combo.
Get that
and
wave.
The fight goes the way of BLG.
Okay. There's a little bit of extra burn at the edge, but honestly, yeah, okay. When both top laners join Flowers, you'd rather have Bin, right?
Yep, I think I'm gonna go for Bin. I think I'm gonna go for the Gnar with a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Trinity Force was completed, and that teleport we were talking about, it did come off cooldown. But look at the way they start out this fight. So Skumon walks up, and he's trying to tank as much as he can. Then we get pretty good avoidance of Labrov's ulti from Knight. Knight's spacing was quite good. On even survived. And then even with Chains of Corruption going wide, still enough damage for G2 with their bursty comp here to get their kill. But was an answer here for Bin as he's able to chase down another. Let's see what they do in the aftermath. Caps, though, of course, was still able to survive, so at least they did get him out. But this BLG lead, 1.3K now, the gold lead.
And I'm still just so curious about how these timers are mirroring game one so much with the neutral objectives, because we're also going to have such a similar story where the Rift Herald spawns and then the third Drake spawns about 1 minute after. Remember that favored BLG in the previous game? They were able to grab the Herald, no contest from G2. They then used a combat type of Herald with Labrov driving, or not Labrov, excuse me, with On driving it towards the enemy team in one of the team fights around the Drake after. Scat of the Week comes out from Han Sama. Coinbase Gold Grind, keeping track of our top laners there, looking at Bin's advantage. 2,000 individual gold lead is so scary to have to deal with. And Kobe, you already mentioned that Trinity Force, but I feel like you mentioned it a long time ago. So Bin's pockets must be feeling pretty heavy right about now.
Yeah, he probably has a lot of cash because they took the whole turret on top side afterwards too. So first turret bonus for BLG for Binny Boy, Mr. Rich Boy. Hans, though, the Varus did get the kill onto Shun, I believe, in the scrap down on the bottom side. And so that was the second kill for Hans. So the Varus with a nice little lead here. Poke Varus, always nice little power spike pretty early on. And again, even though there's not going to be a lot of like DPS later for G2, they construct these team comps pretty clearly in this series in a very similar way. They want tanky frontline to be able to fight mid-game team fights versus BLG. And so that's why it's very important. Stack your dragons, don't miss your dragon timers, and see you can get your 5-on-5 versus BLG at the Drake and continue stacking.
And you see part of that individual gold lead disappear there for Hans over Viper because Viper was the last player on BLG to complete his individual quest, which of course just gives a bag of money if you're an AD carry. The only player left on the map so far who does not have his quest completed is Caps' Aurora, who has now also fallen behind Knight in terms of individual gold. Knight's farm is much, much higher at this point. 160 versus 136 is 4 waves worth of minions. Of course, Syndra does have the extra range over Annie as On finds the right angle on the blast cone to be able to escape from Labrov and Skumon. Knight aware of Skumon's position, but he knows he's got help nearby, so he's not really afraid of the wraparound from the G2 jungler. Caps gets caught out by On. Scatter the weak, ready to follow it up, but Skumon creates space. Caps with a defensive ulti. On tries to get away now with the Unbreakable Will. There's your cleanse coming out from the Alistar to make sure that he does not get caught, as Bin has also showed up to the fight here on the Nard. This will be third Drake for G2 if they can secure it. Bin's going to go ahead and take his recall as Skumon has started up the Dragon with the rest of G2 right behind him. BLG going to bring Bin right back into the fight now as Shun takes about 40% of his HP in damage. G2 should just be able to secure the objective, and they've got it. But now On wants to use that Combat Herald. He knocks the CC immunity off of the Mundo, but Bin gets stopped trying to jump in. Meanwhile, On's behind enemy lines. There's no way he survives this. Shun, Knight, and Viper chasing after the tanks on G2. Never mind, I'm made a liar. On gets away. Nicely done from the support. But the big winners in this scuffle are G2, who have secured soul points. It doesn't look like we're done here just yet. They know Bin has no Narvar. They're looking to go in after the most fed member here on BLG. But a nice punch from On knocks them away. The Alistar's barely hanging on, and Skumon grabs the kill. Dr. Mundo's trying to get out, and he lives to see another day. Everybody on G2 still alive. Low health bars on BLG here as well, though. Labrov gets chunked by a boomerang blade. Shun dodges away from the Comet, smites down the Crab. Knight finds a scatter the weak, but it's only onto the Zion. Caps has his ulti back up, but no! It's Bin! It's Bin! Time and time again, it's Bin! Shun wants another one. Labrov tries to escape. Shun with a defensive shield. And BLG, right when it looked like G2 found a sequence that was so favorable, there was so much in their side. It's Bin, man. It's always Bin.
It has been the eternal nightmare of G2. Okay, good headbutt, as you mentioned, from On to try and delay this engage, but Skumon still goes for it. Really nice from him. He knows he has his flash to escape on low health as Mundo. So G2, they found value out of their poke. But again, as BLG are dispersing, Bin says, I'm not done with this play. I'm not done with you yet, G2. He kills Caps, he kills Skumon, he keeps the play going. Shun ults in over the top. And again, BLG had started to disperse. Knight gone back towards mid lane. And Bin sees another angle, he sees another opportunity. He's so rich. Again, double items here. Black Cleaver completed and some.
Bin is the definition of I didn't hear no bell. If there's still a fight to be had, he's going to have that fight. 4,000 gold lead, shrunk back down to about 3,500 now for BLG. However, G2 still has an ace up their sleeve. They have a Dragon Soul if they can secure the next Dragon 2.5 minutes from now. So when I'm looking at them, I want to see them preparing for that. I want to see them there ahead of time. And when you look at the scoreboard, Kobe, there's one number that's very different from the other 4 numbers. Everything for G2 comes down to playing around Bin. You've got to walk away when the Gnar bar's full. You've got to try to find an opportunity when it runs out, because if Bin has his way, those fights are gonna get ugly.
And he is. He's going to have his way. Even if everybody else is walking out, getting out of there. Yeah, there you go. There's some
that's a good visual representation. Or brain sync, right there, mind meld. Yeah, that one bar is larger than all of the other bars put together. That is some scary stuff. Skewmon.
The bin bar.
The bin bar. The big bin bar. Viper taking some burst there. Twofold Hex plus the weirding from Caps knocks the enemy AD carry down below half HP. Skewmon also with his Dead Man's Plate on this Mundo. Remember the Dead Man's, you only lose the speed when you auto attack, so you can just chase with briefcases forever. On goes in, however, with the Unbreakable Will. Bin with the hop over the wall, but there's not much Gnar bar here. Knight goes for a scatter of the week, but he will not scatter anyone. Does get tagged with a piercing arrow on the very tip of it. So that's the ulti from On, spent for a whole lot of nothing really, but he will have the cooldown back available for the Dragon fight.
Dragons, again, as we said, for this comp, for G2, you got to get the Dragon Soul. You have to get the Dragon Soul. Everything coming down to this next minute. And the best way, Flowers, to get Dragon Souls is get there really early. They have vision already, so try and get some priority here, some setup, especially when you have tools to make picks. You've got a Nico, you've got Poke Varus. You want to get poke damage, you want to get little chunks early, but they're just not in position. BLG moving in, and they're wiping out your vision. Nobody is here from G2 to get early pokes. Skewmon's doing his best, throw some briefcases.
Yep.
And honestly, Empowered Scryer's Bloom do a lot. So Empowered Scryer's Bloom could just kind of wipe that out as well for G2. So that is very nice. Bin looking in, coming from the river, bottom side, got to be aware.
Look at Lebrov's flash timer as well. It's going to be up by the time the Dragon spawns. So that could be a big playmaking opportunity. Shun's flash also going to be available. Bin's critically will not. If this Dragon fight happens right as it spawns, the Gnar flash will still have a little bit of time left on the cooldown, as will the Mundo. On goes in, flash into the pulverized headbutt backwards onto Caps. The Aurora's already dead, as Bin's in the middle of everybody. Knight staying alive against Broken Blade, and Bin is just buying time. Now both of that front line, both those solo laners are dead on the G2 side. It's a double kill for Shun's Pantheon, and right when G2 needed a clutch, BLG and on that trigger pull find exactly the way to guarantee that they can't.
Woo, BLG have 2 excellent solo laners as well. Knight here, scatter the weak, Flowers. Oh my goodness, they get the Dragon without a fight. Look at this initiation. All right, they go through, boom, Knight sets it up, and everybody immediately follows. Scatter the weak, into the Pantheon Sun, into the Alistar combo. Guess what? Caps is dead. Caps is dead, and he also was able to knock off the Mundo passive with that. Just, yeah, look, even EU reps, you have to be like, all right, they're good.
Yeah, that was just clean.
All right, they're good.
The scatter the weak into the follow-up from On. Just beautiful stuff there for the BLG squad. Up 4,500 gold now. And now they've got 4 more minutes where they don't have to worry about a G2 win condition being what they have to deal with.
And Caps flashed, and his Aurora. Like, they just nailed him.
That was really impressive coordination there. However, taking a look at the scoreboard once again, just because every time we have a big moment, I like to check in on what still could be, the X factor for the G2 side. You still have an individual gold lead on Hansama. You've got the Muramana.
Oh, this could be big.
Ben gets caught. Yeah, nice pick. G2, they find exactly what they needed. The kill onto Bin. Now, can they turn it into anything more? Of course, it's great to get a pick onto the fed enemy player, but what else does it lead to?
I mean, it definitely leads to a good amount of shutdown money into the hands of Hansama, but here's the follow-up.
G2 wants to go for more. On trying to disengage, knocking Skewmon away. Caps has made his way forward. Shun with the stun onto the G2 mid laner. G2 continuing to pile in here, but they won't really find an angle on anyone here just yet. Scatter the Weak hits 2. BLG still defending. They've got 10 seconds until Bin's back up, and he has his teleport, so G2 can't try to turn this into a Baron or anything crazy like that. They wanted to use the opportunity to find additional kills, maybe translate that into a major objective with the Baron afterwards, but BLG successfully exfiltrates. Now though, Shun going in after Lebrov, wants some damage onto the Nico defensive Pop Blossom, but it just means the weak are scattered. Bin's made his way into the fight now, but he's down to 400 HP. On jumps forward, but there's nobody ready to follow up just yet. Viper's now finally joined the mix as Bin has the Narvar charge, and Han Sama is all the way out. Oh, the front line still stands on G2, but the wall has no archers. They will crumble in front of the BLG squad. That's 4 dead G2 players, and BLG are in their flow state.
So smart from BLG to extend the play, because even the very beginning, the pick that they had gotten, the shutdown on Bin, Hans had not gotten to reset because G2 had tried to make the play really long and chase down more kills. They hadn't even spent that shutdown money, and BLG know, with our teleport coming up on Bin, we just have to keep this play going. We have to chase them. As long as we don't let them out of our sight, we continue the play, we will be rewarded. So they do that. They chase them all the way from their own base, by the way. You mentioned the early timer there on it, and they focus the Nico. They absolutely destroy him. Shun started it out, and then Knight also helps him finish that. And even though Bin has to teleport in on Mininar and takes a significant amount of damage, it doesn't matter because the rest of the squad can chase forward and bulldoze them.
And they feel so good chasing after him too, because Viper's just flashing over the wall. He's attacking both carries. They focus Hans first because Caps has no mana. Aurora without mana? Cool. It's a Cannon Minion with bunny ears. They knew they had everything they needed to force that play all the way, and now they're 6,000 gold ahead. And Kobe, it's going from bad to worse because the next Drake is spawning here in a minute. They've still got the Baron for the next 2 minutes on BLG's side. It'll be so difficult for G2 to try to contest this.
Yeah, and you could see the reasoning for both sides. You know, G2's like, oh, we just got a shutdown. We killed Bin. We took off the big gold lead on the map, so we gotta get more. Let's teleport and try and get a pick. But because BLG evade that play and then are able to extend the play of their own, now you're in a scenario where this gold lead is not just Bin. This gold lead is also Shun and Knight. And Knight has been crushing it all game long. You mentioned his lane phase. He was absolutely blasting. Then he got, wait a second.
Flash Pop Blossom, but no! It's Knight stopping Lebrov once more. His Syndra is feared for a reason. He's immediately ready to react, and that is one of the biggest playmakers, game changers, X factors, whatever you want to call it for the G2 side. No Flash Pop Blossom on Nico is going to make what's already a difficult fight to try to find the angle nearly impossible. Bin keeping the pressure on here in the mid lane, does have his hop interrupted there by the decimating smash. However, there's not enough pressure from G2 to really scare him into anything that might even look lethal as the Dragon is alive. Shun's already dealing with that one. Viper's going to help him DPS it down. They still have a little bit less than 1 minute on the Baron to try to continue pressuring the lanes. But again, the Dragon Soul is avoided.
Even though Knight is 0-0-8, he has been monster smurfing on this game, on G2, on his Syndra. And it's looking real difficult now for G2, even though you go, oh, they were so close to the Dragon Soul. Well, it doesn't matter if you're close, because just the early dragons, the individual ones, don't give you a lot of power. It's all about finishing the job, finishing the soul, and BLG has said, nope, you're not going to be able to even get close to the next dragon.
And look at Shun, 7-1-3 on the Pantheon. Even when Bin had his big moment earlier, Shun was following up with him. He's the one who actually got the second kill. Yeah. You talked back in draft about how Pantheon's open. Xin and Vi are already out because of Fearless. He made it through the first half, but then locking this in was clearly the right choice for the BLG squad. Shun now with the Guardian Angel on that Pantheon as well. This can be a double-edged sword sometimes, because as Pantheon, you always want to ult into the back line, and Guardian Angel will let you do that. But sometimes it might let you do it a little bit too much. So we'll see exactly how he wants to place that, exactly how he wants to time that to guarantee another BLG victory. It's 2.5 minutes till Baron. It's a little under 4 minutes until the next Drake. It's a 7,000 gold lead for BLG as G2 have to try to find some way to bring it back. But Bin's going in after Caps. He tries to escape, but Viper's already got him. It's both carries dead on G2. It's a massacre in mid lane. LeBron and Skumon get away, but with the carries already down, what is even the play here for G2? BLG are just gonna hard force it down mid, and that's a 5-man push. You've got 2 tanks and support Nico to try to hold on to the Nexus for the next 25 seconds. Knight preparing the orbs, minion wave marching up. There's no Baron, but they have so much damage. Viper is on 3.5 items. Defensive pulverize coming out from On as Broken Blade tries to step forward, but now he's the one who's gonna be scared. Knight gets the execution there with the unleashed power as Broken Blade's dead body's not going to be able to clear enough here just yet. Nico ulti does nothing. Shun is low, but he will not die. Skumon tries, Skumon dies. BLG, they take out the remaining 3 as the carries finally respawn. Shun's still at about 400 HP, and they need another minion wave. It's Caps and Hans versus the BLG 5, as Caps has to try to get back to the fountain. So much damage coming in, he will escape back to the steps, but it's the Nexus turrets that they've got to be afraid of. Scatter the weak onto 2 yet again. BLG are just trying to pad their stats at this point. Ulti does nothing from Caps. That's another BLG win. They are on match point in this best of 5.
Woo! G2 have not been able to beat BLG at an international Riot tournament yet. And BLG say it's probably not going to happen today either.
I feel like this one is, there's more options for who might be player of the game. For me, I think I've got to go Shun with that Pantheon, making so many plays, following up on so many plays. Lounge, what do you guys think?
I think it's pretty cooked for G2 right now.
Honestly,
I gotta give it to you guys. Yeah, the delusion has left the building
This is
here.
where you need to be the most delusional.
What was it? The Loud fan yesterday, she was like, hope is the last thing to die.
Exactly. What happened to your hope?
I don't know. BLG took it, honestly, once again, way more clean than they were on day 1. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I think the big difference for me from BLG has been with their team fighting. I was talking about how other LPL teams actually were able to get the better of them in 5v5s a lot of the time. And so it was like, okay, I need you guys to draft stuff for side lanes. Guess what? We have a Pantheon. Yeah. We have a Gnar setting up in the side lane. I think that we have seen that in their first 2 games.
Yeah, and actually, if we take a look at the HyperX Reflex replay here, Raz, similarly to game 1, it's BLG once again with the tools they have, dismantling G2's draft and their ability to engage.
Boom! That was On's punting of the Nico ultimate, and that was really needed because a lot of that was just like 2 Nico ultimates so far in the early portions of the game that could really set up G2 for success. That one set up, guess what? Gnar for success as the fight was neutralized, and he was able to find 2 picks immediately afterwards. So I thought this was an incredible play from Bin to continue off from game 1, but it was really set up by On just like basically neutralizing the Nico pick.
Yeah, On had some
off moments.
Some interesting gameplay early that I thought actually G2 was able to capitalize on really, really well, right? Especially with the scaling composition. It looked good for them, and he redeemed himself repeatedly. It was him and Shun setting up all of these fights.
Yeah.
Raz, who's your player of the game? Did he redeem himself enough?
At first, I thought it was the biggest center, and then he turned into the player of the game. So I got him as player of the game. A lot of us voted him, so it turned out to be On as player of the game for this one. A lot of people, I'm sure, if you look towards the poll from the fans.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm imagining it would be Bin.
Shun? Oh, I was gonna go Shun. For me, it was between On and Shun. I know Caster said Shun.
Oh, it actually has been. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been. Well,
I know it's On. On's there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
There's an argument for Bin as well. I think there's an argument for the entirety of BLG being On right now.
Yes.
And having all the answers, as you said, Emily, they prove that they can play side lanes. They prove that they can play team fight once again. What is it gonna take for my little European Hearts fan to believe again?
Are you the pessimistic, Andy? Can you?
I mean, so like I do think what we've seen from BLG, I've liked again how they have executed the team fights while also having answers in side lane. That's exactly what I had asked from them in draft. BLG is still known to be a team who makes some happy plays, especially when they get ahead, right? So I think that's where you'd want to look for.
And my response to you is going to be a replay.
Yeah, I know. This one is coming.
It kind of just has to, because like if I look to, BLG as a team, maybe they don't find angles. If you find angles like these, if On is playing like this, where he finds two, like a flash Q, and he's able to punt the mid laner right into the team fight. Like Caps could not play this out. I don't really see an angle for G2 coming back.
Oh no.
I just don't see it. You have to relive it, but now I gotta ask if there's a little bit of hope in you.
There's a bit of hope, there's a bit of delusion. That's the cocktail I need here. I haven't seen the G2 that I have seen in playoffs so far at all. And even on day one when they played. So I don't know what it's gonna take, because for me, if usually you press the Mondo button, you press the spotlight button, and that's what you can rely on. If this doesn't work, I don't know what can. I'm gonna need the biggest Genki Dama from the EU fans here to believe in them.
Some of those early fights were so close though. And that's where I feel like the hope does come through. Because even though from the fans and from us won a lot of it, if he misplayed even just a little bit in some of those early fights, G2 can clean house. You even saw for like that little bit of frustration coming in from Skewmon, like vocally and comms. It was like, yeah, those fights were so close. So that's the hope that we're selling.
I like it. I'm gonna hold on to that. But so far, it is BLG's Summoner's Rift. They live in it, they rock it, it is theirs. Let's see if G2 can grab next game and make this a series. Stay tuned. That was good.
Doing?
Nice move.
That was
Set his ulti back up, but no! It's been! Time and time again, it's been!
I hit him. Okay. It's serious mid, guys. Nice.
On jumps forward, but there's nobody ready to follow up just yet. Viper's now finally joined the mix, as Bin has the Narvar charge, and Han Sama is all the way out. The wall has no archers. They will crumble in front of the BLG squad.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll win by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I be getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
For sure, having the experience to play this first match against TSW will prepare us better for the next one, because for sure, like, the nerve is gonna be less apparent. It was very complicated to get some leads in some of the games, for sure. Against TSW, a bit rough start of the game, but I think we kept being strong and played our composition, just getting small victories, just playing ahead. We're playing Azir, we're playing the Yuna, and just like skating. That was a good comeback. Since first time in this very fast tournament, I think there's not enough room to make changes or learn. I think you just have to have full confidence on what you think is best right now in this fearless meta. And yeah, just go for it, just be confident.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 for the first promotion match from the group stage into the second phase of competition here. Whoever wins this series will be moving on from the group stage with a flawless 2-0 record. And right now, Kobe, BLG is poised to be that squad. They are up 2-0 over G2, and the EU team has to either reverse sweep or they'll find themselves battling in the 1-1 match soon.
Well, Hans just said in that video, the tournament is too short to make changes or learn. But you have to make changes and learn right now.
Right now.
Because G2 have clearly come into this series thinking, all right, we're going to pick some tanky, not a lot of damage teams that are going to stack dragons. You know, we're going to 5-on-5 fight them with our tanks. And it is not working. It is simply not working at all for them. They can't give like free lanes over to Bin. I don't know what you're going to do to be able to contain Bin, but you got to deal with that. You also are going to have to deal with Knight. Like, Caps is going to have to change and learn something right now too to be able to deal with Knight. And the solo lane problem like that is the first problem they're going to have to tackle, and then think about some team fights afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like anybody who's played League of Legends for a long enough time has had one of those days where you're just in the zone, the match history's all blue, you're carrying every game, and I feel like Bin and Knight are both in that state of mind right now. These two have both just been playing so incredibly well. And the rest of the team, of course, not asleep at the wheel either. So let's get in to our third champ select here, powered by Omen and HyperX. G2 have elected for second pick, and BLG have chosen the blue side. We have the Karma and Bard banned out by BLG, so they're focusing on those support matchups, those potential powerful laners that they could have to go up against. Meanwhile, G2 are focusing on mid lane. It's Orianna and Rise banned away by the EU squad.
A lot of support focus here as well. With Nico out, Karma out, Bard out. You know, it's about time for like a Yunara Lulu. I'm feeling.
Okay.
You know, I feel like that. It's about time for somebody to do a Yunara Lulu lane.
Jarvan and Rumble, both parts of the hot pot. Final bans of our first half.
Yeah, because like there's no Karma Ezreal to punish it. There's no Nautilus lane to punish it. So I got a feeling.
I think BLG and you guys are in a. You guys got the synced up brain here. The Lulu, the first pick here, and Lulu loves playing next to hyper carries.
Yeah.
So I'm curious now what they're going to draft next to that, and how G2 is going to try to stop.
I mean, I think it's going to be Yunara. G2 could take it away and play with something else, or they can preemptively take something that could be hard for her to play into. You know, even with the Karma out, you can do other things that are like super long range and good poke here. Pushing lane with Caitlyn maybe type of thing where we can get a Caitlyn plus
Lux.
Some sort, go with the binding combos.
Yeah, exactly.
The classic.
We're talking about last game, BLG banned Yasuo because they respected the solo queue pick from G2. Maybe that's the play. You just go with what works on ladder and you bring it to land. Let's see if that's what they actually want here. Caitlyn, of course, a notoriously powerful champion in lane with all the range. The cupcakes also super good to set up around objectives. We're not going to get Lux, but we will get Melio.
Okay, so Melio can also empower Caitlyn, and then also it's really hard to gank this lane. So it allows like, oh, we're going to be constantly pushing and shoving our lane and trying to get turret plate money. And then I've got the Melio, what's it called? Omega Fire Super Kick.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
Yeah, Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
I got you. That one took me a while when he first came out.
It's annoying for people that try and gank you, but and he can also obviously buff up the Caitlyn. So that's their option into it. And there we go. We get the reveal flowers. Surprise, surprise!
I can't believe it. They picked Yunara next to the Lulu.
Kind of as expected, and it looks good. You know, expected for a reason.
Okay, and we get the Renekton here. They're going to go ahead and once more, Kobe, I feel like this is just the strat for BLG, is you're always picking Bin's champ on 3.
And then double ban, protection ban?
Yeah, and then
what
protection
you got,
banning it. So if you're G2, do you want to just go for your top laner right here? Say, all right, we've got to pick what we want before they ban away what it's probably going to be. I'm very curious if they're going to try to do that because Bin has been such a massive factor. And yes, they will. Okay, we are going to get the buttered toast of top lane matchups, Renekton versus Cassante.
Hey, you got butter on that toast? Hell yeah!
Well, that's what it's gonna be, Renekton Cassante. So this time around, G2 is gonna lock that top laner before BLG has anything else to say about the matchups. So bottom lane duos and top lanes drafted by both squads, which means mid and jungle are your ban targets here in the second half.
Okay, I mean that's like an answer lane into it. So Bin very well could get very fearsome yet again on the Renekton. We'll see though. Okay, so looking at the rest of it, obviously jungle here, big priority because so much has been taken out. All of the really like tier 1 primo jungle picks out since Pantheon was also taken in the last game and Fearless, and so they're getting it even further down past the primo picks, the Nocturne ban, the Maokai ban for the big team fighting because they know G2 have been just on this. We are tanky, we are frontline, we are team fight, we are going to stack dragons. So they take that Maokai out. I think that's a good ban here, identifying what G2 have been going for in this series from BLG. So nice removal there as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, what else are G2 worried about besides the darkness here that could allow some... Oh, yeah, the Shun special, baby.
Yep.
Shun is a Kindred player, and so they want to take that out as well. It's just some of the specialty carries.
I always respect spanning away towards the player and not just the meta, making sure that you don't get caught off guard like that. So double jungle ban here from G2. Will it be the same for BLG? Do they have other things they've got their sights set on? Remember, they already banned the Jarvan away in the first half of the draft. That has been banned this entire series long, and they'll take away the TF from Caps. And I think you mentioned earlier at the start of the draft, Kobe, that Caps is going to have to figure out how to deal with Knight. I don't think Caps has had a particularly impressive series so far.
No.
And historically, G2 needs Caps to really be Caps, right? If he's lowercase, G2 is going to have some problems. And right now, he's not been starting any sentences.
So Broken Blade capitalizes Broken and Blade. Skewmond has capitalized Skew and Mond. Hansama obviously double capitals there too. So maybe Caps need to capitalize the S or something also.
Yeah,
the C and the S.
Yeah, go back to when you had like the P capitalized.
Yeah,
like, I remember that was like a controversy.
Yeah,
Bring that back. Bring that back.
Need 2 capital letters here. Quick name change.
Okay, we'll get that one put into the client. Just pay your 1,000 RP or whatever it is it costs. And now we've got the Trundle picked up here for G2. Now there's no hard tank on the side of BLG, so it's not like you're going to have one of those, oh, I'm using the Subjugate on Sion, I'm using the Subjugate on Sejuani type of things, but it is still a very effective champion.
Put it on frontline and just kill whoever's frontline. Whoever's Renekton, boom.
Yep, just make it so he's that much squishier. You were talking about high-tier junglers. Wukong is kind of the one that has slipped through so far in terms of those AD jungles that everybody plays, and that's what we get, and it's Knight Akali. So they're saying, all right, your Trundle wants to sap tanks. How about 3 divers?
Yeah, okay. Let's see. This is looking real scary because obviously G2 are trying to kite back, you know. They've got Melio on their team. They're trying to kite back and use Caitlyn range and use the protection there. You know, his Caps is going to go to Ahri into Knights Akali here. Honestly, good luck. Good luck, my friend.
All right.
Because Trundle doesn't really do much to Akali for ganking, so...
Yeah, she just drops the smoke and she walks away. It's pretty tough to deal with.
Pillar doesn't do a whole lot.
So, since the pressure is on G2, specifically in this game, they're the ones that now have to reverse sweep if they want to win. What's your game plan here from the G2 side?
I mean, the game plan looks to be the same that it has been all series long. You know, in that video, Hans was like, all right, the tournament's too short. You got to stick with what you believe, you know. Can't make too many changes. So they're doing it again. They're going to go real tanky team comp. You know, they're going to try and fight some dragons, stack some dragons. They have Caitlyn, so Caitlyn's good for dragon fights. You always stack your trap line and hope that you can kind of take away some of the angles that your opponents can flank you from. You know, usually like a trap line on a ramp or something like that to remove 1 point of entry, because as you said, an Akali and a Wukong, that is very scary dive to deal with for the Caitlyn, even if you have a Melio next to you trying to peel. And so, you know, they want to get those dragons early, put up their trap lines, get their tanky Trundle and Cassante in front, and try and do it that way. And then obviously it would also really help if, you know, they could like make picks with Ahri or something like that. But that's also kind of reaching, kind of dreaming.
All right. Game number 3, do or die for G2. They've got the Melio, a champion we don't see a ton of, I feel like. Remember at the top of the day, we heard from Hans. He's saying, yeah, we still got plenty of champions that we haven't pulled out yet. I feel like when you've still got plenty of meta stuff left, like Ahri's and Trundles and Cassantes, you're probably not going to reach into the wacky bag of tricks. So if G2 can keep this one going on a little bit longer, I am truly curious on what they're going to try to pull out. But to get there, they've still got to beat BLG, and they haven't been able to do it thus far in the first 2 games.
Well, Caps just got a bunch of free damage on the walking back to lane here against Knight, so that's a really good start for him in the lane. Got 2 Foxfires and several autos as well as they're getting the lane. See how much that actually hurts Knight's attempts to CS.
Oh, but look at Skewmond. He's going to flash over the Dragon Pit wall. He only took his blue, and now he's doing the invade that his opponents cannot see to steal away the red buff. I love this creativity back at level 2.
And Flowers, it's also covered with the ward on their red. So G2 came into game 3 with a big plan for the early game.
All right, remember, live now, Act 2 Battle Pass Bundle. You can purchase this to unlock the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and Chroma. Tell them all Esports sent you so they give us more money to make more cool tournaments. Hell yeah. Now, Knight stuck underneath the turret. He's still farming up just fine, but that early damage at level 1, like you said, just makes it that much easier for Caps to have priority in the range versus melee matchup. Hansama forced to flash in the 2v2 bottom lane. The Caitlyn under the early pressure from the Yunara Lulu.
It is under the early pressure. However, remember this whole early game plan from G2 is sent to split the map. So Trundle on their side behind them. Maybe they could even the flashes at the least.
Ooh, Lebrov takes a ton of damage there. Cozy Campfire keep him alive, but it's first blood to On. Skewmon merely walks through. He's attending the funeral of his support and nothing more. And Viper gets another one. It's G2 blood splattered all over the bottom lane. It's a disaster.
You can say that again, Flowers.
It's a disaster! Now Skewmon as well. Shun's taking up the turret. He flashes away and he won't even die in return. G2's hopes, their dreams, their chances have all but crashed and burned 2 minutes and 45 seconds into game 3.
One more time, Flowers.
It's a disaster.
Holy, their whole early game plan built around the pushing Caitlyn, Trundle flashing over, splitting the jungle, counter jungling, coming from behind them, and
okay, Caps flashing to the side
that is
here.
flash still, so.
I mean, honestly, I feel like if you're Knight, you're happy with that. You got Ahri flash, and you're not in danger.
You did, and Ahri got your E. And some, minions, some minions died to the tower, but oh my god, they just did so much work before the Trundle got here. On and Viper had already blown Hansama's flash, so not only does On flash in and kill the Milio, but then Viper can get the kill onto Hansama also, and Shun is here. Hey, you stole my jungle, buddy. Pay up! You're not getting out of here for free. Polymorph under tower. No damage returned. Yeah, okay.
You know what that was? That's all calculated. He takes your buff first, just so you get a longer timer on your buff when you beat him in the head with a stick and take it back afterwards. BLG up 1,500 gold after that bot lane sequence. And remember, the past couple of games, it has been G2's bottom lane that's been their point of power while the games are close. It has been Hans and Lebrov.
What's up, buddy?
Being the ones trying to keep them competitive, but now Viper and On have this advantage. Hansama's down to 300 HP. The Caitlyn, the lane bully, has been kicked out of the playground.
He got like beat up on the playground before he got kicked out. It's like, you know, On and Viper, wait a second.
They just put him in jungle gym jail, man.
They're gonna dive here. Scumondo's here.
Oh, but Shun is coming down, and Viper hasn't gone all the way back.
Oh.
On just having a little supportal combat here with Lebrov. Wave about to crash into the turret. Ultra Mega Fire Kick does land onto On. He uses the Glitter Lance of the Polymorph to buy himself a little bit of time. The Shield 2. G2 is on full tilt. It is so far gone. 2,500 gold lead. They feel so desperate to make something happen after the early disaster, and now the forced plays are resulting in even more damage. Knight goes in and he gets a solo kill. BLG are up 6-0 5 minutes into the game.
Flowers, you said Hans got kicked off of the playground, but BLG are the bullies here. Why is Hans getting kicked off the playground? That is messed up, man.
Yeah.
We gotta shut this off.
BLG runs the school. I'm sorry.
They do. They run this school called Summoner's Rift. Oh my goodness. Can we actually show the rest of this game? Is that allowed? Like this series?
I think if somebody refreshes it at this point, it'll probably give you that 18+ warning, because this is some ultra violence that we are seeing from BLG with a 3,000 gold lead, 6 minutes into the game. This Viper's got such a massive lead on the Yunara, nearly 1,000 gold. Hans has a Doran's Blade and 2 longswords versus full Berserker Greaves and Rectrix for Viper. This is so difficult to play from this point, especially when you draft a Caitlyn lane, Kobe. You know that you're supposed to win the lane, so having to play on your back foot like this now is just such a nightmare to deal with. Shun is in the enemy jungle. They know that in a 3v3 of bot lane duo plus jungle, G2 has no way to contest them.
So when G2 drew up their early game plan, you're telling me it did not involve their bottom lane getting 3v2 double killed when they had the gank coming?
Well, now look, I don't have access to like the documents, like the team game plan or anything.
Maybe this is part of the plan.
But if I would have to bet, you said I like to take bets.
Yeah.
I'll take the bet that they probably didn't have that in the itinerary.
Okay.
Now up here in topside, this has been the only place where there's really not been any action thus far. And with no action happening, Bin still has a quiet little lead for himself on the Renekton.
I guess that's probably the best part, right? The best part for G2 is that this game is like different from the other games.
I don't know if you like this kind of different, man. I don't know if I'm a G2 fan if I like this
but
different.
it is different.
Okay. Yep.
Because before,
Sure.
Bin was the only like big old BLG lead, right?
Big old Bin.
Yeah. Well, you know, Knight also had a good big old laning lead with the Syndicate.
We have some big old boys here on BLG.
He's gonna stop
are
again.
strong,
Okay, yes sir,
man.
he is. Yep.
Nice.
Okay, buddy.
What? This is okay. He's so good. He's so good. And Viper's going forward. He wants to kill onto LeBron. Arc of Ruin for the slow. Kanbei's step moves him forward, and Viper picks up kill number 3. They're between enemy turrets. They're behind enemy lines. And they got their feet up, maxing and relaxing. They are so comfortable in this game state. 8-0, 8 minutes in.
Do we allow a mercy rule to preserve the mental health of G2?
No, man, I'm pretty sure
they got to play it out.
I mean, even if you're playing ladder games, it says you may not propose a vote this early.
Yeah, true.
Right, we're 8 minutes into the game.
True. All right, play it out. Play it out. All right. All right, wipe it off. All right, let's focus up here. What can we do? What can we do? All right, first step, let's stop getting solo killed. Let's also stop getting 2v2 killed and 3v2 killed.
Well,
that's the first plan.
That's pretty tough at this
that's
point.
the plan, though. That's the plan, though.
It's a 4,000 gold lead.
They do have bounties on a lot of BLG members' heads. So collect the bounties is the second part.
Okay, so they've got to, if they can get a bounty, that would help a lot. Problem is, it also very difficult to do.
It is difficult, but you know what they say, Flowers.
What do they say?
You got to try and do hard stuff in your life, or else you're not going to get anywhere. So set some difficult goals for yourself, and even if you fail, you got to keep trying.
Okay. Hard times create tough dudes. So G2, they got some tough dudes in the making here, because these are certainly
hard times. Hard times are upon them. Hard times are upon them in the bot lane. And Shun is coming down to grab the Scuttle Crab, and On might even want to take your Gromp. Hey, buddy, maybe I could Glitter Lance this thing.
Well, they at least have the ward on it, so they know exactly where Skewmond is and what he's doing. The Crab goes over to Shun. BLG still just chilling for now. It's still only 8 kills. We're now 9.5 minutes into the game. Knight just so aggressive here on the Akali. Jumps back towards that Shuriken. As you can see, he's got his Hextech alternator as well as his Sorcerer's Shoes, so lots of damage here whenever the Akali wants to go in. He's also almost got his flashback as Hans Sama. The extra range on the Cozy Campfire. If this is an even lane, if this is a normal game state, Caitlyn with Cozy Campfire has so much range, it can become so oppressive if you're stuck under your turret against this, but this is not a normal game state.
Yeah, that's why, you know, Viper constantly is going in for these longer up-close trades, just jumping in, jumping past them, burning down Hans. You know, he stacks up his Q, he stacks up his lethal tempo. Shun is here again. The minions are cleared, though. Ooh, okay.
Piltover Peacemaker did his job.
Oh, God, we got the minions.
Okay. Minions are out of the way. Dive can't happen, at least not yet. Shun is going to step up, clear away that control ward, pick up a little bit of extra money there. And now Hans and Lebrov know they cannot stay near this turret. They will 100% die against the 3v2 of BLG. Oh, boy. Okay, he's low enough on energy that I think he doesn't want to take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bin.
All right, we get a 1v1 up here in the top side. Dominus has not been used by the Crocodile here just yet. Ruthless Predator on Broken Blade just stops him. Now Kasante's gone all out, and Renekton is still ready to become that massive Crocodile. Skewmond is going to grab the grubs, and this is the first thing that G2 have found this. Oh, no.
Got one, he got one.
Okay, all right. He got
singular.
Grub. Okay, G2 have found Grub. The G stands for Grub.
Yeah.
However, the 2 stands for what BLG is going to get.
The 2 stands for 1.
Yeah. The 2 stands for 1. The G stands for Grub. G2 is Grub 1. It's a very complex naming system.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand.
No, it's beyond me.
Yeah,
but
Shun just takes the code over. He's like, you get your hands off those ugly grubs. Even though nobody really wants them, they're also still not yours.
They're also still something on the map that I can take and I want.
Get your
give it to
hands
me. Lunch money now.
Yeah.
Grub money.
Give me your lunch money and your dinner money, too.
Oh, boy. Lebrov hit with a Cyclone. A little more damage from Shun. Might be able to finish him off. He jumps back in, gets the Wild Growth. Lebrov is still alive, though. G2.
Hey, remember
they
goal
keep
number 1? Not, stop dying.
Stop dying. And they did stop dying. Lebrov stays alive. Has to use both summoner spells and the ulti to do it. BLG putting pressure onto the tier 1 turret here at the same time. Shun versus Skumon. Trundle's still an adept duelist, even if he is behind in the game. Damage onto on there from the Piltover Peacemaker. Skumon will get a little bit of healing from the King's Tribute as he kills the Gromp. And that just means first turret is still standing barely in the bottom lane for G2. And Knight continues to maintain that control over the mid lane. Coinbase gold grind. There's a lot of gold getting grinded in this one, man. It's
I think G2 are getting grinded up into gold.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like one of those fancy salt shakers at the restaurant where you turn the thing yourself.
Exactly.
It's like that, sort of.
Oh, BLG. We can market some merchandise for them now.
A BLG salt grinder?
Pepper grinder.
Yeah, okay, sure, I'd buy that.
Grind them up.
Have like a big picture. No, it's a salt and pepper grinder. One has bin space, one has night space.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, Viper and On, bro. They've been grinding them up in bottom lane since the beginning.
Yeah, well, then you get a couple of extra, like, smaller condiment shakers to go with that.
Or, like, their grinder's even bigger. It's like a wood chipper.
Well, how are you going to have
a
a wood chipper on the kitchen table, man?
You're not. You know, you're going to smash the kitchen table, I guess.
No, you put the kitchen table in the wood chipper. Okay. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
Cool. Okay.
All right, we're in
Settled.
business here. We're in business. Gold lead, about 4,500, 13.5 minutes into the game. Viper really putting the pressure on Caps, who does not use the Spirit Rush, knows he can get back to safety without expending the ultimate. 1 minute on our Rift Herald, 4 minutes until the next Drake, so those objective timers not quite as synced up this game as they were in previous games, but there's a lot about this game that's different from the 2 previous games, Kobe.
Yeah. One thing that I think is going to be the same, though, is the end result. The team that destroys the Nexus. I think that is going to be the same. It's not over yet, but...
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing.
Yeah.
Cassante is in the game.
Also, where there is delusion, there is hope. Okay, really good quote.
I would say if G2 wins this, it would be one of the greatest comebacks ever.
Yeah, we should position that now.
Okay, if G2 wins this, it will be one of the greatest comebacks in League of Legends. Cassante
and then they go
out. Broken Blade looking for the 1v1 against Bin. The Croc with the dominance, though, Ruthless Predator, and as soon as it looks like maybe there's a chance to do Cassante things, Shun reminds him that it's a team game, shows up in top lane, Trinity Force done on the Wukong. Skumon with experimental Hex Plate on the Trundle, not the most common item to see on this champion, but I guess once he goes in for the ulti, he wants to make sure he can get the Chomp to follow it up, see how well it works.
Speed troll.
Speed troll. I like that. Skumon, he goes for the Pillar of Filth onto Viper, and Viper says, okay, cool, I guess I'll just stay on this side of the pillar. That's fine.
I mean,
the ulti.
They 2v3'd the G2 bottom lane and jungler, so Viper's like, I mean, I'm more rich now than I was then. I could 2v3 your mid laner and your jungler and your support as well, and take the tower in your face while I'm doing it.
Well, I mean, his ulti's called Transcend Oneself, but I feel like in this game it should be called Transcend Yourself, because as soon as he pops it, anybody looking at him just dies.
Oh, this happened in the bottom
yeah,
lane
we completely missed this.
This also did happen.
Yeah, we completely missed this. That's just exactly what you would expect to happen from Fed Akali with Gunblade and Tier 3 boots from Quest going up against Caitlyn that barely has Collector.
All right, here's a difficult question, though, for chat. Who is your player of the game? Viper, On, or Knight, or even Shun?
That's actually so tough. It's really hard to pick.
Because I'm all for the bottom lane. Because whenever my bottom lane, if enemy jungler ganks you and you're double killing them, as a jungler, I'm like, you guys are both gods. So I guess the really difficult thing comes down which one are you giving it to, and then Knight is also like solo killing everybody, so
I think
could still go Knight.
Currently on is my front runner because he was the Chad Lulu that started it off with the flash for the last
I like that too. Yeah.
Labrov. I actually think.
Yeah, he was not scared at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
no,
going, honestly on. Yeah.
You could cut steel with that Lulu's jawline.
Hell yeah.
Pure Chad behavior in the lane. As now Broken Blade's going to try to go in. Does find an angle here onto Viper, but Shun's into the back. Finds Cyclone onto 3. Broken Blade still going after Viper. Rampage for Knight. Viper getting away for now. But Broken Blade finally puts a kill on the board here for G2. As Shun might just get picked up. Shutdown goes over to Caps. Knight finishes off Broken Blade. And honestly, this might be a fight still favoring G2. Ultimate Fire Kill. G2 just got a 3 for 2 as Bin finally arrives to the fight. It was a 4v5, and that's what G2 needed to have a chance to make something happen. Knight and Bin still looking for more, but the Renekton can't get anything. G2, despite all odds, win the fight.
It was all about creating bounties and then collecting them, Flowers.
The long con.
The bounties collected here. They got Viper, they got On, they got Shun. G2, they're still down 7,000 gold.
Yes, it is a drop in the bucket, but hey, it was an empty bucket before.
Yeah, true. And the bucket had holes in it too. The bucket was rusty, holes in it. Here we go though. Okay, so they try and make the play. They move up onto Viper, and Broken Blade is able to put so much pressure on him here. Even with the flash from Viper, he can finish it. On tries to flash over too to save him, but in the back line, he makes the kill. And that meant that the front line also got to do work there. Skumon with his experimental Hexblade beating them down, and Caps got to join in. He got the other shutdown. They get the kill onto Lulu on top of it, so G2 at the very least. We did say we set hard goals.
Yup.
They stopped dying a bunch. Well, they also still kept dying some, but...
Oh boy, Bin down here in a 1v2 in the bottom lane. Caps chasing over the wall, has the Spear Rush, Pillar of Filth for the slow. Ace of the hole coming around. Bin shut down by Caps on the Ahri. Some sloppy moves from BLG, and G2 are ready to punish. That's the only way you can come back into this game. If BLG gets a little too wild, and you bring them back down to earth. It's still a 6,500 gold lead. It's still sole point for the BLG side. Shin goes in, but the Ultra Mega Fire Kick means he doesn't find exactly what he wants here just yet, but the Wild Growth means Caps is dead. Skumon wants to get away as Knight goes after Labrov. He's dominating. 3 kills for G2, and it's just that tough, man. They're so far behind that even when they do find these picks, BLG just strikes right back and gets even more. Right back up to an 8K gold lead. Hans is just trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, where's the Herald going? Okay, it's going up to the top side. Viper's just going to kill the turret normally here in Tier 3 mid. Tier 2 up in the top lane dies. Viper is just farming plates. Hans is moving back towards him. It's time for another Herald crash. Okay, BLG took offense to the fact that G2 punished their earlier happy gaming, and now BLG are up to nearly a 5-digit gold lead.
And Knight has 18 stacks on his Medjai's Soul Stealer.
Yeah, it's a big book.
The Knight Classic.
It's like one of those books you'd see like behind a lawyer in a commercial on the bookshelf. Really big.
And Knight has written all the rules of Summoner's Rift in that book.
Yes, he has.
Meanwhile, Bin in the side lane over there did get picked off to kind of start out the chain of events that we saw. But then, you know, that kill gave G2 the hope, and they wrap around to mid lane. But Shun says, you know what, Knight, Caps, you just used your Ahri ultimate to kill off Bin, so you don't have it to get away from my blender. The BLG blender that goes along with the pepper grinder.
Kitchen set. We got an entire. We can put an infomercial together for this. Yeah. I'll tell you what. That could be a really popular item. That blender has a lot of settings, and in this game, it's set to high. They are making sure the pressure stays on. Nearly 10,000 gold lead here, and it is just nothing but problems for G2. 2 minutes from now, it'll also be the Hextech Soul spawning for BLG. As Bin goes after Caps, it's pretty hard for Renekton to like catch Ahri. It's not as hard for Wukong to catch Ahri, but a nice charm means that Shun will not be able to apply lethal threat as G2 move to defend their tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. Broken Blade just making some room. The Pathmaker living up to its name for everybody else on the squad to get away.
Yeah, make a path back to base.
Sometimes that's the path you need to take. The path home. Broken Blade, once again, just trying to move forward here, but it's Viper ready to DPS him down. Broken Blade, Pathmaker defensively getting away. Tier 2 turret just gets bulldozed, man. No cozy campfire is going to keep that one alive as BLG dives forward. Not going to overcommit to this. They don't want to use any big cooldowns. They'll be happy taking the tier 2 turret, going up to that over 10,000 gold lead, 21 minutes into the game. Less than 90 seconds now until the Dragon Soul spawns.
What are we cooking over here? He's been seen.
Okay.
So,
nothing.
Snipe minions.
Kitchen's empty. Got him. No cook. Out of groceries.
So, Flowers, we've got 1 minute on the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, that's scary.
Wait a second.
Hold on. We have no minutes on Skewmon. As Knight might actually just try to turn this. Oh, the charm right there to stop him as he wanted to go forward with the R2. Cap survives, and that's the outplay. That charm was perfect to stop the second use of the Akali ulti. Cap stays alive. Knight does end up going 1-for-1. And if you're G2 at this point in this game, a 1-for-1 is Christmas in March.
And even though Knight goes for that kill because it's enemy jungler, guess what? Death timer's lower for Skewmon, and you killed him earlier.
Yeah.
So he'll be back for the ability to at least run to the Hex Gate to maybe rush towards the Dragon Soul. Maybe they give it up anyways.
Well, I mean, hey, both junglers are on 2 items.
He's up now.
The difference is one of them is experimental hex plate and a thrift shop support item.
Yo, Vandal Pipes is a crazy find at a thrift shop, though.
It's a good find. Don't get me wrong, but Shun's shopping for Gucci bags.
Yeah,
he's got Trinity Force and Sundered Sky. This is some scary stuff. Knight is also now back alive. He doesn't have his teleport to join the fight. That could be important. Remember that when G2 won a team fight earlier, it was because it was a 5v4. Bin wrapping around behind. He's going to use his sweeper to find the ward. Bin has been spotted. Knight has made his way towards the fight now, though. And Shun, alongside Viper and On, are going to go ahead and start up the Dragon. They are forcing G2 to answer them. They don't want to walk into the EU squad. As now Shun jumps forward. Skewmon's going to be your first target. Viper just burning him away, while Bin and Knight have found their way into the back line. Hansama's going to be your first target. Shun is almost dead. He's about to die. Hansama falls, but so does On. The jungler's out of the way. G2, they stop the soul. But Bin and Viper are still fighting. Broken Blades all out. G2 are finding yet another fight as Bin tries to scramble back out. He's not going to get away. There's no flash here with the Renekton. G2 might just ace him. Knight gets charmed and he finds 1 kill. He's looking for a little bit more. He needs the damage on the Caps. He gets a double. Skewmon with a flash. He goes in for the kill. But Knight says no. Triple kill for the golden left hand in the LPL.
And he's back to 25 stacks just like that on the Medjais. G2 were cooking with this brush, though. This brush right here. Triple trap, and then Caitlyn sitting in the brush starts headshotting everybody, getting a lot of poke damage down. Hansama here, they've got control ward, they have multiple traps. He starts to put the poke damage, even with the redemption here. G2 getting some good early damage, and since BLG are so split, look at the flank from topside. Broken Blade, he goes up to keep Knight and Bin out of the fight, while the rest of G2 are putting damage onto Viper, Shun, and On. And then they chase down the kills onto On and on to Shun. So BLG actually got kind of distracted and dizzy in their own team fight, but Knight was able to correct all of that.
Yep, I think Knight's my front runner for player of the game now. Cap jumps into the pit. They want to try to challenge here for the Baron. It's down to 1,000, secured by Shun. G2 moving forward, still trying to stop these guys. Broken Blade finds Viper, who tries to get away, but that's pressure on Yunara. Another kill for G2. Caps wants Bin as the Renekton again. Remember, he does not have a flash. Dominance Force just to stay alive, but Caps wants more. Sterix Gauge provides Bin with enough HP to continue running for now. Knight going after LeBron. Deep dive from Broken Blade. They get the kill they want, but it costs BB's life. Knight is still prowling, looking for the opportunity to find something else. It's a Baron for BLG, but they lose 2 in the process for the 1 from G2.
G2 here, even despite this 9,000 gold difference, they're finding some fights for themselves. The Baron is taken by BLG, but Baron was nerfed on this season, so it doesn't give as much gold for your squad. And G2, wait a second, Skewmon should be fine. He's fairly tanky here. I mean, they the critical one was really the dragon fight where they denied the dragon soul.
Yeah.
That brush that they just posted up in and were able to get the dragon soul denier was big for G2's hopes of accomplishing this huge comeback that this game would be if they could do it. Still though, BLG, you know, that Knight has 25 stacks on his Medjai's and it's amplified by a Rabadon's death cap, so like this Akali, it does crazy burst damage. And has to be respected. So BLG still very much in an amazing spot, but our like tantalizing story we were joking about earlier, you know, got a little bit closer of possible angles for G2.
The win percentage is no longer a fraction of a percent, right? It's actually like a 1.
Yeah, they're cooking. You know, maybe some more crit multipliers here. Get another little bit of crit items for Hansama, and you know, hopefully some more headshots.
That's a very that graph is practically a blue rectangle. It's a lot
blue wall,
of blue.
maybe.
Nah, wrong team. They beat them 3-2.
Yeah,
G2 beat them 3-2, but now BLG. Yeah, maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is KC's revenge. This is BLG. Yeah. Maybe that's BLG's buddies. I don't know. But we got 1 minute and 15 seconds until the next dragon spawns. You just said it was the Hextech Soul stop that really was the biggest deal for G2, and now it's time to do it again. It's time to pay the piper. Skumond, well, technically he's the piper because he has the Vandal
He's
pipes,
got the
but
back.
yeah, he's
got the Vandal pipe.
Yeah, he's gonna take the Gromp. He'll go ahead and walk away there. Shun wants to kill that ward as third in Tofo Strike does not find the knockback onto Viper's Yunara. And we'll see G2 have to move forward as a unit if they want to stop BLG from taking the Drake. BLG, of course, does have priority over the bottom river area. They are there first. They can set up some vision. They can force G2 to check into them. And going back to what you were talking about in the draft, one of the advantages of Caitlyn, part of the character's power is being able to block off entrances towards objective fights. But you can only do that if you're the first ones there. And G2 just don't really have that luxury at this point in time. The bottom river is dark and full of terrors, and G2 do not want to see anything scary. Problem is, they're about to have to face those fears. Broken Blade, level 16 here on the Cassante. Third in Topher Strike only hits Shun. It's not really a target. It's going to give you a whole lot here at the start. Knight's back over in the mid lane. Scuttle Crab, focus for BLG. They'll secure that one. Keep your eyes on Knight.
And this brush, look at this brush, dude. They're focusing it again. Triple trap with the control ward.
Okay. G2 still on the approach. Bin taking a big chunk of damage, loses half HP to Caps' Ahri here immediately at the very start of the fight. Skumond still wants to try to contest here for this Drake. Immediately drops the subjugate. Flash coming out from Bin. He wants to try to kill Caps. He gets back away. Caps goes back into the Spirit Orb. Beautifully done. But Knight gets revenge. And now G2 is falling. Knight wants the second kill on Lavrov as Shun goes after Skumond. And Broken Blade's got to try to fight everybody else on the BLG roster. Triple kill for Knight's Akali. Broken Blade trying to run. He wants to maybe turn it around. It's the only option he's got, but it's not good enough. Ace for Viper and BLG. They lose Bin, but they'll take everybody else. The bottom lane tier 3 turret will collapse. The mid lane one will do the same. And BLG are on their victory march. No one in G2 colors stands to stop them. And BLG will clean sweep G2 and be the first team at First Stand 2026 to pass the group stage.
3-0 for BLG. And Knight having some fun on that Akali, man. Beautiful to watch.
I think I gotta give him my player of the game now. We were talking about that at the beginning of the game, how bottom lane and mid were both going crazy. And originally I felt like the edge was going towards the bottom laners, despite Knight getting his solo kill. But when things started to get shaky, when they were having a little bit too much fun with the video game, it was Knight saying, guys, wait, hold on, it's a competitive game. We still gotta win this. He's the one who clutches. He's the one who makes it happen. And honestly, incredible game from BLG in a series that was close for the early games of the first two and then turned to BLG dominance. In game 3, they just decided, what if we got rid of the close part?
Yeah, it started with that bottom lane, the 2v3 double kill for them. and ended with a lot of night plays.
Yeah, lots of night plays. Shun, of course, also helping so much in that bottom lane. He was there to counter after Skewmon was trying to make the move. Yes, G2 got a little bit too excited. They got killed in the 2v2, but then Shun also showing up being like, hey, Skewmon, guess whose red buff needs to go back to its rightful owner? Cracks his knuckles a little bit, takes what's rightfully his. And what a dominant third game from BLG. They will be our first team, like I said, to pass the group stage. Remember, only 4 of our 8 will get to move on to that bracket play. This is a fast tournament, my friend. 2 wins, you're through. 2 losses, you are out. So G2 is still in the tournament. They are 1-1 now, so they will have one more chance to be one of those top 4 squads.
Yeah, and BLG getting through, you know, people expect them to get through. They expect them and Gen G for sure 100% to get through both LPL and LCK. Honestly, everyone's probably expecting that to be top 4 anyway, but
are you telling me the top 2 regions in the world are going to have their top teams be in the top 4?
Yeah, sir. They do it in style, though. This was definitely a fun one. I think we are setting up with Bin down there, so maybe we can get a listen in fairly soon. He had a really big performances in the first 2 games, huge performances. So many of these plays too, where the team is leaving and he sees the angle and he just pops off.
All right, here's the Verizon
post-game pouquinho depois dessa série, eu tô aqui com o Bin, a Wendy vai ajudar a gente na tradução também. So right now in the post series, I'm here with Bin for talking about this winning, and Wendy will help us with the translation. So my first question is, what has changed from your first series that was against BFX and was a more difficult series for today that you win with a 3-0?
那首先恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利。今天是非常干净利落的3-0，感觉好像上一场和 BFX 的那场 BO5 好像稍显艰难一点。所以说，你觉得在这个过程当中，为什么会有这样的一些变化呢？
因为我觉得这场的对手本来就比上场弱一些，我们这场能3-0也很正常嘛。
I must say maybe because our opponent for this series is a little bit weaker than the previous one, so that's why it's natural for us to get a 3-0.
Bom, ele comentou que eles conseguiram o 3-0 agora porque o oponente do jogo de hoje era um pouco mais fraco que o do outro jogo, do jogo de estreia, que foi a BFX, e por isso que eles conseguiram essa vitória. A minha segunda pergunta agora vai ser, eu vi um pouquinho nas redes sociais que ele e o Chino trocaram ali as jerseys, né? O Chino top laner da Loud, eles conversaram um pouquinho e eu vou pedir para ele deixar um conselho para os jogadores novos que estão chegando agora no competitivo. So, I saw on social media that you exchanged jerseys with Chino, Loud's top laner, the Brazilian team in first stand. He is a young talent who definitely has you as an inspiration, and I wanted you to give an advice to the new players who are arriving now in the competitive.
那也有注意到，在社交媒体上，你和 Loud 的上单选手 Sino， 你们有交换队服，然后一起聊天。然后呢，他其实也是一位非常年轻、具有潜力的小将。然后也注意，他也是同时可能在很多地方你都能给到他们的一些启发和启示。所以说，也想问一下，作为一位相对更有经验的选手，想要对这些年轻的选手，当他们来到这种非常具有竞技力的舞台，要对他们给到哪些建议？有什么想对他们说的吗？
我想给最大的建议就是要相信自己的判断吧，然后要相信自己的实力，相信自己，自信是最重要的。
So the biggest advice I'd like to give all the younger talents is that definitely you need to trust yourself, trust your confidence, and trust your talents, trust your decision inside the game. You must be confident. That's the key.
Bom, ele falou que o maior conselho que ele pode dar para os novos jogadores é confiar em você mesmo, confiar no seu talento, confiar nas suas decisões em jogo, porque isso definitivamente é a chave para você conseguir a vitória. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Bin. Muito obrigado por essa entrevista e a BLG venceu a G2 por 3-0.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Hey, yo, we don't compromise, we don't wait no white flags. We just want to know the smoke, so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they listen, never lose the show masses. 2020 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What's your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What's your name is really? Yo, patience is the virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What's your name is really? Take it to the top, never gon' stop like we just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. Feel the energy. What kind of energy do you bring to the table? We on the way. We on the way.
Welcome back to First Stand, ahead of our second series of the day. I'm still here. The kids are still here with their toys.
I'm surprised you're still here after
I can leave if you
Yeah,
want.
well, no,
I was
we need you,
about
we need
to.
you.
Like
have a
you two,
series
I can
left,
just
right?
not show up and leave.
My bad, my bad.
No, I don't know. That was fun. I had fun. Did you have fun, guys?
Had a lot of fun.
I had fun. I'm not
what
sure
is
if you're
team
telling
role?
the truth.
The person who did not have fun was Caps. Knight went crazy that game. So yes, he gets player of the game on that one. Especially since G2 was starting to bring it back. And there was one specific fight around Dragon where you're like, okay, maybe there's an angle here. Knight goes in, gets a triple kill. You're like, never mind.
I mean, it was always like this. It was like, yeah, G2 has a good setup here, but then you have Renekton on one side on flanking, and then you have Knight flanking on the other, and it's just, at this point, with a composition like this, it's hard to come back. Before we go on what went right for BLG, what went wrong for G2 as a whole, preparation, the approach, there's a lot of things. For me, it starts with drafts.
So yeah, I think they drafted the Caitlyn Melio. I think for people that don't know, the new Hex Optics item works really well with extra range you get from Melio. Skewmon had a great early pathing, right? Like that was super smart. And the problem just was, right before Skewmon was about to gank, Hansama had lost almost all of its HP, had to flash out because they were, the Yunara and Lulu were just absolutely crushing him. And that was the issue. They just lost too much health when that gank came over, because it was a good setup. They wanted to split the map. I really liked it. I had a whole thing set up for jungle pathing to talk about it.
She was upset about it.
I am upset that I didn't get to talk, well, I guess got to talk about it now if it had worked. But yeah, then everything just fell apart after that, right? Because that was the strategy behind this draft, I think.
And on the other side, you have BLG just ramping out from the first series to the second series. I'll give it to you. The opposition was not the same here when you look at what G2 did here. But guys, complete demolition in team fights. Everything was clean. On was on as well.
You would have
he's the Oppo player of the series here today.
You would have expected the player of the series to go towards Bin for how it started, but On really impressed us through and through. Like, stopping a lot of the engage that was either coming in this replay on the Nico or the 2v2 fights that were happening bot side from Viper and On. Both of them, I felt like, really dominated in laning phase, and it transferred later on in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really consistent series throughout. You could have said the same thing for Shun and Bin. Like, honestly, BLG played really well today. He was also crucial in a lot of those 2v2s. But now, we're moving on to our second series.
Absolutely.
As we see Team Secret Wales and BNK FearX arriving at the studio.
We sent BLG to semifinals. We're going to send a team home after this series.
True.
As we said it. Team Secret Wales, Bangkok FearX, one team had a better start than the other, I want to say. So before we dive into everything, let's take a look at what we know. What is going to make the difference for each team today? What do we want to see?
I mean, I can just go straight into it. For win conditions, I'll start from the Team Secret Wales side. Drafting to comfort, I think, is incredibly important, just simply because, like, in game one, they put Pun on Ornn. They picked a composition that probably makes a lot of sense for what they were facing against, but was really lackluster for the team because they did not win and lose based, they did not succeed off that kind of a draft. But don't show your hand too fast. When you see the Akali first pick and you're going to path into straight dive, then the Galio and all that, you're like, okay, like,
draft for your comfort, but don't just show your hand immediately. Stabilize the early game is the big point of FearX because it was just a constant pressure towards mid lane, and it felt like if they were falling behind in the first 5 minutes, it was looking cooked.
And this is where I don't agree with you, Raz.
Okay.
BNK FearX, for me, well, do you want to give me that weapon? Yeah, for me, what we've seen, especially from the first series from them, is the fact that even if they have a lackluster early game, they have the ability to come back in team fight. And usually it comes around setting up Diablo in a good situation for them to be able to do so. So for me, I feel like even if they fall behind, given the fact that Team Secret Wells didn't show a lot, they show that they could come back, but can they do it against a team like this? This is where I have doubts. On the other side, I want to see strong lanes. I want to see agency. I want to see this guy in the jungle being able to get things going for his team in the early game.
All right, and I kind of fall between you two because I think this is my big thing for Team Secret Wells because we saw a few times in the G2 series when they would be able to do well. Okay, we had a good team fight, and then they just keep pushing it. It's like you guys have a lead, just like back off, know when to pressure your lead, know when to back off, I think was crucial in a lot of the skirmishes that ended up.
Some feedback.
Yeah.
Can you have some realistic win conditions when to back off? Are you going to do that?
You know what? You asked me for win conditions, and this is my win condition.
Yeah.
And then leverage to bot 2v2 power. I thought that BNK FearX's bot lane, kind of similar to what Laura said, but even earlier, I thought they played really, really well. You know, Diablo is the rising star talent of this roster. It's been so exciting to see him here.
And sing a theme.
What's your theme?
The theme is Diablo. Both of you guys are talking about their bot lane.
I mean, that's true. But honestly, for his first time on the international stage, I feel like this guy showed up.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it is always a question where you're like, okay, how well is he going to do? We covered this going into the series. It's his first like big Riot International tournament, right? And he was phenomenal in this series. I loved watching him play.
I mean, just taking a look at it constantly being a focal point. Even when the games aren't looking great, he is just standing and delivering with Kellen in his back pocket, because that can get you back in. It's really, I mean, it will surprise you. One thing that will surprise you is also baby photos. That will be another one that will surprise me.
He's the youngest player at first hand. This picture comes from COVID times. We don't want to remember that, but this kid was 13 years old back then. Feel old yet? Because I do.
I already felt old, actually.
And popping off already. But honestly, similarly to both of these teams being really young and inexperienced, today I feel like that's something we have to look after, because facing elimination, these two rosters are on the first time here in the international stage. Nerves cannot show up.
Wow. Usually we see like
that's
a huge discrepancy. Guess what?
Just doesn't exist.
No, I mean it's even, but also how much do we think it's going to impact both teams playing today with what's at stake here?
Not too much. I think the pressure is always going to be there from the Team Secret Wells side, because they feel like they have a chip on their shoulder, a lot to prove, especially after last Worlds where they didn't get to show their best selves. And they're like, well, domestically, like D-Ray and his toe can really put the pressure on a lot of opponents. And I feel when I watch them domestically, I've seen aspects of their gameplay where they're like, yeah, we're fighting constantly, but it's not needless, right?
Yeah.
There's rhyme and reason to what we're doing. But we haven't seen that here, and they want to at least show that on an international level.
What do we think of predictions here? I know what we think. I just want the audience to discover it. I feel like
it's
none
tough.
of us
I think it's going to be really tough for Team Secret Wells, unfortunately, just based on what we've seen from both of these teams domestically in the way they play, and then the way that they've performed thus far. I feel like if Team Secret Wells really wants to go in and kind of really try to attack them like they did with G2, FearX are going to be more than willing to scrap, and we've seen them come back even when like Vikla was really, really struggling with their level 1s or getting first blooded. I think it's going to be a really big uphill battle for them.
It will be. The biggest point of success, I would say, from them just the last time they played, specifically Team Secret Wells, was D-Ray's Sylas. His Sylas and his Akali, like he got hands on that. He was able to play really well and aggressive early. So I'm interested in that. We need to see that from them. That is my focal point from this team.
It's the only moment either of this team can show up on stage. One of them goes home. The pressure is on. Casters, over to you for this game.
Thank you very much, Law. And yes, we are here ready to send someone home, but I want to start on a happy note. I'm joined by Jat. It's been so long, my friend, since we have been on a desk together. I think 6.5 years.
So technically, we did cast at Worlds with Dagda as well.
Yeah.
But he was in the middle of the two of us.
You also, I think you ganked me and Wolf in the middle of the cast at the same time.
This is the first scheduled duo Jackals cast since 2019 Worlds.
I remember because I was trying to recruit you to the LCK.
Yeah.
That was the year Papa was leaving. It didn't work. For you still
But you still got Chronicler, and then you had a glorious 5 years.
We did pretty well. I actually feel like it didn't go too badly. But let's get into this, because these two teams, both coming off losses, both of these losses looking a little different from one another.
I agree. I feel like, I hope that the analyst desk is completely wrong, because they all said 3-0, and I want to cast more than 3 games. I want this to be more than a 6-game day. We came all the way to Brazil to play a 7-day tournament, and I don't want to have the days only be 6 games long.
And I think you're asking the wrong person, because I do feel like BNK Fearx is pretty good. And Team Secret didn't really stand up to G2 all that much. Although there was one game that they were winning until they lost.
I think there were multiple games that they were close until they lost, and one game that they were winning until they lost. And I liked Rass's point on the analyst desk, because I felt like they were drafting in the least sneaky, oversharey way possible later in the series. So in game 2, they first picked the Akali, and in game 3, they first picked Dr. Munda. So when you first pick the Akali, you're saying, we are going to play a dive comp.
Yes.
Have fun picking your 5 champions that you plan to play against that. And then Mundo is, okay, we're going to be low engage and scaling, so make sure you bring enough damage. Like, none of these things are good early in the draft or good late in the draft. It's like...
It's a bit of a telegraphed situation.
Exactly. If you and me were going on a first date, I'm not going to overshare. I'm going to say, here's my financial situation, my past trauma, what went wrong in my other relationships.
I would actually really appreciate that, though.
And
I'm not
the
going
other
to lie.
team appreciated that, too.
Communication's really good if you're trying to work together. However, if this is with your opposition, it's probably not what you're wanting to do. So even though I loved the analogy, it wasn't very good. Ash, Lulu, and Rumble have been banned away, though, as we jump into our HyperX Champ Select, and it is going to be the Nautilus as the final ban after the Orianna and the Ryze. I do like the Ryze being taken away. I think that champion is completely broken, but is the Azir actually going to be picked? That's my question.
It has been nerfed, and we've seen some teams still banning it, some teams deciding to pick it away. Vikla could play the Azir.
He does like it. I don't know whether I like him playing it, but he does like it.
Okay, I didn't like anything Vikla played in his first series.
Yeah, true. All the way he played it. But we'll just have to see whether he is leveled up moving into their next series of the tournament. The Vi has been picked. This is the perfect time for Raptor to go towards his Nefiri. We saw it hovered all series in the last one, but I think this is actually a decent angle for it. Instead, looking at a monkey.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong is also just good.
Yeah, true.
Xin also good. This is the more standard game on jungle drafts where you just blind pick a Sundered Sky jungler. But this is the interesting one with Karma being picked. So it's only been picked once here at first stand, but it's been banned an exceptional amount.
And it was Kellen that played it, I'm pretty sure.
It's one of the sleeper OP champions I feel like must be dominating in scrims, because we haven't seen it really that much globally, except here at this event, it's been almost permabanned. So really looking forward to seeing if Diablo and Kellen can dominate something bot lane with
Yeah,
Karma.
I do think that it's also really good early in Fearless Draft, right? Because it pairs exceptionally well with Ezreal and Sivir especially, and you can guarantee to get one of those, right? They are going to pick away the Varus, though, on the side of Team Secret Wales. As Dire thinking about the Rakan, I think Rakan is really difficult to play when you're looking down the barrel of a pushing lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think one of the reasons Karma's probably such high prio is because it is going to get pushed on basically everything.
True.
So at the end of the day, I think they want to just be able to start a team fight or support a gank. So I understand picking Rakan on 3 here. I want to say Karma's also really good with champions like Xin.
Yep.
Xin is really good with Enchanters. I think it's an underrated aspect, and it's just the Karma Ezreal. It's the classic.
Yep, they could pick whichever one they wanted, whether it be the Ezreal or the Sivir. Going with the Ezreal this time around gives Diablo a lot of independence. The young man able to go anywhere he would please. The Vi will follow him though, so we'll see whether Histo can get on top of this 80 carry, this young man. But next round of bans to come on through, and we're looking at top lane and mid for both teams. Very interesting that in a game 1 of a best of 5 in Fearless, we've seen both of the bottom lanes fully locked down. It's not often what you see. It's normally solos and jungle, or like a cheeky OP or something like that on the bottom side of the map, like a Bard or something. But it's not often that we see this. It's often later in the drafts that you'll see the bottom lane locked away this early.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of time you're waiting for support counterpick, but I think that's why the Karma changes this draft just a little bit.
Yeah.
I like the sneaky Volibear ban there by BFX. They were doing the research, looking at the champ pool of Pun and saying, wait a minute, this thing is weird. I don't want to play against anything weird. Let's get rid of it.
Not dealing with it. It does make some sense. That's all right. K'Sante going to be taken away from Clear. Clear is a man with a decent champion pool, but I have to say that his Rumble and K'Sante are easily his most feared champions. So good research being done here.
See the Korean Dokla?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Like, he was actually, so the matchup between Clear and Thanatos was some of the best league in Challenger a few years back.
Oh, interesting.
They were the 2 best players by a country mile, right? DRX versus DK was like the big matchup down there. Clear didn't find quite as much success when he made it to the LCK, and Thanatos, of course, just left the country.
Yeah.
So we never really got to see too much of it again.
Still hasn't won the LCS.
Not quite.
Yeah, Cloud9, they can pull it together.
I reckon they did look all right. Although, do we want to talk about the America's Cup, or do we want to? Okay, we'll
I think
leave
we should
that
talk
one.
about First Stand.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, First Stand is great.
Mel is going to be banned away here. Vikler already showing that one in their previous series, and the Renekton is going to be the lock-in. This is one of Clear's favorites as well. Sometimes you just can't ban them all.
Yeah, and they did a good job to set it up with the Gnar ban as well as the Volibear ban. So 2 protect bans to then blind pick your top laner, and I don't necessarily think you have a good counter pick to Ahri, but Vikler will at least get to see the entire team comp before he decides to lock it in. And we'll see what Pun ends up going against the Renekton. Usually you want to go with some type of a neutralizing pick, like an Ornn or a Sion, but if he goes Gwen, that's a lot of squishiness and a lot of damage, and he's going for it.
Yeah, you can fight fire with fire, and this is scary. I mean, if it's going to work, then it could be Team Secret Wales really running away with this one. But the Annie for Vikler is going to be locked away. Does feel like Vikler has gone back to a little bit more of his utility ways. He was playing a lot of carries, finding a lot of success in the LCK Cup, but it wasn't a great start to First Stand. So I think, back to it, throwing bears at people and seeing whether Diablo can carry the game in the end. Pretty balanced drafts on both sides, but honestly, if you turn the nameplates off, as you say, kind of like how Team Secret Wales' comp has came together at the end with the amount of damage that you have on top of a lot of snap engage.
And a lot of abilities to flank and split push. So there's a lot of good things going on. Have you ever called it the Viclanny?
No.
I think it works.
Maybe today we can start calling it the Viclangy.
Yeah.
Oh, I said Viclangy. And that doesn't sound right. That just sounds like something noisy falling down the stairs.
And then Annie.
If he does lose a lot, then perhaps we can go with the Viclangy instead. It can be a bit of a clanger.
Will he give up First Blood again?
Yeah.
Find out soon.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, one of these teams will be making their way out of the tournament. The other one stays alive. We'll see whether Team Secret Wales can make a dent in B&K FearX here in game number 1. But we have to say, up against BLG, they didn't look too bad, going all the way to 5 games. The last draft was something that I would prefer not to talk about again. But there was certainly some moments for B&K in their series, despite the 3-0 on the other side of the rift. So I think we're expecting B&K to be the favorites here. Team Secret Wales might have some secrets up their sleeves.
And that's the hope. We know how well CFO did last year. This team qualified from the same region, even if they are a full Vietnamese team. So they definitely have aspirations of doing well on the world stage. Winning domestically is not enough for them. And it was probably just a demoralizing 3-game series that they played against G2. For what it's worth, G2 did a lot of discussion about their ability to beat jet lag, etc.
Yeah.
But their time zone is 4 hours different, and they took one flight that was direct to Brazil. You know how long the travel day was for TSW? It was like 35 hours.
Yeah.
So if anyone is going to use the jet lag excuse...
I did the same trip, by the way, that B&K FearX did, and I would not recommend that on my to my worst enemy. It's actually just the other side of the planet. So it's a tough one.
They've had a couple of extra days to recover.
Honestly, we're on about the same timeline. Korea and Vietnam are very close. I think it's just one over. So the travel would be about the same between the two squads. when all is said and done. Having a look now, though, we can see that the Karma has push in the bottom lane. Jat, who would have thought?
And they're also starting Sweeper, so they're trying to make sure they have full control of both pushes.
Yep, and live on patch 2606, check out the Warhound Senna. Portion of the skins proceeds will be shared across the LoL Esports teams as well, so you're going to be supporting all of the teams at the same time if you pick up a cool skin. Not too bad. That's all right. Vikla throwing some damage towards Dire here in this mid lane as well. I have a habit of reading the screen, by the way, chat. I just want to let you know. I've made this mistake many times with players like Yehu, who has a K at the start of his name. I commentated him for about 2 years.
Silent.
I still call him Kyehu sometimes.
That's understandable.
So if I call Dire in this game, I promise it's just my brain not working.
Yeah, and all of Worlds he was called Dire. But we know he...
And now we've figured it out.
Actually, it's D-Ray.
Maybe it was my fault.
I think it was your fault.
I was just reading it this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Well, I apologize in advance to everyone from the LCP that might be a little bit frustrated if I do make that mistake. All right, and we'll forgive you for calling BNK Purex BFX as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the... As we're watching these lanes trade back and forth, like, D-Ray versus Dire is one of the less offensive requests. I think Yahoo, the K is silent. That's just trolling, man.
His name's not
You can't just say
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Yahoo,
I mean, you're still saying the K is silent and putting a K at the start of your name.
Yahoo's like a word. That would be so good if that was his name.
It's like if pun was called un. Like,
Yeah, true.
I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't
And-
want to, but I would still have to.
Yep. It was ADD back in the day as well, and you're supposed to pronounce it Ed.
Okay,
that's what he wanted, and it was capitalized. It looked like an acronym. That one was very difficult.
His BDD was also in the league.
He was. I don't know whether they were playing at the same time. I know ADD in the LCK was playing for MVP in about 2018, so quite some time ago, because that was back at OGN. I remember when he was hanging out there. As Histo having a look towards this top side of the map as we do bring it back to the video game momentarily. Clear has been lit on fire as well as Pun having a pretty good time in the lane.
Histo has snuck around though. He's going to get spotted right now. See if he can get the gank off.
Yeah, Pun already getting these scissors out, and I don't even know whether the Vi was needed, but he's still going to throw down the flash. First blood goes over to Histo. A great start here for Team Secret Wales.
Beautifully done by Histo, and for any struggle that TSW has had internationally, it has not been Histo's early game. This guy has consistently been able to get early kills. And remember, this is an elimination series, so it's very important that they get out to a good start. Winner will advance to play G2. Loser's going to go home. It'll be 2 series and out here at first.
Yeah, it's so much pressure between these two squads, and getting out to an early lead in a series like this can really alleviate a lot of that pressure. So this first game can be really important. We know there's been a lot of teams that have spoken about the importance of game one. They've come into an interview and said, if we win game one, we win. It doesn't even matter if we drop the game throughout the series. That will provide us with enough confidence to make this happen. And good charm there from Dire, as Raptor will take 50% of his health, but
he's trying to race
it's the
to these
commitment
Raptors.
to the Raptors.
And this is all because Karma's invaded the jungle because they have bot prowess. So they're just really trying to force numbers on enemy Raptors. And Vikla also has stun up, so Histo has to just get rid of it. This is a delayed punish for the gank that he did top lane, so nicely executed there. Everyone on BNK Furex had to be involved in that play in order for it to work.
Yep. And when the cross map is we took a Raptor camp, then maybe the gank worked out quite well as Dire takes a bear.
Yeah, but as you can see on the bottom of the screen, like even though they did lose 3-0 to G2, the games were close 51.4% of the time. So what closest percentage is it's the other team not having more than 51.5% of the game's total gold, which if you math it out is usually like a couple thousand ahead.
That sounds pretty close to me.
Yeah, and the graphs back it up. They were close that entire time, even
Their
having gold
closeness
leads.
percentage was within the closeness percentage mark.
Yeah, it is.
That's pretty cool.
Like a 1/10 of a percent.
Is that like an infinite loop of closeness?
Probably.
It sounds really close to me. It's all right. BA taking a bit of damage here from Kellen, but just being frustrating as he's trying to get that wave to crash on forward. 100 gold the lead here for Team Secret Wales, so not too much of anything to report as far as that is concerned. But it does show that that first blood didn't really get them much of a lead and more mitigated the advantages that BNK already had put together.
And from the bot prio, you can see Raptor is just free hitting the Drake. So the first Drake is going to pretty easily go over to BNK Furex, which I understand you have problems saying D-Ray versus Dyer.
Yep.
I have a hard time saying BNK FearX when the tri-code is BFX.
I know. See, isn't it? It took me 2 years. I'm so proud of myself for getting that one right most of the time.
Yeah, because they are BNK FearX.
Yes.
So of the 5 letters that they could be, they picked those 3.
Yeah.
Arbitrarily.
Yeah, it's not very nice of them, is it?
It's very rude.
We've had some conversations about this, but ultimately, it's their choice, and it's okay. It's just 3 letters. We'll deal with it. And Vikla is also going to deal with this Ahri being a little bit frustrating. Both of them trading some electricity here in this mid lane, as once again, Histo in the area.
Oh, Raptor revenge right here.
Oh, no. Stealing Raptors, man. Everyone knows that this is the way that you tilt him, and it's worked so far.
Yeah, timing really good on that one. Vikla didn't quite have ultimate up yet. Raptor also wasn't 100% sure that was going to happen. Could have started red and gone to Raptors, but he wanted to try and full clear down, so it's gone. And Histo has a very small window that he was searching for a gank, knows that it's going to be too late, and has to back away.
Yeah, also keeps himself invisible, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
they have an idea that he was there because he did just steal the Raptors.
They definitely want to steal the other Raptors now. It's a Raptor fight.
It is just about Raptors. It's clear. Throws down the Dominus here as Pun throwing some needles at the Crocodile. Does have to call the Meek in this wave just to make sure he's going to be okay, but I think that war of attrition was won by the Crocodile. We'll be able to get control of this wave and shove it forward. We'll see whether it's going to be first plate going his way. It's Chance Corruption sidestep there by Kellen. Swift footwork as there's Diablo going in with that arcane shift. Goodbye, and Eddie is just completely in no man's land. Diablo even had the Mystic shot ready for him, as BNK will get their first kill of the game, and it is on the player you don't really want to give all the kills to if you're a Team Secret Wales fan, as Vikla looking for D-Ray here as well. He does have the Spirit Rush, so he'll be all right. But still, this bear is getting scary.
Yeah, classic Viklangi play. Just
it's a really good
Viklangi. Whenever you
Why do I can only say Viklangi. I can't get my brain to do Viklangi.
It's the Australian. I want to talk about the play we just saw, though, because all of this did end up happening because of the repeated pressure that Raptor is putting on the enemy Raptors. It means that Team Secret Wales always trying to defend the play. They were getting invaded in the jungle, and then once Eddie missed the ultimate, it gave Diablo the window that he could shift over the wall freely, and they could just have the numbers advantage against the Varus.
And I'm pretty sure he reacted to the flash with the Mystic shot, but it was very, very close to being at about exactly the same time as that flash going out. So pretty impressive stuff. Histo going to be able to grab the first grub of the game here. Might actually look for a double, as there is Raptor making his way up. Steals that one away. Could be a fight for the third, but just getting one is normally what these players really care about. As D-Ray, throws out the ulti. There's the knock up, the flash from Raptor to turn this one around. Stun comes through onto the Annie, a cease and desist, and that's exactly what they want Raptor to do. D-Ray's going to be able to take him down in the end, and Clear is just getting kited, does find the stun, and takes out the Fox Lady, but he will pay for that with his life, at least after some Blast Cone shenanigans do come on forward. Does get a bunch of his health bar back, though. Why is Clear still alive? Okay, finally, he will be taken out. The Viklangi not going to live, and it's a double kill going over to Pun.
And this is all because they had the numbers advantage. Eddie's paying for it on the other side of the map, by the way. Diablo's getting free plates. He's completely zoned off the wave, but that top fight was a 4v3. So I don't believe that BNK FearX expected BA to be there on the recon with the spell book. And I'm actually surprised after the original fight went 1-for-1 that they kept chasing through the jungle, because that ended up costing them a few extra kills.
Well, there is another plate that Diablo really wants to take here, but BA has made his way down towards his bottom side. He should be able to defend Eddie pretty comfortably standing over here, but it is going to be at least that plate going on over. And so Diablo is very rich, but let's have a look at this fight, because he was not there for this.
Yeah, Diablo's going to be a problem. I mean, Raptor, very aggressive here, knowing his Annie's no ultimate, but knowing he has his Q3 up. They thought they could potentially one-shot D-Ray Atlas.
Thank you.
But then when the recon arrives, he's able to apply the extra shielding. And then Clear, I think if he just blast cones out towards Vikla, dashes away, goes back to base, he can TP back to his wave, shove it out. But instead, they decide to continue this all in. Part of this is, if they somehow win this fight, the game's over. Because they would have won a 3v4, and they would have zoned away the Varus on the bottom side. So I understand why you might greed for something like that, but it's still a huge play for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, very big win. Does put them at about 400 gold in the lead, as we can see. And with the fact that it's the Gwen that has most of the money, that is the biggest deal, right? Riftmaker is now done. Like, Pun is going to be a huge problem in this game.
Yeah, and Pun's Gwen has been very good for him so far in this year. I know Raz had a nice play where he's very good at deploying in the right spots on the map on Gwen, especially when he has a small advantage like this. He has just burned teleport, though, as we have a fight for the Drake.
Yep, Crescent Guard does come out here as Raptor trying to keep himself alive. There is the Chains of Corruption coming on down. Diablo, decent arcane shift, but he's still just going to get ulted by the Vi. The charm comes in as well. The quickness working out so well, and Eddie is going to put him in the ground. Dire just dancing around the team fight, but it's Raptor that goes in, finds the knock-up with a 3-talent strike, and Eddie will be able to take him down, but not without the rest of his team falling. There is a Varus limping away, but once again, BNK, were they fighting with man down? Never mind. No, there at least wasn't Pun in that fight.
True,
so it was an
44.
even one. Yeah, we're okay.
Honorable scrap.
An honorable scrap indeed.
But we've got a bloodbath on our hands. It's already 11 kills by 12 minutes, and these teams are willing to fly in. Diablo's Ezreal with Flash Barrier thinks that he's going to be invincible, but there's an Ahri Vi. They can chase through both of the dashes, especially if you use one in.
Crazy.
It was insanity. He ends up kind of getting one shot on the tail end, but they do have to burn a lot through the barrier, through the Karma Shield, through the Karma Heal. It takes them a long time, and that gives Raptor time to kind of clutch it at the end of the fight. Nice job by Eddie there, stacking up and executing with the Varus Q to make it a trade. And the Dragon's still alive.
Well, we're going to go back to that one, see whether BNK can grab the Double Dragon from this one. We'll check out what the soul is going to be as Pun here up towards his top side of the map. Clear can just do nothing as the Gwen will cut him down. And Pun, we were saying he was going to be a problem. Well, he definitely is.
That is insane. You can see the Coinbase gold grind on the left there as well. Raptor will be getting the Drake, so a little bit of Drake stacking early, but this is how you got to compete if your team Secret Wills. Get someone who's going to have a carry angle at the end, since the bot lane is completely gapped, in part thanks to the players, but also in part thanks to this Karma.
Yep.
So having the top side of the map is necessary in order to compete in this game.
I do think that Varus will just generally be valuable, right, later on into the game. Obviously, if you fall behind, you're not going to be doing as much damage, but you can heal deny, and you can also stun or snare with your Chains of Corruption. So there will be value. They won't have issues with damage when Pun is this massive.
No, I don't think so. I do think Kellen will probably build the Mikhails next, just in case Diablo does get caught by
There comes
Varus.
down, and Raptor looking for a way in. Let's see whether he can get it. Audacious charge onto Dire, but he gets himself out. They thought they'd caught Vikla, but Vikla says, I have a bear, and I have a jungler.
Yep, you just got to use that anti-ultimate as much as possible. Maximize its value. They're kind of down on pressure right here, but the RETP is going to be able to catch that wave top. It's so hard for them to deal with this Karma Ezreal.
Yeah, it really does just, it kind of feels at the moment in this mid game that BNK just have more members on the map, but there are more of TSW here towards his bottom side, and Vikla is very much dead. Tibbers is going to get mad, so they may not have the greatest of times taking down this turret, but that is more money to Pun. And that is dangerous. Charm does connect here onto Dire, but the knockup's there from Raptor as well. And he has no ult. He has to flash to get out of the way. The Audacious charge and Wind becomes lightning and becomes another kill for this Xin Zhao, who is also becoming a bit of a problem.
Damn. That looks broken.
What is Raptor even doing there? You know, like
Sundered Sky, red buff.
Now I'm understanding why there were Xin Zhao bans throughout the whole of yesterday.
Very understandable.
Yeah.
Inspired did get it in Game 5. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We get to see him fight another day. But Raptor kind of putting his mark on this game because I think his toe is going where he should. He's going where they're strong. But it appears now that both the mid lane and the bot lane, wherever they are deployed on the map, the players on those characters are struggling. So BNK Furex taking a bit more of a lead here, breaking 3 outer turrets, also crashing the Rift Herald, puts him in a powerful position. He might have to flash out.
Yeah, he is immediately going to flash. I think not messing with Pun is a very good idea. And Raptor going to show him that respect, gets himself out the back of this grub pit. He's going to be, I believe, Vikla going home there, as Raptor realizes he's not allowed his Raptors.
It's just going to be so hard for Pun. He's going to be so strong, but it's going to be so hard for him to actually teamfight against Karma Ezreal. I think that's going to be kind of the story of this game, because Pun should be able to run over the Xin and the Renekton once he gets Dusk and Dawn, but it'll just be about how much work Diablo and Kellen can do.
Well, Trisha Barrage is going to spot out that there are 3 people up here towards this top side of the map. It looks like Clear is just going to be able to clear out this wave. So TSW, they are trailing a little bit when it comes to gold. And I think that the way BNK has been playing around the macro movements here in this mid lane has just mid-game has been crisper than what we've been seeing from TSW, but they do have the win conditions. It has been put together. As now Vikla is just going to face check his toe and says, I'll stun you, and I guess it'll be fine. Pun now might be giving away a bit of money over to BNK, although never mind. The tower and the needlework doing absolutely enough to deter them from diving the Gwen.
Good little chunk they got. Were able to burn his Ignite. I was just laughing at Victor. I don't know why it was so funny. Because it was actually fine. He was completely safe. There's no reason he shouldn't take that Blast Cone.
He Blast Cone high-fived Vi
and
then
fine.
left.
Even if Vi is there, it's fine. So Vikla made the correct play. But
BA is, okay, that's every Mystic Shot landing and almost collects it mid-Battle Dance, but BA is going to be able to get out of there with the quickness actually employed. And this is problematic. Do have a minute until this Infernal Drake does come up, and that is sole point here for BNK Furex.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them to enter space. And I also don't even know if they can safely trade an outer turret for a Drake, because this would actually be a situation where you would consider doing that unless, so if Pun can get enough gold to finish Dusk and Dawn, then I would want to TP in and fight, because the Serpent's Fang, Ghost Blade is a pretty good spike for the Varus, and then everyone else is pretty equal in items. They could be stronger in that fight, but I feel like if they don't have an actual advantage, since they don't have the setup against a Karma Ezreal, they'll take way too much damage trying to enter the pit. So this would actually be, even if it's sole point, unless they have a very clear advantage somewhere, I don't think this is something that TSW should try and fight.
Well, Raptor is going to try and fight. Just whatever's in front of him. See, he's very strong. Pun up towards that top side of the map. He's just going to have free reign. Takes down this outer turret. It's clear we'll try and catch that wave when it does get towards him. Smart, though, of him not to enter that lane.
Does he have enough gold for the Dusk and Dawn after that turret? No. He's waiting.
Time ticking down. He's teleporting, and he's got it.
Okay, let's see a fight. Let's see a fight.
Well, he's just going to teleport right on top of Vikla here as well. We'll see whether the Molten Shield movement speed's going to be enough. And with that Blast Cone, I think that it may not be, as the Drake already started here. Raptor's going to take that one down, and into the mist he goes. Histo trying to get himself out of there as the quickness does tie up a whole bunch of BNK in that backline. And somehow Histo will survive. Eddie looking to try and get himself out of there, though. And the Gwen was not quite big enough, ladies and gentlemen. BNK will take everything in the exchange.
Wow, that fight was on really slim margins.
Yeah.
BNK Furex played that so fast. By the time we panned up to the Drake, it was already dead. The fraction of an inch with which Histo missed the Q onto Vikla that didn't allow him to get one shot, I think almost baited Pun to then follow through. He'd already invested his TP. He thought he had the power spike, so they really wanted to fight, but they couldn't get through to the Gwen to actually support him, because Pun was basically probably 3v1, 4v1 on the top side of this fight. Watching the start once again, doesn't connect the Q. That gives Vikla time to flash away. And then look, Varus, Rakan, Ahri, way too far away at the start of this fight, really leaving Pun 1.5 before.
Yeah, and also Histo had to use his ultimate on a Renekton so he could flash away.
Yeah.
And I think that cease and desist is so incredibly important in these team fights. You saw BA get into that backline. He chummed up absolutely everyone. I thought that the setup was there, that Histo was just a little bit too low to actually commit to anything, and therefore it didn't look as good as it could have.
Another TP.
Yeah, Clear gonna have to slice and dice his way out. The needlework not quite finding the mark there, as the grand entrance also goes wide. Clear, good footwork, but I think he should still be going down. Finds another slice, and the tick of the burn will be enough. So the Crocodile is now down, and now Raptor should be falling as well. Kellen trying to take Histo for a walk as Vikla will finally join this fight, but it's not enough damage. Diablo, he wants to be the one to be the hero here, as of course he's Arcane shifting forward, but it's a couple of good kills here for Team Secret Wales.
And they end up getting the Diablo flash, which I think is really crucial. That's why he was playing so aggressively in the back end of that fight. That was very nearly, if they get one more kill, I think they go for Baron and can actually start pulling ahead in this game, but it just ends up being a rather effective counterpunch.
Yep. Was nicely done, and Clear is sitting at 4 deaths as well. This Renekton has not been having a great time, and that is another kill going over to Pun as well. So definitely good news there. Gonna have a look at how it all started.
Really good flank TP. I think the fight could have been a little bit cleaner, but another Vi punch barely misses. Watch this, whoop, right past clear. I thought that Ignite wasn't going to tick, and it could end up being a tragic
I think it was
fight.
the last tick.
But I mean, looking at where Vikla TP'd into way up there in the top lane, he's not able to join the fight until this moment. So it ended up being a pretty big numbers advantage for the majority of the fight for TSW. And Atlas, this game reminds me of day one of First Stand was one of the bloodiest days we've ever had.
Yeah.
It's because these two teams were playing. Like, it's because BFX was playing BLG and TSW was playing G2. I feel like these are the two common denominators for the bloodiness. They're the ones that just fight all the time.
And I feel like G2 is very happy to get down and scrap as well. If you do start it, and BLG need no introduction on that point as well.
This is the fighting group for sure.
It certainly is. And this is actually one of my favorite things about these two teams, because I feel like Team Secret Whales play a lot like how B&K used to. Right? This group of players came together last year, and of course they were exceptionally young. Diablo still the youngest player here, right? But he was playing for an entire year before this, and that was where they built all of their synergy. But at that point, they were very like, let's fight over every single scuttle, you know? Like, let's make sure that if there are 3 people in an area, they're fighting. Like, that's what we have to do. Since then, the macro has certainly improved. They've been playing on tempo markers a lot more, but it just feels like a bit of a blast from the past with the way that Team Secret Whales plays the game.
Tempo markers just sounds like a smart thing to say.
It sounds fun, doesn't it? It's the first time I've used it. I'm glad you called it out because I'd like to talk about it more because I kind of like it. It's all right, Pun. Trying to look for a way in, but he gets slowed down. Clear on that backline as well. Taking a lot of damage, but it's Diablo that's free hitting in this fight. And the mist had to wear off at some point. DRA looks for the point-blank charm, but it's not enough to actually take down this Ezreal. And it's Raptor that finishes a whole bunch of these kills. 3 on the floor here for Team Secret Whales. And could it just mean that it's Baron time for B&K?
It's a tempo marker. 3 of them are dead. Go for the Baron. They're doing the right thing.
Now I'm embarrassed by the tempo. Why do all of my weird things I come up with start with tempo, man?
I think it's a good name. Either way, Raptor is just a beast this game. It feels like every time you look up, he's got the Zen ult running, killing someone, and he's at full health in a team fight. This did look like a bit of a desperation fight because Team Secret Whales is always trying to retake the space. They're never getting a clean engage onto Diablo or Kellen, so they're always starting these fights on Renekton and Raptor. And sure, they can do all the damage to Raptor, but that means Diablo's been free hitting for the majority of the fight. And even though D-Ray goes all in, it's just not enough. Unless they're going in together, they're never going to take this Ezreal down, and then the extended fight's always going to go to BFX.
And the flash point-blank charm was Captain Jack cleansed by Kellen in that fight. That was crazy. I looked down, I'm like, wow, nice cleanse, Diablo, but no, he has barrier. It's just all Kellen, man. He's so good at taking care of the young man on that bottom side of the map who has now 3 items put together on this Ezreal. And yeah, this is Infernal Soul.
It's time to send it. They're going to send it.
All right, let's see whether Pun can keep himself alive. Already down to 50% health as the range advantage here is working out. Raptor feeling a little bit unperturbed at cease and desist. They do try and get into that backline, but already the Gwen is dead. Diablo stays alive for such a long time, and this time Clear is getting some revenge because he's not the first one focused. The Ezreal is going to be their prize, but unfortunately, everyone else just kind of dies.
Yeah, you knew this was a situation where they had to send it. There is the priceless moment, the Infernal Soul for B&K FearX. I think that's the end of the game, Atlas.
I think it might be. They are missing a bit of damage as far as these turrets are concerned because Diablo did die, but I have a feeling that they may have enough. DRA will find a lot of damage on towards Kellen, but B&K splitting the damage here to make sure that they can just get as much as they can. I don't think they feel like winning at exactly this point, although DRA, he is certainly going to die. Wind becomes lightning, and Raptor's going to be able to take that one down. And I feel like we missed out on this Raptor yesterday, or the day before yesterday, right? We haven't seen the guy that really got them here throughout the LCK Cup. I think he had a bit of a muted experience against BLG. This is what we've come to expect from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, at this point, stat padding exercise with the amount of engage they have, how difficult it is for TSW to get onto Diablo, which we see right here. They do get onto him, but look at this. The Gwen dies before they even get the CC onto Diablo. And by the time he's dead, Eddie, his toe, it's literally just the Ahri.
They needed to
and the
save
Rakan
some
that are
kitchen
alive.
sink to throw at the rest of B&K. But unfortunately, they were a bit tired after throwing that one at Diablo.
I don't think there's really anything they could have done. If you don't kill Diablo, he kills you.
Yeah.
If you go all in for Diablo, then
Would you say that
gets you.
it's the rock and the hard place?
Yeah.
That's where you're between that type situation. We've overused that quite a
Diablo's
lot.
the rock.
Oh, they may just be able to kill clear, though. That's finding a different way to go. He gets exhausted as well as the rest of BNK trying to make their way in. And Raptor, he is going to be able to slow down BA. Oh, back in once again, the Raptors! Raptors kills BA! Oh my goodness, it's a beautiful story as Eddie is also going to be taken down here. They take down his blast cone at the same time, and BNK, they will turn a loss of their Crocodile, as I think has been a bit of a thing throughout this game, into more winning, as the inhibitor in the mid lane is the first to go down, and the inhibitor turret on the top side is also going to leave the rift. And BNK, I don't think they're in much of a rush, but this is certainly feeling like some drain circling that they have begun.
Yep, 4v3, no bot lane for TSW. Let's see if they can do it.
Yep, see whether they can take this one down. This time they do have Diablo, who does do a lot of damage to these structures as Raptors going in once again. Crescent Guard comes down. True Shot Barrage does so much work here as Pun just pops like a balloon, and the flash forward from Raptor. He's tanking up both Nexus turrets at the same time. And Diablo, Arcade shifting into the fountain. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what this young man wants to be doing. And it's a quadra. Can he get the pentakill? He can, the penta on the fountain. As it is going to be the Nexus going down. That's a nice little victory lap for the young man, as the Nexus will fall and BNK FearX go up 1-0 in the series.
Two pentas
in his first two series, yeah.
Oh my God, player of the game for me. He was 5,000 gold ahead, he gets the pentakill.
You don't just give it to the pentakill guy.
Yes, I do.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to give it to Raptor, I think, because I think he played pretty dang well, but it is now time for us to throw it back to the desk and see what they had to say about this difficult game for Team Secret Wales.
It was difficult indeed. They had the action going in the early game, but it was just not enough here. FearX coming out on top with a pentakill as the cherry on top of a beautifully iced cake here.
Two series, two pentas. It's actually kind of nuts.
He's good. Look, we covered at the beginning. He's good. He's really, really good.
But would you give him Pog just because he got a penta?
I did not.
That's a no.
I actually agree with Max.
Oh, it's a split vote? Okay. I'm interested in where that goes.
I want to review the win conditions that we had coming into today for this series, because two teams that had a difficult time. Team Secret Wales had a bit more difficult time than FearX here, of course. But what did we have and what did we see? Mostly. I know that I wanted to see Histo enabled in the early game.
Yes.
We saw a bit of that.
I think we did see a bit of that. Because we can run some of this stuff from Pun, because I think he was set up for success by that early Histo gank, right? Where, you know, the Vi comes up, the Gwen is suddenly ahead. Yeah, so we did see a little bit of this. Unfortunately, I think your win condition for FearX overwhelmed this.
And I was in the same boat where I'm like, okay, stabilizing the early game, very stabilized. I'm actually quite happy about that.
See, but this is why I told you that's never going to be enough.
Yeah, it was never enough. It was not. And then I look at Team Secret Wales side. I'm like, they actually drafted Comfort. We actually got to see Pun go for Gwen, and he was really far ahead. And it felt like the composition worked. Everything was going well from Team Secret Wales side. For the win condition side, they just did not win the game.
Yeah, and here's that early fight where I believe Pun is going to get a double kill off of this. And it did start with an early gank from Histo, right? Setting him up for success there. I think for me, the other thing that I really want to see from Team Secret Wales that we saw a little bit more of early in fights like these, but not necessarily later, was that know when to go in, when to back off part of it.
Yeah, and I think, like, you mentioned the early gank that went topside. It turned into that 2-kill team fight topside. He gets the solo kill immediately. Histo recognizes, okay, this guy is the cash cow. We're diving bot lane alongside him. So everything was working out there. This game was incredibly bloody.
Yeah, chaos.
Which worked well for Team Secret Wales at the beginning.
We got the blood back.
We did. We did.
How did FearX make the best out of this situation, though? Out of this bloodiness?
Yeah, well, I just think they were there on time for fights.
Okay.
That was my major thing, is I felt like the stability was always going to be there from the side of FearX. So, like, they were dragon stacking, So I was like, okay, well, Team Secret Well is getting a lot of gold, but it has to lead towards something. It has to lead towards a strong fight that they really were constantly chasing, but never really ended up getting.
And as every second count, as we saw here, that's how actually FearX managed to get the best out of it, because FearX, not on time, not good timing to defend those objectives, and yeah, the Vi doesn't manage to do what it wants to do here.
So exactly, every second really does matter. We're going into a third dragon fight. They're incredibly slow to be able to get here. Team Secret Whale specifically is. And so you get to see a TP that comes from behind the Annie. They think they can kind of find a pick on towards Vikla. And while Vikla is walking towards Tribush, like you were just an inch so close away from Vi being able to find a Q. But then they end up funneling straight into what was eventually like a 4v2 situation because they really wanted to find that fight. So you just have to stay together as a team.
Wait.
That's crazy.
What? Oh
that
my
is insane.
God. Temper the aggression, guys.
Yeah, we got the blood back.
Yeah, we did. Raptor and Diablo does love bloody fights, so they'll take them. If you give it to them, they'll take them.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected to see from both of these teams, right? Like two teams that really like to fight. They were both towards the top of all the teams when we kind of ranked them by that combined kills per minute. I have some bad news to break to Jat, though.
Oh.
And it's that Raptor won player of the series.
That's bad news.
Diablo.
No,
no, because Jat was going for Diablo.
It's a sad day for the AD carry enjoyers, but I'm happy that we see him showing up. He was a bit more quiet during the first series, but he was one of the keys of this team's success in the LCK.
Yeah, Atlas vindicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we both voted for Raptor, spoilers.
Also true.
So we gave the vote. But look at the damage. His Xin was insane in so many of these fights, kind of frontlining with the ult. I thought he played really, really well in this series.
Yeah, there
were
some really close fights. There was one towards like the bot side banana bush around Dragon where he was living way longer than you would expected him. He got 2 kills off that, turned that fight. So there were a lot of instances where crazy to see a Xin Zhao most damage in the game, especially when Diablo's on the field. Insane to be able to see that, but that's what you get out of Raptor on a good game.
Absolutely, and so far the series going as expected for FearX. Sadly, let's see if Team Secret Wells can come back in Game 2. We'll see you soon.
Bunch of BNK in that backline, and somehow Isto will survive. Eddie looking to try and get himself out of there, though, and BNK will take everything in the exchange. DRA looks for the point-blank charm, but it's not enough to actually take down this Ezreal, and it's Raptor that finishes a whole bunch of these kills. But already, the Gwen is dead. Diablo stays alive for such a long time, and this time Clear is getting some revenge, and it's a Quadra. Can he get the pentakill? He can! The penta on the fountain!
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me. For sure, it's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. We on the way. We on the way.
Sau khi để thua G2 một cách chóng vánh như vậy thì bản thân em và cả đội đã có một cảm giác kiểu khá là đáng tiếc, bởi vì để thua một cách rất là chóng vánh. Bản thân em thay mặt cả đội xin gửi một lời xin lỗi đến tất cả mọi người đang xem qua màn hình nhỏ. Nghĩ G2 là một đối thủ rất là dày dặn kinh nghiệm trên mọi tuyển thủ của họ, nên là điều đó sẽ có một chút ảnh hưởng đến team của bạn em, bởi vì team bạn em rất là kiểu em và bạn mid thì hai bạn trẻ, nên là rất là cần kinh nghiệm để học hỏi để đánh với bọn họ. Đây là lần thứ hai em tham gia những giải đấu lớn như thế này thì bản thân em đã học được rất là nhiều điều từ player của đợt quật vừa rồi, học được cách chịu áp lực và chịu được những sân khấu lớn như thế này, thì bản thân em rút ra được là mình cần làm tốt việc của mình và cả đội sẽ làm chung với nhau một thứ để cần win đối thủ.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026, where we're hoping, because there's been a few of these, right? Where the first game was a stomp, and then from then on, things got a little bit close. And BNK Fearex, perfect example of that, up against BLG a couple of days ago.
True.
Okay, so now Team Secret Whales can do the same thing. I did kind of think it was going to happen in the previous series as well, though, and it really didn't there.
No, it went the other direction.
It did. We could be having, like, staring down the barrel of our first 6 gamer.
We could be, or...
Give it to me, give me the code.
You said that wasn't a stomp, game 1. Game 1 was just
They did have a Gwen.
It was a solid win.
True.
Yeah. G2 BLG game 3, stomp.
Yes.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
It wasn't a stomp.
Okay.
When you have a 4-0 Gwen, when you're competing for every single Drake before Soul, that's just an honest game.
But what if you're losing for every single Drake before
Barely,
Soul?
though.
It's about how much you're losing.
If there's tension before every Drake fight, that's not a stomp.
All right, well, let's see whether Team Secret Whales can actually pick up some victories in some of these fights and see what champions they're going to bring to them as well as we dive into the champ select here. As we do have an Ashe and a Lulu both banned away here already. And on the side of BNK actually taking away Histo's Jarvan, I think that makes a whole lot of sense.
It does.
And Dire not going to be playing his Akali this time either.
Histo's Jarvan's insane, but I still feel like if a team's going to pick Jarvan early, I think it's very easy to play against it. I just think there's enough mobility. Like if you have a...
I think it cuts down so many 80 carries. I think it makes picking for bottom lane difficult.
With Ezreal already down, and with a Lulu ban, I got you. Because I'm happy to play Ezreal or Yunara into Jarvan.
Yeah, I think if you're going to and I think Lucian is also another good one. It depends where the Jarvan is picked.
Agreed.
There is an opportunity to pick it as far as like a 1-2 on second pick, as the Orianna is going to be locked away. BNK going to be claiming that one for themselves. This is very scary unless TSW are going to be able to pick away a Nocturne, something like that. Orianna Nocturne, though, is very frightening, and Raptor has already showed that he's very happy to bring out the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, you could just go something like Nocturne Galio, Nocturne Azir right away if you wanted to stop the Knock Wave combo.
The Knock Wave? Did you call it Knock Wave?
Knock Wave, it's good, right?
Knock Wave is really good.
Yeah.
That's much better than the Annie one, the Clanny.
Yeah, I can't take credit for it. It might have been Azael who started it.
But wouldn't it be Parawave?
What is Parawave?
Paranoia Shockwave.
Shockwave.
Because it's not Nocturne. Nocturne's not the ability.
Yeah,
it's
but you put it on. It's whoever you put on.
Parawave. We're gonna go with Parawave. That's what I want to lock in.
Worse.
I know, but that's the whole point.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty bad ones. I've got production in me saying that it was all. Yeah, it's
we
also
have
terrible.
Parawave and we have Tempo
Tempo markers?
Tempo markers.
Yeah,
I'd already forgotten. Tempo signs. It's just tempo.
Yeah, it's just tempo.
It's not a marker.
Much like a lot of things that have been coined in the past, it is just tempo.
No, but I like it. Whoever you put the wave on is what is
ball.
the thing.
It's a ball, not a wave.
It's the knock wave. Yeah, okay. So Amba wave, if you put it on Ambessa.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it works with everyone.
the public wave.
The not a wave.
The public wave. I like public wave a lot. Public wave is very good. It's kind of broken my brain. All right, we do have a Nautilus, though, that has been locked away. This one was banned relatively early in the last series as well, so BA going to grab that one. And now Pun, thinking about the bear.
This is the angle into Ambessa.
There
yes,
it
top
is.
lane, Volibear.
All right.
Let's go.
So this is something that he's been known for. It did get banned away in the previous series as well. So a little bit of fun to be had on the Rift. However, this top side from B&K is very scary. Like, this is very, very scary.
I mean, yeah. I don't like the draft on the left side. It's
Wait, imagine if it's like, it's jungle Nautilus. Raptors played that already this year.
Then it's even worse. It's the slowest clearing in the game. So just to see what he actually does on his Volibear. So he's been very successful with it throughout the year. It's not like an AP Volibear. It's more of just like a bruiser grasp Volibear. So he starts tier. He'll usually go Unending Despair and Winter's Embrace early on. Later in the game, he might go for Leandry's, but it's just like a W max brawling build that he's going to try and
a little bit more tanky, a little bit less of the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think is a little sad, but probably better for winning the game. That means that they're not representing a whole lot of damage here. So we're going to need Eddie to be playing something a little bit hyper carry-esque towards that bottom side of the map. And already, we've got a couple of those possibly being banned away here. Zaya already taken off the board. The Kaiser as well, not going to be allowed. But Yunara also taken away from Eddie. So what is he going to be playing? That's going to be the question here.
I really wish they wouldn't have banned the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa Nautilus is a great pair, and it's something that they would, like, it's a good way to fight when you have so many melee engagers. But Corki, also just a generically strong champion, has a very critical Valkyrie to try and get away from the Nocturne or the Orianna or the Knockwave combo. If the Knockwave times it properly, you're dead anyway. But if they're not perfect, the Valkyrie can be very effective.
Well, let's see what this last pick is going to be. Likely heading towards the jungle for TSW, but before that, Diablo and Kellen. Oh, this would be a better angle.
Is this the
for
Eagle
the
pick?
Renata?
Kalista Renata now. Into all the Bruiser boys.
Yeah, there's a lot of short range, big guys that really want to try and get on top of you in short range. That is when you pick Renata. Kellen has done a little bit of research, went home, was like, why did my Renata not work in that first game? As Neferi is going to be locked in. I like this, add a little bit more damage, right?
I mean, yep. I think it works well. I'm not a huge fan, again,
you don't
of the
look very
comp on
sold.
the left.
I'm not going to lie, you don't look very sold.
So listen, I'm not.
No. I do think that, we were talking about the nameplates off type situation, and if nameplates are off, like this B&K composition is revolting.
Which is weird, though, because the Kalista Renata, a lot of people are really down on International Kalista because the games were going too long and they were like weren't bloody enough for the skirmishes. But I feel like in this group, in this series, it's a perfect pick because we know these teams will literally fight non-stop.
Yeah, and it's Diablo. Like this is what he does. The last person that we saw pick up like the largest amount of kills in a single game was Pays, actually playing Kalista like a couple of years ago.
Oh right, it was 20.
Was it MSI a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it was an insane amount of kills.
It was kind of like, it was 27 or something like that. I think that's what the style of Kalista that Diablo's looking to play here today. And that one is not something that is going to get outscaled if they do get out of control. But they have to get there, right? And Team Secret Whales, they have a lot of comfort, and they have, you know, there's a lot of trickiness to a composition like this. Also, Global can really help if you are struggling to identify the tempo of your opposition, right? If you are struggling to get control of the map, you can kind of just cheat it by roaming towards the side lane in the blink of an eye. But let's do it. Let's dive into game number 2. See whether there's going to be any early game shenanigans.
So a tempo marker would be, if Galio's not in lane, that's a marker that you don't have tempo.
Yeah. Or wait, well, it's more just about wave manipulation and control. It's literally just tempo, Jad. There's nothing special about it. I just put marker at the end of the sentence for no reason at all.
I actually like it, so I'm gonna make it a thing. Because we were talking off camera, like the tempo marker can be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Like the marker of having more people than the opponent with your waves pushed, that's a marker to do stuff.
Yeah, it's an identification of whose turn it is in League of Legends.
I'm not making fun of you. I think it's,
I'm making fun of me because I think it's silly.
It sounds like a smart thing to say because
it was one of those things where my brain wasn't really knowing what word was going to happen next, and then I surprised myself with that one. And I don't know how I feel about it. As Clear and Pun just going to be bashing one another here towards this top side. I'm not entirely sure how this matchup goes, chat, because I haven't seen very much of it.
I feel like Volibear can probably beat anyone. That champion is so goofy.
He is very goofy.
When you have this like I know he's not doing the crazy jungle build, which is like the Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see.
But when a jungler can be on like medium income and then just easily 1v1 every champion in the game, like there's something about that kit that is
he must be pretty
top
good.
lane.
Yeah. Let's see whether it's going to work through the top lane. Right now, working very effectively as far as the CS numbers are concerned. Vikla as well having a pretty good time in this mid lane, and Vikla hasn't been allowed to play Orianna for quite some time, right? This is one of the champions that he has shown a fair bit of comfort on, but also Orianna is just kind of nutty at this point in time.
Yeah,
she's been nerfed a little bit on this patch, right?
She has been.
But it was like, I don't know, early cooldown on your Q or something like that. It's not really end of the world.
Yeah, you and me were talking about this earlier. I've read patch notes every 2 weeks for 16 years, so I don't remember what they actually are anymore. I just know like a number has gone down.
Yeah.
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 But what it was, like, was it the E cooldown?
Do you know the only reason why I know it was the Q cooldown is because Ox was talking to me in the bus.
And he said the Q cooldown increased?
He was reading it, yeah. But it's the same at level 5, so like,
okay,
you know,
the
really,
first
it only
two
affects
ranks of Q.
It only
so
really
in
affects
one
you
level,
in lane.
Vikla is fine.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's probably already fine because he's laning into a Galio.
Yeah, which is not for the fan of heart. I've seen really good Galios able to win this matchup, but it usually is going to be Orianna favored.
Should be. I mean, Orianna is just generally pretty good at controlling the wave, so I think Vikla should be fine. As Histo, looking like a beautiful hot dog. Love this skin. He's going to be getting some vision, looking to go back home. Raptor going to be taking a crab and heading home himself. And all seems a little quiet.
Nocturne pretty happy about this as well, getting the full clear take for Scuttle. Neither of these junglers did a Raptor start for an earlier Raptor respawn, which would then make us think that we'd have a Raptor fight. They both did like the standard full clear. Nice hook for there as well. Eddie getting some good damage down.
Yeah. Diablo down 300 health. 300 health, I should say. Has to drink that potion. So with the fact that this is a Nautilus lane into Renata, that's really nicely played. As Taunt is going to pull back Vikla here, but taunting an Orianna ain't great because your Clockwork windup gets extra value.
He's got no mana.
Well, let's see whether D-Ray can do something about that.
Yeah, D-Ray's going to have to worry a little bit. I think one more wave if he can shove in. I want him to actually take another reset pretty soon. So he's going to be fine in this wave. As the Galio, you're really just shoving and resetting as much as possible, hoping to knock like fatal damage. Eddie and BA are good laners.
They are.
Eddie's biggest mistake, to me at least, was just getting caught out of position too often in team fights.
And it's not like the last game was Eddie's fault that they were losing the lane either. It's Ezreal Karma. Like that is, if played well, that is a very, very difficult lane to lose. Even though we have seen it lose.
Eddie reminds me of another AD carry that I used to work with.
Clear. The flash and first blood in a solo kill. Here for Clear in the top lane, returning the favor.
Wow. And he hits level 6 first, just goes all in. The Volibear, I believe, was sitting on a tier just too far up in the lane at the time. It looked like it might have been pushing back. I'd have to check again to see if he was trying to just clear the wave to reset and come back, since he was waiting. Like he did have his teleport
I was checking to see
up.
whether it was like he was wanting to hit level 6 and then win, but he's nowhere near. So it's not like he was clearing the wave in order to get the level. It was just a little bit too far up.
Yeah, I think he might have... The wave may have been getting frozen on him, so he really wanted to break the freeze before resetting and just overstayed a little bit. That's why these solo kills can look a little goofy sometimes.
Well, speaking of looking a little goofy sometimes, this is now Clear in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, no flash on Clear.
Histo is looking to go back home though, and so it's not going to be the gank actually being taken. And in the meantime, Raptor is just killing dragons. He has killed a lot of dragons so far. That's 5 in a row so far this series for anyone that's counting.
He's 6.
We'll just
but
have to see.
Health.
Is the Parallel Wave going to be utilized? That is the question.
Yeah, maybe not.
No, you don't think so? Okay.
No. I think he was just waiting for crab. That's why he was sweeping. There could be a fight. It's going to be a wave, not a parawave.
Well, let's see whether it actually happens.
It's a paranoia, not a
paranoia. The wave doesn't exist unless Orianna
Is he just going to kill him again?
That might be what's happening, Jat, as he does at least get himself the shield, and now it's clear that's in trouble. He has a couple of buttons back up again, though, and gets the shield from the passive, but I have a feeling unless Pun cannot get up to him, oh no, the dashes, oh no, the release date, it is still going to be, oh, never mind, this is taking so incredibly long. Can Clear? No, he cannot. Pun is just going to put him down. So back-to-back solo kills, one each in the top lane.
That's the Volibear. When you get enough points in your W, your sustained healing is just goofy. And that's why you play picks like this that the enemy's not used to. Because even if you get the first solo kill, Pun's going to know the limits way better than Clear is. And he's able to get the solo kill back and a 500 gold lead for himself.
I was wondering whether Clear had actually bought since then, but he had, so it's not really going to be like he comes back with way more money after this either. Having a look towards the bottom side of the map, it is a little bit of an advantage for Diablo, but not too much of anything. And I think Nautilus getting a free way through the lane is absolutely fine here in the bottom side.
I feel like not as impressive of a laning phase for Diablo as Histo's looking for a wraparound gank, but it's probably just going to lead to them walking away. Good awareness.
Yep.
They had the tempo marker.
Yep, beautifully done.
Away.
Sometimes you have to really utilize those tempo markers, Chat. As Raptor is just going to clear out some vision. That is not a tempo marker. That is just a ward.
Yeah.
And Histo, happy feeding momentarily.
I mean, Nefuri's going to be one of the best champions against the knock wave because you can just immune it.
Yeah, I think Nefuri's pretty good against a lot of things because you just don't care about.
Just disappear for a second and a half.
Telegraphed abilities, not something that the doggo really minds about. Is oh dear. Raptor's smites, by the way, have been absolutely revolting. Part of the reason why they are here today is because Raptor took almost everything from Owner in their series against T1.
Okay, revolting in a good way.
In a good, positive revolting, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Understood.
It's sort of like unfair levels of good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just been quite good at pressing the smite button. And it's clear up here towards the top side of the map, just going to be clearing things out. And 80 to 59. Yeah. That is not too bad.
Pun's going to have his ult up soon as well, and he hasn't even completed his first item, so the Volibear's off and running at least. Kalista Renata hasn't been as dominant as we would have thought. As Pun is just, he might be thinking about a dive. He's got Nefuri on the way, and Galio is shadowing.
Well, he's just going to ult in. There's a public execution from Clear just to try and keep himself alive as the turret does get a little bit mad eventually. Sheesh. But like, this, it doesn't even matter. He even electrocutes him so he can't actually go back because the ulti comes through from Histo. He is going to be able to go untargetable. There is the flash to try and get him in there, but unfortunately, yeah, 1-for-1 is not really what they were looking for. Still, this entire wave is going to go, and so a big win still for TSW, despite the fact that it looked a little bit like it could have been better.
I don't know, Vicla's cleaning up that mid wave. That's going to put D-Ray so far behind. Because D-Ray went, first off, he was in river, then he thought about resetting, then he ulted, then he had to reset. So he lost about 2 waves in that whole exchange. Really going to hurt him in that 1v1 matchup.
But in the top lane, really good news for Pun. That's about it. As B8 will get handshook here as the Fate's Call does come on down. Diablo, can he actually get enough autos as Eddie is just free hitting at this point in time? B8 goes back in once again as Kellen realizing that he might actually have to bail himself out. And Diablo realizes that he's just going to have to get out of there to flash forward, but hits a minion, the handshake! So clutch out of Kellen, but that is just to keep them alive in this bottom lane as Raptor coming on down and will be able to stand out of the way of the taunt, gets the fear on to this Galio, but he's tanky enough to keep himself alive.
This is one of the fastest paced 2-2 games I've had.
I know, right? There's so much fighting, but not a lot of killing.
I've been meaning to talk about Diablo for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you've been queuing that one up.
I have been. He's the youngest player at first stand, and we have this picture from 2021 where he said he started playing League of Legends, which should immediately make anyone who's not his age feel old.
Yeah, that's like,
what happens.
It's like the middle of COVID.
I started playing League in 2011.
Yeah, me
10
too.
years before this photo was taken.
Did you play after beta?
Pre-beta.
Pre-beta was 2011?
Not pre-beta. I played in
2010.
beta. I played in beta.
Yeah. But that was 2010.
Was it? Then I lost track of time.
It's been
Atlas,
16
thanks.
years, Jet.
I appreciate
Quite
it.
some time there.
Yeah, he also had a great international debut, getting the pentakill against BLG, getting the pentakill against TSW as well.
Yeah.
Not even winning player of the game for the second pentakill. So he's 18 with 2 pentas, and people are already over it.
Yeah.
They already think it was the jungler who did more.
He's also the second player to get 2 pentas in a single international
I was
event.
at that Worlds.
Yeah, him being the first in 2014 is crazy. And we all, like, I was about to say we all remember how dominant Samsung White were, but maybe not all of us, because that was 12 years ago. But still, Clear is taking a bit of damage here towards his top side. But still, I mean, so impressive from this young man.
Yeah, he's insane. And also, once I saw the Raptor did 30,000 damage, he's your player of the game.
Is Clear just dead again? No?
Did you know how old Diablo was when it...
Oh
my god.
Flash from Pun! His own record wears off, but he doesn't seem to care.
Pun is crushing it. I can't wait to see if he can continue pulling this off in the rest of the game. But no, I need to mention this. Diablo was 4 years old when Imp got his 2 pentas at Worlds.
Oh god, don't say things like that to me, Jad.
That's incredible.
I was feeling old enough already.
It's the next generation, truly this time.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've got quite a few of those. These young players, these young prodigies coming up in the LCK and around the world. I mean, we're going to see Honkyu again soon. That's going to be a whole lot of fun as Paranoia comes down towards his bottom side. Do we have a wave to put with it? We do, but it doesn't really do too much. As now they're going to turn their attention to Raptor. The knockup is good, as his toe does have to go untargetable. Kellen does have to bail himself out, and I don't think they really wanted to do that. The flash from Diablo avoids getting taunted, but he's going the wrong direction. The sticks get pulled out of Eddie, but he survives. The knockup comes in, and Dire gonna have to get himself out of there, and he does so. Still, the Corki will go down. His toe in a lot of trouble as, man, this fight is going forever. Raptor somehow survives as well, and Clear at full health. Pun is the problem, and he's gonna kill Vikla, but this was way closer than it had any right to be.
An extended 3v3, I think, because Renata died at the start and has now respawned. The fans. The fans win this fight, Atlas.
I love that. When you don't actually want to analyze, you just say the fans.
The fans win.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, you're gonna have to analyze now, because it's the replay.
Yeah, I mean, where did the wave go?
Yeah, it sort of just died, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he pressed it early because it didn't do anything to Eddie as it landed, and therefore the fight ends up being messy.
Does he have a verdant barrier? Did he buy one of those?
That's crazy. I don't think so.
I imagine not.
Yeah, because it looked like it was going to land properly, but then at the very end of the fight, Pun does arrive, but it is quite late. No one's going to do damage to him, so BNK Furex just start frantically chasing around the others. D-Ray dies, his toe dies, but then Pun can finish off Vikla at the very end with his E.
Yeah, Vikla also putting down the dissonance and says, Clear, save yourself, as he runs into the enemy jungle. Pun is a massive problem, and a massive bear, but mostly a problem here for BNK. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to solve it. Look at the role quest, by the way. Just before the jungle quest was finished, it was literally Pun and no one else, and then BNK, everyone else and not Clear that had completed their quests. So it just does kind of paint a picture to how things have been going in both games 1 and 2, actually.
They
See
still
whether Pun
haven't
is going
gotten
to be
a
enough to hard
dragon,
carry.
so they're going to maybe try and get their first dragon of the series. His dope might kill him here.
Yeah, Clear is in a lot of trouble. The bleed is still ticking down as well as he goes underneath that turret. Public Execution ain't going to avoid that one. And Histo just kills Clear. Clear not exactly having the greatest of tournaments thus far, but the dragon is going to lose interest, and they're going to have to restart their attempts on that one. No teleport to get this Ambessa back into the fight as well after these 20 seconds are up. So he is running.
Yeah, but Flash Ult are already down on the Nefiri, and Vikla is making his way through the mid lane to make this even numbers, unless Galio's willing to TP down. So BFX still thinking about this Drake.
Heroic entrance, not quite available yet either. But I do think that not having the ulti from the Nefiri going to be a big problem. So it is going to be BNK continuing their monopoly on the Dragons, make that one 6 in a row. And the Soul is going to be an Ocean. So not exactly the most pivotal of Dragon Souls, but I imagine an Ocean Soul Volley Bear
would be good.
That's you were saying things were wacky. It's pretty wacky.
It would get even wackier. But they're very far away from that.
Yes,
they're
true.
down 6
but
dragons to 0 on the
4 Ocean Soul, 4 Ocean Drake Ocean Soul, which is that's the wackiest.
But we're so far away from it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I got time. We do. I'm not expected to be anywhere else.
I personally have all day.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I would love 5 games.
And it's a lot earlier. Things start a lot earlier here at First Stand. So we do theoretically just have, like, the day is indeed young. Well, Shelly, she is as well, but she's going to be taken down Looks like Pun and Hitsto should be able to just secure this unless Raptor has that smite button sorted out once again. Teleport comes in from Vikla as the lights are turned out. Let's see whether they can secure it. There is the Rift Herald going over to TSW, but can they keep themselves alive as Pun gets knocked up with the Fate's Call? But my God, the health, it's just not moving. Shockwave connects onto 3 as finally the bear will go down, but they've had to use so much. Finally, Clear turns up, and he might be able to get this one done, and somehow Diablo lives. Heroic entrance comes on down, and Hitsto will finally finish off this Callista. As Clear, I don't know whether this is quite going to be enough, but he does have an orb and a dream as Dire will be going down. And the Rift Herald should serve as an escape here for Hitsto to get himself out. I thought he was going to have the audacity to go for a turret charge, but he decides to play it safe by the water.
He didn't let the intrusive voices win. He's like, I will not get these plates.
The value.
The gold of the Herald.
I would have definitely allowed it, you know?
Yeah.
I would not have given him a hard time
This
if
game
that's what
is
he decided to do.
This game is so much like Game 1 Atlas.
Yeah.
Where they're narrowly losing and every fight still has tension, but it doesn't feel like TSW has a chance of winning. And part of it is like decisions like this. They technically had the ability to hard force the Drake, but they instead decide to have this fight around the Rift Herald. And Pun is still incredibly strong. It takes them forever to get him down, but Diablo does stack enough spears into him that after the shockwave, he's able to get the execute. And then I'd say around the top side of this fight, watch Diablo kiting Hitsto here at the end. It almost looked like he was going to get away, but Neferi does have infinite dashes as well. So he was able to finish him off. And then the backside of the fight ends up getting a little bit messy, but I think Team Secret Worlds realize they have to bail, and that's why Hitsto drops the Herald and takes his ride out.
Yeah, so he's just going to escape as we are fighting once again, as you would expect, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Eddie just going to Valkyrie his way out, and BA will be fine. So never mind, it is all just going to be okay.
Yeah, last game was 1.4 combined kills per minute. This game only had 4 kills at 10 minutes, and now is already up above 1 combined kill per minute.
Yeah, that's it's not too bad.
And we're already 2 minutes
and
away from the next
we were talking
Drake.
about 2 and 2, like they were still fighting even though there weren't even that many kills in the earlier stages.
The tempo markers in this game, in order for them to opt into so many fights, there must be so many tempo markers.
Oh, there's a lot of tempo markers.
Yeah.
I mean, in League of Legends, you could basically just invent tempo markers all over the place because it's not actually a real thing, Jad. That's the best thing about it, is it can be what you want it to be. As Pun, he can also just be anything in this game because he is certainly the strongest. It's just an issue when the rest of your team are not.
Taking damage under turret, but Frozen Heart into Thimblewinter. He's not actually doing damage anymore. He's just living and healing, which is effective in itself, but they will need damage at some point.
Public Execution comes down, and he's going to try and get himself out of there with the ulti, but the fear is going to come through, and Raptor able to lock down the bear. BA is going to show up, though, as Diablo, oh dear, he's here as well, so that should mean that Team Secret Whales are not really going to be having a good time. However, Diablo hasn't killed him just yet, dances past the ward, finds the Renset, and that is going to be BA going down. It wasn't a Renset, it was just a Ren for the slow, and then he did kill him.
Really clean play here by Diablo, and he's just heating up. Blade of the Rune King, Rage Blade on the way, so he's going to be able to kill this Volibear eventually. Like, he'll get 100 spears in this guy and be willing to rend him if these fights go on long enough.
If Pun gets tanky enough, I mean, Callista is one of the not good tank busters, you know? Not as good.
Yeah, it's no Vayne.
Yeah.
But I feel like with Bork Rage Blade, you can get there as they wait in the darkness and manage to burst him down before he can get his W's resetting. And then with the roam up from the Callista Renata, it really just ends this fight. So,
and the fact that Clear survived as well is really rough because Hitsto got so close to killing him.
Yeah, and Hitsto is the one that needs to bring the damage when you have this super bruisery Volibear trying to buy space for you and keeping the waves pushed. But we're 10 seconds until this next Drake, and I don't necessarily think like BNK Furex's Drake setups have been so good. They already have mid lane push, they already have bot lane push, but Hitsto's in the back of the pit hoping to contest this one.
Yeah, blue side Ocean Rift is actually kind of cool if you can get over that wall comfortably, and obviously Neferi certainly can, so they have that control ward in the back of the pit, so they do know that this Drake has been started up. As the bear is going to get into the Thunderdome and is going to make it just that, as he is a lightning bear. Raptor gets himself a spell shield, and Raptor going down so low, and he's just dead. Hostile takeover does nothing at all. As the flash from Pun, they get the heroic entrance with the public execution. The flash out from Diablo as Eddie takes matters into his own hands. Diablo gets the barrier. Does he have enough sticks? That's the question. He gets the reset with the bailout. Hitsto goes up into the sky, and Diablo will finally die. But the team fight belongs to BNK. This young man is a psychopath!
How did he live for so long? The Renata made it absolutely goofy. I think a Renata E-Shield came in at the very end, which let him kill yet another person, because the start of this fight is about as good as it could possibly be for Team Secret Whales. They can get so much damage onto Raptor right away, pretty much burning through his spell shield easily with that Nefiri Q, and then they're kind of out of there as well. Another really sneaky play here as the Galio comes in, and Diablo has to bounce out the back, but now watch Diablo versus Eddie and everybody else. Burns through his barrier. The Renata W comes through at the perfect time.
Kellen just sprinting like an ambulance through traffic, man, and gets over there and saves the young man's life. Understandable that there's some frustration here on the Team Secret Whales side, because like you were saying, so many things went right in that last fight, but ultimately it does mean 7 in a row as far as the Drakes are concerned for BNK, 3 in this game, and that does mean Soul Point as they look to go over towards Baron as well.
And they kill it so fast. Diablo's with his Rage Blade
and they secure it pretty comfortably, don't they?
Is going to be able to, I mean, with 1400 damage smite, I'd say it's actually kind of tricky to rend the Drake, but they're just hoping to get a TP out, and they get the TP from Galio and move away.
All right. So not going to be a take of the Baron just yet, but it is still a 4.8k gold lead. BNK, it doesn't feel like they've crushed every single team fight completely, right? There's been a lot of trades back and forth. It hasn't felt like it's been an absolute slaughter, but the result is still the same. It's still a 5,000 gold lead here at 22 minutes into the game, and they have a monopoly on every single objective on the map. They've just been running Team Secret Whales around to exactly where they want to be.
And we haven't really talked about Vikla, but he's 4,000 gold ahead of D-Ray. I don't necessarily feel like, and I'm sorry, Vikla, I'm not just hating on you. I don't feel like he's done a huge amount to get the lead.
I mean, it's an Orianna type situation. Unless you have like the Faker moment, it's not really going to
The early
be that
roam
flashy.
from D-Ray, where he ended up ulting under the turret for 0 kills, 0 assists, lost 2 plates and 2 waves to the Orianna, set him behind. He hasn't been able to play in side lanes at all. He's been sucked into every team fight and died in so many of them. So this is more so a super starved Galio than necessarily a super fed Orianna, which is why that goal difference is so big. But it doesn't change the fact that Vikla's way bigger than Galio in terms of fight impact in any of these fights. And really, TSW's kind of trying to, like, there's only 2 people that really do damage with the Nefiri and the Corki, and the Galio isn't offering anything.
And the problem is in the neutral game, when there's not just crazy fighting going on, they just naturally lose. So they're going to start a fight here. Kellen going to get taunted up and should be going down here. Hostile take, oh, never mind. Fate's Call is going to pull him out. And is he going to go back in? That's the question as he plays defense. Gets the handshake on a punt as well. He was looking for that flank angle. Vikla comes in at the same time. Shockwave onto 2. There is the heroic entrance, but I just don't think it's going to do enough. As Clear gets into that backline and executes the Corki. BA knows that this one is Dunzo, and he's already using that anchor to escape. BNK find another team fight.
What a beautiful fight by BNK Furex. My eyes were locked on to Diablo that entire time. The only thing that hit him was the tail end of a Galio Q. He was completely untouched, but hitting the entire time with his Terminus completed. They have blown this game wide open.
I would say so. They're also going to do the same thing to the Baron that will be going down as we get into this replay. And I actually kind of like this with TSW as an idea, right?
Correct.
Collapse, try and find yourself a numbers advantage and pick up a kill. The problem is, Kellen is so safe with the Fate's Call.
Yeah, and Diablo really playing on the outside of this range so incredibly well. You can see BA gets the Nautilus ultimate on him. Yes, he gets hit by that too. I didn't even count it. And then he's just spacing on the outside while Clear is 1v3ing over on the left, by the way.
Which I think is kind of illegal given the fact that he did get kind of wrecked in lane.
He did.
But he's still Ambessa as it turns out. 7, 4, and 5. And yeah, doing what it says on the tin.
Are we really going to have a 6-game day? I want to cast more League of Legends.
You know what? We could convince them to just play a 4th.
Yeah.
No matter the result.
Yeah.
We could figure that out.
That's part of one of my worst formats of all time.
Yeah.
Is like, you know, people didn't like best of 2s because there was no winner. Right? It's like, well, they just...
I remember casting best of 2s back in the LPL days. There were way too many of them.
Just have them play a 3rd game. Because you go for the 3-0 sweep, right?
Oh, Raptor died to Baron.
Wait, he did?
He did. He died to Baron.
I missed it.
Yeah, we all did.
Raptor died to Baron?
Yeah, that was a pip.
No player of the game this time for me. I'm not voting for Raptor.
I mean, he is the only one without a gold lead, which means that despite that, he is still getting so much done. Player of the game material, 100%.
such a great...
His damage per gold is going to be so much better. You just wait to see the stats.
I think player of the game is actually pretty tricky for this.
I think it's a tricky one as well. I think Kellen has been having an incredible game.
Vikla has the biggest gold lead.
Hey, maybe that's him.
Solid Oriana, but they didn't pull off like the Nocturne combo beautifully once. He has been landing good shockwaves in the fights.
Yeah, and has been very patient with them as well, making sure he gets the right angles. And speaking of angles,
There's a bear behind
wanting
us.
to try and save it. Let's see whether they can get in there. Decent death charge to start this one off, but the handshake was fantastic. Hostile takeover means that he was just wasting time, and he flashes, get himself out. Raptor dives in with the paranoia, and these health bars evaporate in the blink of an eye. Eddie down to 100 health. He is no longer in this fight, as Diablo, I don't think he was touched. Once again, Vic was unstoppable, and I think that it's going to be BK FearX moving to match point in this series. They do not want to go home today.
They made this one look a lot easier. Still a very fast pace of game. 34 kills in 27 minutes. Give us some more.
Yeah,
Give us some more.
Is there another pentakill? No, there's not. The Nexus does not survive this time around. But man, I love the draft out of BNK, and they absolutely made it work.
I love the Volibear.
Yeah,
and not much else of the draft from Team Secret Whale. So 2-0
You
up.
could have just left it at that. You could just, like, I loved the Volibear. Back to you at the lounge, you know? Like, we could have done something like that instead.
Spam chat with your player of the game.
Yeah, who's going to be the player of the game? I don't think it's going to be Raptor, but I'm going to have a little bit more to think about.
It's definitely between Vikla, Kellen, and Diablo.
Well, we're going to deliberate. Let's throw it back over to the lounge, though, to break that one down.
Yeah, we're not going to let you guys deliberate.
Yeah.
No. Doesn't matter. Who cares about casters anyway? Who cares about the early game as well? Honestly, here in this series, 2-0 for FearX. That's kind of the way the series was expected to go. I appreciate the resilience from Team Secret Wales, and I appreciate the fact that they got things going in the early game. Does it matter in the end? No. But
Yeah. They didn't hear my rudeness. I just said we're not letting you deliberate. It's just Diablo. I was like, oh, my mic's not on. That's on me. That's a me problem.
And then I was just rude because I was speaking on that. Okay.
All right,
I just threw it right in there.
We're going to start everything over. Let's check in on the bloodiness.
How much action do you want?
These two teams are fighting.
Too fast. All I'm going to say, it was incredibly bloody.
Yeah, it was. We'll wait for that. But I want to start in top lane because, Raz, you kind of set this up where Volibear is one of Pun's like signature picks. He picks it into the Mbessa.
Yes.
He actually got over 1K damage per minute on this champion in a game against DFM. And it started early. He got first blooded, but he made it back.
He made it back, and then, of course, he got a little bit more with his toe going top side. And yes, we wanted to be able to see Pun on the picks that he is best known for, so getting to be able to see him play his Gwen and his Volibear and really start to take over is perfect. Now, we just need that next step. And the next step is being able to make use of his lead when he has one.
Yeah, so we do have...
How much action do you want?
Yes. These are the highest ones we've seen, it feels like, even with
the whole tournament, I think.
Day.
Yeah.
This could end up being the bloodiest series we have at this tournament. But as you pointed out, it was like, okay, we have Pun on his signature, Volibear, we're doing good. But I want to take a look at how BFX are actually kind of finding other answers around the map as we draw up a play that initially is going to look really good for Team Secret Wales, right? So we start here, we're paused. Pun is going to be able to trying to make a play onto here. I want people to be able to look at the mini-map because basically what is happening is Dire is getting completely zoned off of this wave by Nocturne and Oriana as this is happening. Meanwhile, as we play through, even though the wave dies and red side wave is coming in, Histo still thinks, okay, we can make a play onto this. This ends up being a 1-for-1 trade because of how Clear is able to play it out, flash out. They get the kill onto Pun. Meanwhile, Vikla is going to get turret plays off of this because, like I said, they were able to chase Dire off of that completely. He was late in the ult coming up, and then Raptor is going to be able to clean up grubs. The more important thing, though, is just all that money that Vikla is getting, right? So I wanted to point out these kind of small things where it's like Secret Wales feel like they have a play. The Galio ult isn't necessarily synced up because he was already chased off the wave. It ends up being a 1-for-1. And BFX, it felt like every time Wales were able to get a few kills or even be able to maybe win a fight, BFX were still cleaning up in waves and in neutral objectives.
Exactly. Even in all the madness, they are just a lot more stable in being on the objectives first, like being able to make it clear that, hey, if you're making a play happen topside, we're completely set up. And guess who it sets up perfectly? It sets up our player of the game, Diablo. Diablo,
prodigy.
There are too many fights where he should have died, and it just didn't happen. He didn't allow it to happen.
That's what happens when you play Kalista, and that's what happens when you play this champion at the limit. Honestly, I know we've talked about this a lot already. I am impressed about the level that this rookie is displaying on the international stage so far. I'm losing my English here.
But I'm wondering what the fans think, because we're all in the Diablo train. Yeah, it's
okay,
52%.
they are also in the Diablo train.
They didn't want to deliberate either. The casters are still thinking about it, but we're like, no, it's pretty much Diablo. I think the support, even though he was third in the votes, I think Kellen did a great job of being able to like stand by him on any of the picks he's playing, but for that one, specifically on the Renata, to be able to support him in his endeavors as he's kiting back just madmen, especially the Volibear.
Yeah.
Those fights are really close for that reason.
And he's the, again, youngest player at the tournament. Here today. I mean, that was a couple of years ago, but still.
Well, that's him.
Not that much older today.
That's when he first started playing the game. Like the fact that he was playing the game during COVID
This is a
time.
computer. You can't see it.
Yeah,
but
there's no computer.
Here.
He started playing around COVID, and today he's one of the prodigies we have coming from LCK, proving himself on the international stage, and also taking this team 2-0 in an elimination series here. It has been very one-sided, guys. Besides the early game, that doesn't matter, because look at it here. You can see it in the goal graph. Even if there's action, as we said, BFX can make plays happen around the map. The goal graph doesn't matter for them.
This is more what I'm looking at, right? Because of all neutral objectives, it was only the Rift Herald that TSW were able to get. And that's the big thing for me. Like, BFX have just done such a great job, especially with Drake stacking and setting up for Drake. And yeah, it's almost entirely one-sided in objectives.
Emily, just give me that pointer.
Are you gonna hit me with it?
She had it all day. No.
But also,
Wait, what?
Zero turns, zero
Physical
grubs,
violence, excuse
zero
me?
Drakes. Just in general, let's be a little bit more objective-minded if we could. If we can be there on time. If it's possible, I'm not asking for much. That would be great. The producer said toss. I didn't. I tossed the actual
He threw the thing at me instead.
Not toss the props.
Take it easy, guys. I'll see you next game.
All right.
Even though we have St. Louis, Eddie reminds me of another 80 carry that I used to work role.
Clear. The flash and first blood in a solo kill. Here for clear in the top lane. Can't actually go back as the ulti comes through from Isto. He is going to be able to go untargetable. There is the flash to try and get him in there, but unfortunately means that he was just wasting time and he flashes, get himself out. Raptor dives in with the paranoia and these health bars evaporate in the blink of an eye.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Time to spread my wings.
As luzes vermelhas me seguem, eu sei. Elas só querem meu mal. Que as balas que ferem, poça de sangue já vira normal. Tranquilo, sigo tranquilo no caos. Digo isso é questão de sobrevivência. Vida nas ruas não existe clemência. Quem vem de onde eu venho nem pensa que é possível se sair daqui. Jurei pra mim mesmo, não vou morrer aqui. O ódio quer me possuir. Vida em conflito te torna ruim. Amor e lealdade são matérias que eu não vi na escola. Lá onde o sonho de jogar bola foi ofuscado pelo brilho da 99. Sufocado na sacola. Menorzinho de 19, já foi todo no corre. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. O karma não cobra em parcela. Vai pra pista e recupera. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho. Hoje ela quer ser minha lady. Agora ela sabe meu name. Agora ela sabe, eu só penso no paper. Eu jogo e faço no rain. Agora chama de meu bem. Agora ela quer ser meu bem. Será que antes eu não merecia? Será que ela só quer de vente? Ela me puxa pela minha corrente. Me solta quando eu quero my love. Só quero descarrego o pente. Essa barra me deixa contente. Esse daqui tem cara de X9. Se eu tiver com a mala cheia, eu sei que ela vai ligar. Nunca corro do problema, mas é melhor evitar. Antes eu não tinha nada, agora eu vou pra New York. Miligramas no meu corpo e substância aliviar. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho.
팀 전체적으로 막 엄청 막 자신감이 있었던 건 좀밖에 없었던 것 같아서 그래도 언제든지 이거 올 수 있다고 생각했던 것 같습니다. 또 막상 해보니까 환경이 너무 좋아가지고 긴장 뭔가 안 하고 할 수 있길래 다음번에는 하면 더 경험을 통해서 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 그렇게 이제 텐션이 엄청 높으시고 응원해 주시는데 이제 승패를 떠나서 이제 재미없게 게임하면 이제 흥미를 잃을 수도 있기 때문에 저희는 이제 재미를 이제 보장할 거기 때문에 응원해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. It's been such a joy casting with you, Jet. So much so that even my hair has relaxed.
It's going to be more than one more game.
You think so?
I hope so.
Does that mean that this game number 3 is going to be more than a game? Is that what you mean?
No. I think TSW has been close enough in these games. When they get their first dragon, they might win the game.
True.
Because it would usually mean that they win a team fight. Because literally everything BNK has done has been standard League of Legends, where they're getting good dragon setup, and then they're winning every fight when Team Secret Wales tries to move in too late.
And not even by that much. That's the frustrating part. You're exactly right. I think that, like, as soon as there is a fight that does teeter over towards the TSW side, then maybe that will help out. But obviously, that's what they're going to be aiming to do here. And you can see pressure is mounting here on the faces of these players. Like, this is the hardest part, right? Being down 0-2 with one more game away from elimination. Like, you're just going home.
You play your whole split, you win your region, you fly to Brazil, you lose 6 games in a row and you go home. No, come on.
It's not fair.
You don't want that to happen.
Silver Scrapes, exactly. That guy. That's, I agree. Let's see whether that can happen as we dive into Champion Select thanks to HyperX. And Akali and Nico both taken away already. We do see that the Ashe is continuing to be banned away in this series.
Yeah. A lot of people are just picking Ashe now, not even with Seraphine.
Yeah.
Viper picked it.
I feel like there's a bit of like picking it away so you don't get Ashe Seraphine later.
Exactly. I don't.
Or something.
If your support doesn't like playing the combo, it's better to just pick it yourself with something.
I hope, like, maybe we'll see some even crazier options, right? Like the Callista Ashe coming back or something that. That would be a little bit of fun.
We could.
Unfortunately, T1 not at the tournament, and so therefore we may not have that craziness.
Callista's already been
would have
played
done
too.
it. He would have absolutely done it.
Diablo was so good last game.
He was.
On the Callista. And I'm just still shocked by how young he was and how short the last 15 years have felt. Because,
right?
So we brought up that he's the first player to get 2 pentas in his first international since Imp in 2014.
Yes.
And we mentioned that he was 4 when that happened. But then my brain got stuck in 2014 because you were saying, what if BFX just trolls in this game? And then it ends up as like a 3-1.
Well, not trolls. They just give him a, like, have a more difficult draft, let's say.
Sure.
Or
Much like
that.
in 2014 when Samsung played Singed and TSM won the game
I
in quarterfinals.
remember that.
Absolutely, against Imp.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's what we're going to have to channel. Was that also the year that TSM managed to, like, somehow win, like, IEM?
IEM Katowice was next year.
The next
2015.
year. I remember when they beat WE in that tournament. That was crazy. That's a very long time ago.
And there's a guy still in TSM shirt, so you can see
there we
people
go.
remember.
All right. The chants have definitely stopped.
Yes.
There haven't been quite as many. But Rumble Pantheon is not looking like an easy thing to go into.
No, I mean, BNK4X picks away the Jarvan. They pick the Ornn into the Rumble, which is, wait.
Which one do you think is correct?
No.
The names of the players
No.
or the coaches and the icon of the team?
So this would be a way for TSW to pick up a win if they have Diablo.
Oh, genius!
If just all the players play for TSW.
Chat, was this part of your plan this whole time? Just swap the players? Genius!
Team Secret Worlds has second pick. And BNK4X is blue side. So I think the player names are where they are.
Right, the player names are right.
Logos are
the team logos and the
ones.
coaches are wrong.
Yeah, and it makes more sense that his show is playing Jarvan.
More frightened, Jack.
Has it always
top
been like
side
this, or is this a mistake?
I think this might be an
mistake?
error. I don't. Did you make the champion select? I don't think.
I've made a lot of mistakes.
I don't think it's your mistake.
I mean, it would be. If I had to try to do these graphics, I would make this mistake constantly.
Was Kellen on Team Secret Wales this whole time?
So I heard we're going to be remaking.
Yeah, we're going to be fixing.
Whoa.
There it is.
It's fixed.
It's fixed. We're all span around.
No, it's
no,
not.
we're not. It's just mirrored. Now I'm even more confused. I was having a tough time already. All right, we're gonna cut. Let's just get back into it, okay? The bard's been banned away. The cow is gone as well, and it looks like we're focusing on the bottom side of the map. I'm so confused as well. Just go with it. Just go with it.
The player names are still completely correct.
Yes.
So we know who's playing what.
Yeah. We've just moved on other sides. That's all right. The Lucian has been taken away from Diablo. That does make a whole bunch of sense. And now, what are we going to be seeing banned away here?
I mean, the LeBlanc makes it difficult to play a lot of the hyper carries, and a lot of the high mobility carries have already been taken away. So I do think there's a chance that Dior could have a really good LeBlanc game, but he's going to need to have a good LeBlanc game when they're having relatively low damage with the Jarvan Ornn already. But being
I think this has to be a Caitlyn. Doesn't it have to be a Caitlyn angle? No? Where have I gone?
They just keep swapping it.
Okay. Is this going to be a Caitlyn, though? Now that we're back to
Caitlyn is decent. I mean, so here's the thing.
Aphelios is also
it's the Aphelios Jinx type of game, but both mid laners and junglers have really high assassination potential, but they're still some of the best AD carries, so you have to play so far away from these fights.
Yeah.
And usually when it's Aphelios, you match it with Jinx.
The thing that's really good, though, is that they've banned the Lucian, and Ezreal has already been taken away by Fearless, and there's no Callista or something like that. Histo's going to have a bit of a field day against whatever Diablo wants to play here. The Inara, though, I guess can press ulti and dash. So
without Lulu, it's a little bit less, but it is better against the Jarvan because you can dash out of the Jarvan ultimate.
It does require you to do a few extra steps.
The Inara is a lot better than the Jinx in this situation, just because
Amelia,
of the
and Kellen,
Jarvan.
So, like, this is why Kellen has looked a whole lot better, is because he loves champions like this. Like, he is an ambulance player. And protecting this young, crazy guy that he has next to him has really been a recipe for success for this team. As Aphelios Thresh, tried and true combination here. for TSW, looking to come in here. BA, let's see whether they can actually stand toe-to-toe. I think Thresh can have a more difficult time into the Melio, but
but you just need it with the Felios. If you try and pick a Felios into Aurora Pantheon Rumble without something to either enchant him or increase his mobility, you've lost. Like, I really do feel like the only champs you can realistically play a Felios with are Lulu and Thresh. So Lulu's banned, Thresh is up, they're going to have to take it. But I still like the draft from BFX, mainly because we get to see Diablo's Yunar.
Yeah.
He plays so incredibly aggressive on this pick.
And you say that, I'm most excited for the fact that Clear gets to play Rumble for the first time. This is the champion that Clear looks legitimately extremely good on.
Yeah, and so I actually know why they keep swapping it back and forth and like why it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's not production's fault, it's the player's fault.
Yeah, so they were on the wrong sides of the lobby.
So everything that's auto-populating could never match up.
And it's all broken, and then we had to try and figure it out. We couldn't quite do it. Jat and I at least got some fun out of it.
I got so confused.
So confused. But I hope you guys did understand how the drafts looked. Just try and take away the nameplates, which is what we say quite often, and try and work out who looks better in this one. I do feel like the on into Rumble is not real. Like, as far as a nullifying matchup into the Rumble is concerned, a good Rumble still wins that lane.
Yes. I mean, you'll win the lane, but will you win the game? I think it's the bigger question.
Wins the lane by enough, is what I mean. It depends.
Once he wins the lane by enough, does he get a tempo marker?
Yeah, no, he gets to then utilize the tempo markers in his advantage.
True.
In order to get around the map and throw down equalizers. Very strong is that gentleman right there as we look to make our way onto the Rift for game number 3. Could be the final game of the series. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm feeling like we might get more out of it. So far, this tournament, we've had one 3-gamer and then a 5.
We have.
So it's got to be like reverse sweep setup territory, right?
True. It's either 5 games or it's 3 games.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 series outcomes. Which, 3-1 is normally the most common series outcome, and we've yet to have a 3-1.
True.
We're due.
We are absolutely
We're due for a 3-1.
So we need, and the problem is with the fact that we are due, I agree with you.
Vikla, bring us home. You can do it, buddy. Give us the 3-1.
Well, the problem is Raptor's playing one of the best junglers on the patch, definitely the best jungler left available, although Jarvan is fine, and Clear is on Rumble. I think Vikla can do anything he would like, like anything he would like in this game. Just have a great time on the Rift, and those two will probably be able to sort it out with a little bit of Diablo's help. And that has kind of been the MO for B&K. The reason why they look so much better is because Vikla was playing so much better.
True.
Until a couple of days ago where it all kind of fell apart, but he has since been ramping back up.
I mean, Vikla's had a very good series.
Yeah.
His Orianna was very good in the last game. And even though you keep asking for more games, I feel like you're secretly happy that your LCK team is about to sweep.
No, never.
Really?
I just like League of Legends.
Yeah.
So I'm just happy to be here. I would prefer it if B&K won the series in the end.
Right.
But it doesn't matter by how many games.
Okay.
They can drop a couple, and it'll be totally fine. So I just want, more League of Legends would be fantastic. And I like casting with you, Jat.
Me too.
We don't get that many opportunities. And so if we have to go home after 3...
Do you want to move to Los Angeles?
No.
Okay.
Not really. Do you want to move to Korea?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I tried this in 2019, didn't work there. I waited 6 years, and here we are again. Oh, dear. But no, probably not going to be the thing. As we are just taking a little bit of time to get into Champion Select, I think that might mean that the players are probably loading onto the wrong sides of the...
No, they went on the right sides, but they didn't go in the right order.
Oh, no.
So, okay.
Wait, who was jungling
why this is happening? You know why this is happening?
Why is this happening?
These are the 2 teams with the least international experience.
Aha!
They're just not used to...
Wait, no. You still do the same thing in your domestic region. What are you talking about? It's not like they're in like a different fancy international client. It's the same client, chat.
There's got to be a reason, Atlas. That's ridiculous.
The reason is they were being silly.
I mean,
and they messed it up.
At this point, we're going to get a bathroom break fine soon, too.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we've had those. And, don't. I'm sorry, Wolf. On Jat's behalf, I'm really sorry that he said this. I know that he's watching, and you've just triggered him, man. All the way from Brazil.
Can you explain the lore here?
So you get 1 pass if you desperately need to go, and I think
one emergency pass.
Yeah, 1 emergency pass, but then if you do it again, you need a bathroom break in the middle of a game and you have to pause, then there's a fine.
Wait, were they pausing in the middle of games for the bathroom?
Yeah.
Of stage games?
Yeah. It was really bad.
Wait,
it
how
got
often
really
would they
bad.
do this?
Yeah. It's just not great. I know that in the LPL there's also big fines if you ever pause for any reason that isn't game related.
Yeah, like if you're gonna like throw up or
I think if it's like a medical emergency, like I broke my arm, probably plausible.
Sure,
I would say.
Don't know how you're gonna do that.
But no, that's not what it was. It was I forgot to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, because we have this problem with some teams in NA where we're like ready to go, and then one person's like, hold on, don't start, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And we've planned our whole segment, and then we delay, and then once one guy leaves, the other guy leaves, and it's like, no, just stop.
That's the problem, is that
the fact is you actually let them do the first one, and then they were pushing it later into the game.
Yeah, there was a really, really good response to it, though. I think it might have been B&K versus DK or T1 versus DK. I can't remember the exact matchup, but I do remember that the DK players waited a couple of minutes after the other team's player went to the bathroom and then said, oh, well, now I have to go to the bathroom.
Once you start thinking about it.
Yeah, and then we were just sitting there for like 20 minutes.
I know.
It's like there was an interval before the game even started.
And it's not like League of Legends games are that long.
No.
Like, you get banned if you do this in solo queue.
Yeah.
Why are we letting professional players do it?
Exactly. That's a really good point, Chad. But you know what? We don't need to talk about it anymore because we are on to the Rift for game number 3. Let's see whether Team Secret Whales can bring us to a 4th. That is what we are desperate for.
We are desperate for 4 or 5.
Desperate 4, get it? Desperate 4.
Oh, nice.
That's a pun, like the guy in the top lane.
Yesterday, the LCS representatives did give us 5 games. Vikla is an honorary LCS representative.
There we go. That's a nice hook. Connecting on to Diablo. Diablo not seemingly
Level
too
1
worried about
thresholds
it.
do nothing, especially if the other team has shields. Doesn't do enough damage, feels like.
Having a look
he
here.
stacked up his Q already.
This is the problem with Yunara, isn't it? You're not allowed to let her enter the lane.
I know.
Like
Diablo's
if she
gonna play
doesn't
so
hit
aggressive.
anything, then she's not great. But he's in the wave now, so it's all a little bit problematic. Ooh, I don't know whether Dire really wanted to do that.
I mean, I've seen some LeBlancs do really well in lane, but this is not a good start. Vikla already hitting level 2 first.
Yeah, we've had a couple of LeBlancs actually win out in the lane as that hook going very, very close. But live now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and the Chroma as well. So make sure you get on in there. But as we come back, I am worried, mainly because I wanted this to be like a for-fun draft out of B&K. It's not what we've got.
Winning
this
is
is
fun.
a terrifying draft.
Yeah.
And very, very stock standard. This is what you'd see out of this team. And they are very, very good at drafting comfort game styles. Not even necessarily picks, but they are often like, it will be a comp like this. There's a lot of stuff to put on the ground. We have upfront CC, and Kellen can keep everyone safe. You know, like that is kind of the vibe that B&K are often looking for. And adding globals onto Raptor sounds like a cheat code to me.
Yeah, I mean, I look at all their champions, and aside from Emilio, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these were picked in game 1 of things. They all seem like stock standard meta champions, whereas the Aphelios Thresh LeBlanc is way deeper in a fearless set from Team Secret Whales. The Jarvan is the one thing that you would expect them to play earlier on in the series. So I've just been a big fan of BNK PRX's drafts this series. I've not liked Secret Whales drafts.
No.
I feel like they've been prioritizing playing the champions that they're good at, but they haven't been able to sync that up with a good team comp.
Yeah, and I actually think this is a really good adjustment because I didn't like very many of the drafts that B&K brought out against BLG. So this is a good adjustment from a few days ago. As Histo looking for a little bit of a possible gank angle as the chain is going to connect somehow, and so Raptor is forced to flash.
Yeah, and you can see both these teams, very little international experience. The 5s you see on the left, that was 2 days ago. That was 0 as of last week. Kellen was at 20 before this first stand tournament started, so very much trying to get more comfortable playing international competition for both these teams.
Yep, and it was a while back for Kellen as well. I'm pretty sure it was, what was it, KT 2023 or DK 2023 for Kellen. I wanted to forget it. That's why I forgot it.
Good.
It was not a great time. BA as well with a bit of extra experience. So experience in the same positions here on both of these teams, matching up relatively well. Although B&K, certainly with their players being a lot younger this time around.
Yeah,
This is a slower early game, Jack. I think. Is it good for Team 6? That is. Very nice hook to come forward. The grab at him as well, forcing out the heal. As Kellen in a little bit of trouble. Diablo still at full health, and he's just walking towards this Aphelios. Gets the ghost out, and I don't know whether Eddie's allowed to walk back up towards Diablo as he gets played back to Flash, but he connects it, and that's first blood over to BA. Oh no! Diablo had the fancy feet, and unfortunately, yeah, Kellen paid for it.
I mean, also 3 summoners burned on the side of BNK Furex while dying, so that's exactly the start you want to have. And in the Felios Thresh lane, they only had to burn the Ghost, and they get that kill.
Well, we've got possibly more killing to be happening here in this mid lane, but never mind. Flag and Drag is going to bring Histo out of there. Raptor is still going to head around and see whether he can challenge, though, as Histo understands exactly what's going on. Decent stun does come forward as the Conqueror is procced. BA is, though, roaming over earlier and throws out the shield with that Lantern. Oh, not quite able to get there as Vikla over the wall, and he just executes Dire! Now goes between the worlds, and Histo might be falling down as well. Oh, no, it was going so well until it all fell apart.
Vikla is showing up in this series.
It's the year of Vikla, man. It might not have been like a couple of days ago. That wasn't the day, right? But it is still the year.
Okay.
I say this all the time.
I know.
Your reaction is the same as almost everyone else.
I know.
Yeah.
You've gaslighted enough people into thinking that Vikla is incredible.
No, I haven't. I definitely haven't. I'm terrible at it.
The year of Vikla is a legitimate saying that people say.
It is.
Is everyone in on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that it's not... Obviously, the year is pretty young at this point in time.
True.
So it could be the year of Vikla. I just like to say it pretty definitively. Yeah. As nice little hook to come on through here as Kellen in a little bit of trouble gets played back once again, but he is Melio, so he might be safe. Raptor makes his way down, and that is going to protect this bottom lane, but it's not the dominance that we've seen out of Diablo and Kellen, as Eddie is up so much CS, man. 16 in the lead. That's a couple of waves that he has over the young Prodigy.
Diablo is going to have to bide his time in this game because they're losing this lane. It could have been a little bit worse. I mean, BA had to burn his heal in the mid-fight. It was actually shocking that he didn't use heal. The guts it took from Eddie and BA to not use heal in that initial trade down bot where they got the first blood is crazy, but he lost a decent amount of his advantage there. They're still able to use their bot power to get Drake, though. First Drake in the series. I said that
there we go. Win. At least they get the Drake.
The problem is D-Ray's down 20 CS on the block.
Yeah, he is getting, he's having a rough time into Vikla. The fact that it was Vikla that picked up the kill in that last exchange was definitely the worst thing for TSW because it does put that huge hole in the mid lane.
Okay, and I apologize. Vikla's having a good game. You're just extrapolating it to the year.
Yeah.
He's had like a really good series.
Well, I mean, it's sort of my thing because I also really like very low sample size stats that aren't actually real.
Right.
But they are real, like the technically correct.
I mean, it's true. It is the year of Vikla in the sense that he's a top 2 mid in the LCK.
And he is alive in the year of 2026. So theoretically, it is his year no matter what.
He's having a better year than Faker.
Absolutely, he is.
Okay.
So far. Although Faker did win the Kesper Cup.
Oh, was that? That was in 2025.
Was it? I mean, I casted that tournament, so I should know. But I thought it was just after 2026 started. But you might be right.
Maybe. It's the lunar year of Vikla.
There we go.
In a couple weeks.
We had to do a little bit of dancing around it, but we got there in the end. All right. Well, that is an electrocution, as Dire is kind of okay for now, but you can see that CS number is not the greatest. So this is B&K with, and I think this is kind of what we expected in this game. Top side of the map, very far ahead. Bottom side, struggling just a little bit.
And the Ornn versus Rumble, I'd say Pun is doing very well.
I'd say so too.
8 CS, 7 CS now, while stacking up his magic resist against Aurora Rumble, so he can pretty freely build MR for a good portion of this game before Diablo's going to be able to shred him and be very tanky. So it's a really good Ornn angle, and he's honestly, now that he has the MR, it's going to be pretty difficult for Rumble to extend that lead any farther.
Oh, goodness.
The Keswick Cup ended December 14th, 2025.
Yeah, and I was there casting it, so it's kind of it's
knew it was
disappointing.
in December.
You know, I just became a father. Time has melded, as you would know, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw you at the hotel, and we were just like, "What's up?" Not realizing that I didn't do any international events last year because of having a kid.
Yeah, we hadn't seen each other for like 2 years.
But it felt like it had been less time.
It's been a lot of these though over the time, so we've gotten used to just being mates with 6-month breaks. You know, it's fine. Or 6 months or 2 years, depending on what it is.
It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. All right. Clear is trying to do damage. He hit a pun, but Spectre's cowl is kind of ridiculous. As now Raptor is discovered. Dire actually flashes, trying to get out of the way, but still gets chained up, and now cannot get out of the Cataclysm. Max range on the hook, and Raptor goes down. I think it might be happening. It could be happening.
Woo, really clutch kill for D-Ray, keeping him in this game. Really needs to inject himself with gold, otherwise he won't be relevant later. But he did a great job getting the E out of Raptor early while still landing the route that allowed the rest of the team to fly in for that kill.
Oh man, Team Secret Whales coming alive.
They've had hands in all these games. They just haven't had any objectives to play off of. So if they're actually able to start getting set up for these Drakes, which they've gotten through bot prio this game, right? The fact that they've had the bot prio has set up these other plays for him. They just need to continue to use Eddie's strength to move it around the map.
Well, another thing as well is that Pun has been a linchpin for this team in the earlier stages of the game. This time around on much more of a scaling pick, but as you've said, is doing just fine in the matchup. Down 10 CS is about what you'd say for Ornn winning, pretty much. Wasn't really what I was expecting, as now they might even be able to kill Clear here, but it is Histo getting out and heading back towards his Krugs. Those harpoons really starting to hurt there.
The more I see games with like Ornn Rumble in them, or if you have like a Cassante something matchup, the less important I think it is for a jungler to ever say hello. Like, it just doesn't seem like it matters if the jungler goes there, and the time would better be spent elsewhere. So I'm not a huge fan of this Histo play, because even if they get the kill, I don't think it's really going to meaningfully change the game. Whereas with his camps respawning already on the bot side, if he reset, went bot, and applied more pressure to get his Aphelios ahead, I'd much rather that play.
Well, you can see the grubs were just taken right in front. And Histo actually still committing to this. Yeah, this is kind of insane. Does have camps respawning towards the bottom side as well. And so Raptor could theoretically, once they see Histo, he can head over there. Well, the ram comes out. This is a very, oh, never mind. There is the Grand Starfall coming on in. Clear will go down as Raptor is trying to save the play. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to, as the spear is going to go wide. Vikla teleports in. That is so many resources that BNK just put into a losing play.
That's a crazy mind control there by Team Secret Whales. Getting the kill is one thing, but to get Pantheon ult and Aurora TP, which saves D-Ray in the lane, gives him a couple plates, that's huge for their game.
That's kind of ridiculous. Okay, Diablo was on a reset, so he gets back to the lane and will be able to farm things up once again, but he is still behind. And it was Vikla that had the big lead here for BNK. And so the result is Dire was able to go for a reset, didn't get punished for it. It's just all good things here for Team Secret Whales.
Absolutely huge play. Next Drake is already on the map as well. Neither top laner has TPs, so they're going to be left alone up there. I think it's rather tricky for either team to just straight up start this Drake, but we'll see if Team Secret Whales feels safe to do so. Ward inside the pit.
Yep. I do think that a first item Storm Razor feels good as a one-item spike on the Aphelios in comparison to a Kraken Slayer.
Yeah.
But you see whether they do commit to anything, as the Rift Scuttler will be taken. Vikla is the one that's strong, right? He's got his dash cannon done. And so in comparison, as far as these mid lane is concerned, it is a very big Aurora. This LeBlanc does need to go back and spend some money, I imagine, because just for the Lost Chapter is kind of insane.
Yeah, there's also ultimate going to be back up in 2 seconds there for Vikla, so he's used it immediately.
Yes, he is just going to, he procs the quest as well, as Dire is, going to survive just barely.
Oof, close.
I thought that there might be a little bit of return damage coming on through, but had already happened, and so he will be able to make his way out. But that does mean that BNK has full control of this river, and should be able to at least get wards down, see everything that they need to. But thankfully, the Rift Scuttler did go over to Histo, so they have irremovable vision in the area.
Vikla's been the best player on the team this game.
100%.
Yeah. The game of Vikla.
Maybe it should be the game of Vikla. Vikla? Vikla. This one.
Start small.
Yeah.
Work up.
Yeah. I did start with the year of Vikla, though.
You did.
So, I don't know. Maybe I should just commit. We'll see how we go. That is going to be Team Secret Whales locking down a second dragon. We now have an Infernal Soul once again. But it's double dragon for TSW, and that is going to mean that they're the ones that are able to put on that pressure. They can control the tempo markers, as it were.
This is a good start.
It really is.
This is a really good start. With the Aphelios Thresh scaling, I'd say the Thresh doesn't scale great. The Aphelios will scale very well as long as Vikla doesn't get too fed, because the ability to one-shot him can still be pretty high later on in the game. Pun's doing great. The gank that Histo spent a lot of time top lane actually did a great job of relieving the map pressure as well, because it was able to bait out the TP from Vikla and the ultimate from Raptor. So this is actually one of those games where you try to keep it pretty standard.
Oh, and this actually could work as well, as the Ram is going to get called. No flash, like you say, and it's an easy flag and drag. Clear just realizing that he has to try and do what he can, and what he can is absolutely nothing. There was also a LeBlanc making her way up just in case the cavalry was available. And so Dire going to clear out this wave and allow a reset here for Pun. It's perfectly played.
Yeah, gank into reset where the Soul Laner swap lanes.
Maybe not so good, as Dire is going to go the wrong direction. Few autos do come on through as Vikla flashes. The auto's in the air, but he is still healing up, and oh god! Maybe it isn't the game anymore, as now Raptor is going to try and get underneath this turret. He should be able to do so as a teleport. He's going to bring Clear towards the top side. Doesn't have his equalizer though, so this is not exactly the scariest Rumble making his way into this top lane. Histo, not a whole lot of buttons, and now Flag and Drag comes on forward, gets the flash out of Raptor, and in goes Dire with his health bar fixed.
So, in this extended sequence, we've seen Ornn run bot, teleport top, LeBlanc go back, teleport top.
Cataclysm to trade for another flash! Twice. And he doesn't get the knock-up with the Searing Charge, but it doesn't matter. Raptor, he is still going back in because it's another teleport from Vikla to bring him into the top lane. What is up here, man? Is there gold in the ground that I have not seen?
It's such an insane objective, the top wave.
The top lane, just the lane,
We're
Chad.
going to invest 4 teleports on securing the top wave. We are not going to take Rift Herald. This is not mid-prime.
Oh, no.
This is not an objective setup.
No.
This is League of Legends. This is how you play.
Yep. All right, let's have a look at it once again. I don't know how we're going to put this replay package together because this kind of went forever.
By the time we finish this replay, we'll be in game 4.
I was going to say, yeah.
How long this sequence was, but watching, they're fighting again.
I mean, it's just a pip. That's all we have to do. Watch that if you...
No, the pip is live.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So watch that if you want to see what's going on right now.
I thought we were going to pip the second half of the replay.
That would have been a decent idea.
It all happened in the top lane. The fact that D-Ray gets out of this is insane. They get the shutdown onto Vikla. It makes Pun super fed now against the double AP. And here's the second part of the replay. Flash ult to get the flash. He falls with the EQ. That allows D-Ray to line up the LeBlanc E.
And then Raptor running in because he has to protect this teleport from Vikla.
But then while the replay, they fought again. There were 3 fights in a row.
Okay, now they're fighting again. As Clear is dead one more time underneath this bottom lane outer turret. Oh my goodness, it's 1-7. Team Secret Whales is running them around the map.
Clear has died 4 times. That last kill was probably worth about 150 gold.
All right, let's have a look at the Coinbase gold grind. This is one of the smaller of the gold differences between Diablo and Eddie.
Yeah, they've been hitting minions is what we're learning.
Yeah.
No gold from kills, no gold from monsters.
They have just not been really involved.
Let's farm, guys.
The thing is, all of the insanity has happened. It's been sort of an isolated 2v2 or 1v1 between the AD carries, and Eddie's doing just fine in this game. So, working very well thus far. I mean, I don't think we should be counting chickens just yet, because, I mean, it's still a Yunara.
So where does that saying come from?
Count your chickens before they hatch?
Before they, so you're counting eggs as chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, you don't count chickens when they're eggs.
Because inherently there's nothing wrong with counting chickens. You need to finish the count. Because like, I'm going to count chickens if I have chickens.
Yeah, just don't count the eggs, assuming that they're chickens.
So don't count the win while the game's still happening?
Yeah, okay. That's what it means. I'm kind of feeling like maybe I shouldn't use it anymore.
I mean, you just got to finish
stupid.
it. You can't count the chickens before they hatch. That makes sense.
There's quite a few of those where if you think about it too much, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
I don't have an example off the top of my head. I do remember...
Keep using idioms and I'll question them all.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was my welcome to International League of Legends. Did you know that?
Counting chickens?
No. Just idioms that then got questioned.
Oh, okay.
It was Kobe, when I said, oh, that's not something to write home about. He was like, what? Why would you write home about it? And I was like, wait a second. He completely trolled me. He knew exactly what that saying was. All right, we've got a team fight breaking out potentially. Vikla goes through the worlds, as Eddie might be in a little bit of trouble. It's the first time we've really seen an honest 5v5. And let's see whether Team Secret Wales can come out on top, even in a scenario like this, as the Rift Herald will be breaking open his outer turret in the mid lane. And the gold lead is going to be basically even. Like 1,000 gold at 20 minutes is not huge.
They get the first turret bonus, and they have pretty good control on River. Eddie, his Achilles heel is getting caught out of position. He's stuck on that mid wave and has no lantern to get back to the fight. So he's still having to catch this, and they're going for him.
Brent Starfall does come on through. They get the flash out of Eddie as well. Can BA actually save him? The answer is absolutely not. There's the Cataclysm, though, as Histo throws his body into the mix, and they take down the Inara. Flag and drag to try and stop Raptor as well, but he goes down immediately. And Clear just is a walking barbecue in this fight, and he cannot be stopped, only maybe by Pun, who is very difficult to kill. There's a great hook out of BA, though, as Raptor just dives into the middle of all of them. He thinks that he's old Pantheon and can just tank up the turret. The answer is he can.
He can. He can and he will. He's in the same way. Diablo is Imp. Raptor is old and 2 Pantheon at the same time. Oh my goodness, it all starts with a beautiful pick onto Eddie. They realize that the Thresh Lantern is gone. He showed himself on the wave, not wanting to lose position, and they execute him. And then everyone else ends up kind of running over top and through the Rumble ultimate. So while they do get the kill onto Diablo, it's going to be a tough fight from here because they just don't have damage. Their most fed member is an Ornn who's stacking MR, so he can't really kill people when Melio is there because Melio's going to shield his damage. And then just amazing execute at the end there by Raptor.
Raptor is the AD carry in this particular fight. As I think that we're back to live once again. Great hook to come on through from BA as the Moonlight Vigil does come down, doing a little bit of damage there with the Infernum. As Raptor continuing to fight. Vikla makes his way up. He was on vision, but dodges out of the way of the Searing Charge absolutely beautifully. And then just ducks between the worlds. Does look like BNK haven't found a foothold to actually start a battle here, but they want to be able to take this dragon as this game is so incredibly close still. Team Secret Wales, can they actually lock down this soul point though? That will be so huge as Diablo playing up front and personal in this team fight already. As the Ram comes down, doesn't exactly get a lot of value, and Clear just says absolutely not. The rest of the team cannot make their way into the fight as now Pun is in the back of the pit. Nothing that he can do as Clear is even able to take down Eddie by himself as he picks up a double kill.
Rumble can start 0-4-0 and then still steamroll through the back line of Team Secret Wales.
I got distracted by Pun and Diablo doing something. How did that happen?
We're going to find out. The fact that Histo gets this Drake does still leave a win condition later, but he does half the damage with a couple of harpoons over the wall at the start. So when Eddie falls through, as we're looking at the top side of the fight, he's already at like 800 health. So,
oh my
Eddie, you don't walk into the flamethrower.
No. And he flashes to avoid the hook and then immediately just burns them as they're making their way in. Beautifully played there by Clear. I mean, his laning phase has been atrocious this whole series, right?
Clear's.
Sorry, Clear's.
Yeah, Clear's laning phase.
Yes, it has been not great, but
he was
his team fighting is so good.
It is. I mean, this series is reminding me of the Team Secret Wales G2 series. The games were close, and Game 3 is where it felt like Team Secret Wales at the start was like, oh man, they might actually win this one, and then they just lost fight after fight. Now, Vikla with a 2-level advantage on D-Rays LeBlanc, probably going to take down yet another turret, actually open up a gold lead, and Eddie...
He's lost the lead.
He's lost the lead, so it's going to be... Ornns don't necessarily carry...
I mean, it's still a decent amount of gold every ornament, you know?
Yeah, I guess that makes the gold pretty even if you include the ornaments. They're down in experience.
The problem is, even is not what we were expecting for this state of the game, right?
No.
Like, this was a TSW that had so much control, but then as soon as team fights happened, they started losing. As now, Pun is going to get juked there just a little bit here. Still, Clear is going to die, but that was a little bit funny.
Yeah, I mean, classic play. send your solo laner down the lane with the other solo laner.
Yep.
Sacrificing the top wave, Histo's going to clean that up, but it caught clear off guard, especially because both teleports were going to be on cooldown.
Yep.
You usually only pull off that play when you have a teleport up, so nice little tempo trap.
Yeah, and
also
also
by Pun and Dire there.
playing defensively on the top side of the map as well. You saw Raptor up there, was looking for a cross map and was denied any opportunity to do so. Vikler is doing a lot of damage though on this Aurora. Does have the Shadow Flame now completed. It is a lot of burst damage out of this guy, and you saw Histo is not quite able to tank that one up, although he does have an ornament of his own with the Sundered Sky now complete and upgraded. Okay, Raptor is wrapping around and just going to flash in to kill Dire. He is going to wait to get himself out, and there is the snipe. That was beautiful. Looks around to see whether anyone's watching and then kills it.
No look as well at the end. Dire's having a rough series.
He is.
Yeah, and Raptor is having a very good series killing Dire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his favorite thing.
And we wanted to talk about the mid laners as well, looking for a little bit of redemption. Even though it is the year of Vikler, I don't know whether this is the time to talk about that redemption arc so far at this tournament just yet.
Not yet.
It's not been about mid laners.
It's a very good series for Vikler. I'm giving you that. He's playing.
I think it's been a very good series for junglers and AD carries so far, and Pun. That's what I'm going to say. As BNK just going to just walk down the mid lane. And they will take down the inner turret. Looking to try and get a bit of sieging done elsewhere as well, as now Histo goes in. Clear, still doesn't have his flash available. I feel like that has been on cooldown all series long, or at least all game long. And that will be Histo taking him down.
That was really sloppy. Clear had, he landed an E, so Histo just went straight in, ulted him out of the turret. That turned the turret on him because of Leandri's tip. So he just instantly dies.
Yeah. So, a little bit unfortunate. He is a 3-7-2 Rumble that just single-handedly won them a team fight.
But he's still going to be able to press R on Eddie.
I know.
And then if Eddie decides to walk into him as well, it'll make it a little easier for him to execute.
But there's also now an Infinity Edge done on Diablo, and so this is the time where the Yunara is exceptionally terrifying.
Okay, he bided his time. This is what we were waiting for with Diablo. He had a slow start to the game, and then we were hoping to see some big-time team fights. And D-Ray is caught again.
Oh no. Between the Worlds, that is a cute little distortion play as Raptor decides that he doesn't want to go any further forward. So D-Ray will make his way out of this one. And Team Secret Wales, once again, looking for that cross-map opportunity with that man advantage that they have. Diablo playing very far up, as you could imagine, but Kellen is there to play defense. Lurkle goes down as BA taking a fair bit of damage. Gets out of the way of the ramp beautifully, though, does Diablo, as he flashes in and dies immediately. There's a flash from Vikler as well, trying to get Eddie out of there, and he does get the flash as Tire is going to get taken down as well. Jat, that was the quintessential other side of Diablo.
I was waiting for him
to sick out play.
Yeah, this is so incredible.
Well, Eddie's dead. It's the year of Vikler, by the way, as Pun now it's going to take a lot of killing here for Vikler.
I think
and
he
I don't
can get him
think, I think
eventually.
maybe just go home. You know, maybe that's not what we really want. As unfortunately, no Infernal Soul here for TSW either. It's going to be the first rake of the game here for BNK as they take that one down.
Raptor has denied that. I really want to see the
we
fight
need
from
to see
Diablo again. He died so fast.
He just didn't he had that hero, like the hero's energy as well.
Did he flash in to do that?
You remember that movie, The Other Guys?
Yeah.
Where Sam Jackson and The Rock jump off the roof? That's what it looked like.
He flashed into the turret and then Pun instantly knocked him up with the Orny, and he died instantly. That's not what he's been a superhero for the first 2 games, and then he just face plants.
I mean, it's beautiful. I think you have to have moments like that. It's humbling, right?
You can't play that close to the edge and never fall off.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
It just shows that he is playing on a knife's edge, and you wouldn't know that if he didn't sometimes fall off. There is the Lantern, a little bit late on the control ward to try and block that one from being taken. As the ram comes down, Pun will find the knock-up here. As the flash into the hook, that was so sick from Kellen, and that's going to keep Diablo alive. Kellen is still going to go down as he dashes out of the Cataclysm, and this time, Diablo may just be that hero that we needed him to be in the last fight. There's the other side of it, and BNK will march march down the mid lane.
Get down, Mr. President. Diablo is saved there.
That was such a good flash from Kellen, my God.
It might actually win them the series because Eddie got assassinated by Vikla on the backside, and Diablo might be pushing down the Nexus.
All right, let's see whether they do manage to finish off this game as D-Ray pops like a balloon, and the Nexus turrets are going to follow suit. Oh no! It is going to be a clean sweep, and Team Secret Wales will be the first team eliminated from First Stand 2026 as B&K FearX keep themselves alive in the tournament, and they do so pretty comfortably.
Congratulations to BNK FearX. They will move on to face G2 in the final qualification match of this group. It also means Team Secret Wales will exit First Stand without winning a series, without winning a game. Very disappointing result to them. They showed off their hands in so many instances, having so many high individual plays, but they just couldn't close the deal in any of their games.
And it's quite difficult, right? You've got second seed out of the LCK and the first seed out of the LEC. It's the two teams that you have to play against. And that is tough competition here for the young LCP team. So I don't think it's anything to really worry about, but a bit sad they weren't able to pick up a game. But now it is time to throw it back to the lounge as we deliberate on player of the game.
And series.
And series.
And as we see, Team Secret Well taking their bow here at First Stand. It's a tough competition to be in, especially when you're a younger roster, especially given how fast things go. We saw some good elements from the team, but I feel like you cannot have the expectations you had from the team we sent from that region for the past years. When you had CFO, what they've been able to achieve. This team, we'll see them again. I love the early game. They just need to be able to take it a bit further than this.
And they were starting to do it.
Yeah, they were stacking drakes in that game. They were getting objectives. Like they were looking good, right?
Look at this.
Look, we fixed some of these things.
We got some
right?
drakes on the board.
Like you could see the thought that was going behind. They were actually paying more attention to the objectives. Unfortunately, we then had that like 5-minute top lane whatever was going on there.
Whatever. Yeah.
And then that mid lane fight where BNK were really able to come back into the game.
It was wild to see. And honestly, for a team like this, for Team Secret Wales, it's always tough. Like I remember it was like, what, 40 plus hours of travel to get here, on top of like being able to finally get there, scrim. Of course, you're going to be the team that's probably furthest behind, needing to get better. Like a lot of these things happened, and I think at least by the end, they got to show a little bit of, yes, we're still incredibly aggressive, we're playing our style, and we're getting better, and we're making it somehow work. It's just a dog-eat-dog type of a tournament. You're going up against some of the best teams in the world, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, first showing, don't pick up a single game. We'll see them again, I think, this year. What are the glimpses of hope, silver linings for this team before we start talking about FearX?
I mean, I think especially in that last game, and even in every single one of their games, you could see their team fighting prowess, right? And I think then what comes is, because we pointed it out in last game, and even then, if it looked like at points in time they were going to win this, right? Like we would have pointed out, hey, look at how they started Drake stacking, look at how they started paying more attention to these kind of things and actually getting to objectives before BFX. So that would be the thing that they need to work on for me, because right now they have the hands.
Yes.
Like they definitely have the hands, they have the team fighting.
And LCP fans, and I'm sure themselves, really wanted to see the solo laners come out and showcase their strength that we saw them domestically on an international stage. And for D-Ray, I thought we saw a little bit of that, especially in the tail end of the G2 series where he was getting solo kills on caps. That was great to see. And then you look at Pun. Pun got his champions, and Pun really started running wild, and I feel like he got the better of Clear for the majority of the series in lane. And a lot of it's like, damn, I'm doing well in lane. Now I'm going to go back and have that level of confidence that I can do it up against some of the best top laners in the world in the laning phase. I just need to be able to rally the troops around Dragon. We really need to be able to do that, because every single time it feels like we win a fight, suddenly that's a roar happening, and the top of the screen is like, oh, they got Dragon. That's not nice.
A lot of hope, a lot of teams to improve upon, and a tough competition again to show it all in the first time this team was on stage. On the other side, FearX. We said 3-0. We got a 3-0.
Yeah.
they need to improve on the early game, man. Like, I'm looking for improvements on that side here. You cannot always rely on team fights.
It's a little iffy.
They're psychopaths. I didn't expect it. And when we get like an interview, I want to ask that question as the first one because I've never seen a team that is so down to fight no matter what.
They don't have an off button.
Yeah.
There is no off button.
And they were the second bloodiest team coming in to
Team
Secret Wales. So it should be no surprise that today was, I believe, the bloodiest series in combined kills per minute that we've had thus far at this tournament. But yeah, they going up against better teams. I mean, we saw it in the LCK.
Yeah.
When they would go for these super aggressive plays, they would get punished by better teams. Like, we just saw that very recently in the LCK Cup finals. So
I don't know, Emily. We saw at Worlds last year a team coming from LCK who was really bad at early games, and they made Worlds finals. But we'll see if they have the same. I'm sorry, I had to hit you with this one. But
You'll never see them back in the final stage.
Positive thinking here. Who was the player of the game?
Look, it has to be Vikla.
Vikla
being yes, for player of the game, it just has to be. It's a dub for him for sure. As you can see the stats in front of us, I felt like he had a phenomenal time. Especially anytime Diablo went in and died, it was like, well, here comes the stable portion of this fight. And he cleaned up house.
I want to see the poll results. I want to see what the
I'm
fans
curious.
think here.
Hopefully.
Other lines.
We see
It's either going to be Diablo.
Diablo, yeah.
Diablo.
Oh, Kellen second, nice.
There's a case for Kellen had a really good game.
Yeah, he did.
Especially on the late game engages and what he was able to showcase. The question I have here before we have our interview guests joining us in just a couple minutes, FearX, rookies on the international stage, high expectations given what they've been able to display in the LCK. How have these expectations played out so far?
I think they've performed about at my expectations, to be quite honest. Like, I think watching them, if anything, I think they did a little bit better than expected in the BLG series, for sure. I saw them being able to come back in team fights in that series as well, which was really nice. And that was a reflection, a kind of like next level of what we'd seen from them, especially in series like the T1 series where they were not expected to win, right? So, I mean, I think going forward, it's really just, now they had better setups on the day. Now can you do that against better teams without making some of the over-aggressive early game mistakes?
You know what? I want to ask one of the players himself. Vikla, if you want to join us.
Come on through. It's time. We got Vikla coming in for the interview.
Congratulations.
축하합니다.
축하드립니다. And Jisan. Thank you. Welcome to the Verizon post-game interview here at the lounge with Vikla and Jisan. First question that I have for you. We were talking about the fact that this is your very first international tournament. How has the experience been for you so far?
첫 국제전 치르고 계신데 어떤 경험하고 계신가요?
일단 나오는 거죠. 첫 판은 좀 긴장을 많이 했던 것 같은데 이번이 두 번째 경기인데 두 번째 경기 때는 좀 덜 긴장해서 그냥 이제 점점 이거 국제전에 좀 익숙해져 가고 있는 것 같아요.
Obviously, first match I was really nervous, but today was my second match and I felt a lot more comfortable, less nervous. So I want to keep this kind of sense going and I hope I can keep adapting to the international stage.
We said that you were the player of the game for Game 3. How do you reflect on your performance?
또 3세트 POG로 저희가 이제 빅라 선수를 선정했는데 마지막 세트 본인의 경기력에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
마지막 세트 근데 뭔가 라인전 같은 거 잘 나왔는데 그 움직임이나 뭐 그런 게 아쉬웠나 싶어가지고 그냥 좀 쏘쏘했던 것 같아요.
Well, I would say so-so because I guess my laning phase was decent, but the movements afterwards was a little bit, just alright. So I would say so-so.
Okay.
A dub is a dub.
All
We
right.
take it. All right.
The last time we saw you in person, you were in North America, and I feel like you've improved. You've improved a lot as a player since then. So just talk to me about what you think you've improved on the most to have such a great year thus far.
네, 마지막으로 실제로 뵀을 때는 또 북미에서 뵀었는데 이렇게 또 오랜만에 너무 좋아진 경기력, 너무 성장한 모습으로 뵙게 돼서 너무 반갑습니다. 지난 시간을 좀 돌이켜 봤을 때 어떤 부분이 가장 크게 성장해서 또 이렇게 좋은 한 해를 보내고 있는 것 같나요?
일단 마인드셋이 많이 성장한 것 같고 그리고 약간 라인전 구도도 열심히 깎고 있어서 그런 데서 성장을 한 것 같아요.
First off, my mindset, and also I'm gaining more and more laning phase knowledge.
Nice.
being on this team, very young team, very bloody team. You guys are like the second bloodiest team in the tournament. You guys are facing the bloodiest team in Team Secret Wales. How is it joining this team with how chaotic it can feel at times?
또 이제 팀 자체가 워낙 좀 젊은 피가 가득하고 다들 어리고 신인이고 또 이제 이번 대회에서도 두 번째로 좀 키를 많이 내는 팀이에요. 첫 번째가 오늘 상대한 이제 맞상대 팀이었고 굉장히 좀 팀 자체가 난전을 즐기고 좀 싸움을 좋아하는데 이런 부분은 좀 어떤가 어떻게 보면 또 케오틱하기도 한데 어떤 좀 경험을 보내고 계신가요?
일단 저희 팀이 확실히 어려워서 그런가 약간 교전 피지컬이 이런 게 다 좋고 약간 혈기가 넘쳐가지고 일단 싸움을 좋아해서 그런 것 같고 그래서 뭐 보기엔 좀 혼란스러울 수 있는데 혼란스러움 속에 저희만의 나름 규칙이 있어서 뭐 그런 것 같습니다. 네.
Maybe because we're young, we're very youthful, so we love the chaos. We have great mechanics in the team fights. We love fighting. From perspective of the viewers, it could be very chaotic, but we have our own rules and methods going on. So yeah, we're doing great.
They have a plan. Actually, they know what they're doing. That's always great to hear. Next up, G2 Esports. What do you think about the team right now, their level, what you should be careful about, and Caps especially in the mid lane?
네, G2를 이제 상대할 예정인데요. G2를 어떻게 지금 평가하고 계신지 특히나 미드에서 캡스 선수 맞대결 하실 텐데요. 좀 어떤 식으로 예상하고 계신가요?
일단 G2가 일단 그래도 이제 서양에서 어떻게 보면 가장 강한 팀 중 하나가 아닐까 싶은데 이제 그런 팀들 상대로 좀 잘해야 될 것 같고 그리고 이제 캡스 선수 플레이 보니까 확실히 노련미가 돋보인다 해야 되나? 약간 그런 게 좀 있었던 것 같아서 그런 부분을 좀 조심해야 될 것 같아요.
I want to say G2 is of course one of the strongest teams in the western side, so we have to watch out for that. See myself facing Caps on the mid lane. I was watching him play throughout the tournament in so many years, and I could tell the aura coming from his experience, so I definitely have to watch out for that as well.
Caps aura. I like it. Thank you. Do you guys have anything that you want to add up?
I guess something that so far the fans have really kind of supported you guys, which is really fun to see. So a question would just be, A, how has Brazil been so far, and B, how have you felt that audience's energy?
팬분들이 진짜 엄청 열정적으로 지금 현지에서 응원을 보내주시고 있는 것 같은데 브라질에서 좀 어떤 경험하고 계신지 그리고 실제로도 그런 좀 팬심이 와닿은 순간들이 있었나요?
일단은 이렇게 브라질 와서 경기를 하는데 이 경기하는 도중에 그 함성 소리랑 막 그게 너무 커가지고 경기장에 울리더라고요. 그럴 때마다 와 여기 진짜 브라질이 열정의 나라잖아요. 그 열정이 진짜 말이 안 된다라고 생각을 한 것 같아요.
Even when I was playing, they were so loud. I could feel the stage was rumbling. And Brazil, I've always thought of Brazil as the country of passion, and their passion is immaculate.
One of the best crowds in the world, of course, serving again. Jisan, thank you so much for the help translating. Interview 너무 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good to see you again.
Of course, come back to North America.
Jisan does not agree. I want to ask you guys actually. No. I will ask you guys that later. Before that, Oppo Player of the Series.
This has to be the madman.
Yeah,
this has to
once
be Diablo.
again, yeah.
Look, I know that you guys saw that arcane shift in. I know that you saw that mid lane play where he just went in and died. But if that's all that stops you from voting him player of the series this time, you don't deserve him at his 2 pentakills now at an international tournament. He is so fun to watch and kind of contributing to that chaos, Raz, that you just asked Vikla about.
Yeah, I'm going to make our stats guy hate his life right now. Can we get a pentakill per series stat and just kind of see based off the 80 carries in the tournament throughout the entire career? That would be fun.
There's a usual suspect here.
He's cursing you right now. I can hear him.
He actually hates me. He's probably sending the message right now in Slack. But yes, Diablo has been incredible for somebody who is so young, and they say they're working on it, and is so bloodthirsty. It's something that they never run out of is confidence. And I think for a young team like this, you need to have an abundance of confidence, especially in your playstyle. If you feel like an enemy team is like, okay, they recognize they can play around the map a little bit better, have better side laning, all these things, you can always come out with stronger team fighting if you're confident around a really mechanically skilled player, and he is that guy.
Yeah, and I think we kind of heard that from Vikla as well, right? Where he was like,
that's our team.
That's our team's strength. It might look chaotic, but we know what we're doing. And that is what has been so impressive about watching this team in the LCK as well, is just seeing them really come into their own and like have the confidence to be able to pull off these upsets.
Absolutely amazing. We love to see rookies shining on the international stage here. Congrats to FearX, of course. We're going to take a look at the bracket to see where we leave things off after today.
Collab with the fake hand?
I did. Yeah, it was actually pretty fun.
I was like, we were making use out of that. Yeah, we found BLG. They're moving on. That's a dub right there. Funny enough, with how they performed at Worlds, some people would doubt that. So it's nice to see them actually moving on to the next stage of the tournament.
I mean, again, coming back to your ex, it works. Shun.
Thank you, Shun.
Doing wonders here for the team. And yeah, as we said, G2 is going to play against FearX in the next match. Tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we got
tomorrow,
some,
though,
we
because
got some
today I was stressed.
Raz, how are you feeling about Lion going up against Genji?
Inspired was close to doing it last time. He just needs to close his eyes and start playing some Nunu again. I don't know. We need to make some magic happen.
Close his eyes, wait for it to happen. It's fine.
Meanwhile, the fans in
tough.
Brazil are going to go crazy for this one. We saw Team Secret Wales go home. They do not want Loud for how well they performed just yesterday to be going home. I think it would be crazy to see them put up a fight versus JDG.
I was instructed to do this by our producer.
I mean, that's her hand. That's what she's clapping with.
And on that note, we're going to end the podcast here, guys. It's been great being with you all day. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 9 a.m. Eastern,
Wave with the fake
2
hand.
p.m. CST for Genji versus Lion. Until then, take care, have a good evening, good night, and be nice to each other. Bye-bye. You can have to stop.
We can safely go over. Oh, maybe we can. On is not very safe anymore. Hansama tries to flash, following Viper, wants to slow him down, but his first blood of a G2. Bin's got to be careful here. Hansama still has a little bit left, but there's your public execution. Bin's going into the middle of everybody. And Bessa tears G2 apart. Skumon is down. They continue going forward. And Hansama is caught. Down the crab. Knight finds a scatter the weak, but it's only onto the Zion. Cass has his ulti back up, but no! It's been! It's been! Time and time again, it's been! Behind you. He's dead. It's serious, guys. Viper's now finally joined the mix. As Bin has the Narvar charged, and Hansama is all the way out. Takes a ton of damage there. Cozy Campfire keep him alive, but it's first blood to On. Skumon nearly walks through. He's attending the funeral of his support, and nothing more. And Viper gets another one. Back it up. BLG are on their victory march. No one in G2 colors stands to stop them, and BLG will clean sweep G2. Bunch of B&K in that backline, and somehow Isto will survive. Eddie looking to try and get himself out of there though, and B&K will take everything in the exchange. DRA looks for the point-blank charm, but it's not enough to actually take down this Ezreal, and it's Raptor that finishes a whole bunch of these kills. And it's a quadra. Can he get the pentakill? He can, the penta on the fountain! With the flash and first blood in a solo kill. Here for clear in the top lane and throws out the shield with that lantern. Oh, not quite able to get there as Vikla over the wall, and he just executes Dire. Is now punished in the back of the pit. Nothing that he can do. It's clear is even able to take down Eddie by himself. That one from being taken as the ramp comes down. Pun will find the knock-up here as the flash into the hook. That was so sick from Callan.
Get down, Mr. President. Diablo is saved there.
That was such a good flash. It is going to be a clean sweep, and Team Secret Wales will be the first team eliminated from First Stand 2026.
Back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, he's back. I'm never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Game time, game time, game time. They got to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. We on the way.
Oh my God! It's a massive grab! Wow!
Game time, game time, game time. They got to step on a landmine.